Good morning and welcome back to TopstepTV. Happy Monday, everybody. Today is December 15th, 2025. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Coach Vince, and in the middle, dressed for the occasion, dressed for the weather, John the Goat Hogan. That's a great hat, Hogue. That is a great hat. I need one of those, maybe with a Topstep logo on it. How are we doing today, guys?
Doing great, Jay. Good morning, Vince. Good morning to all of you. Yes, doing my best to stay toasty here this morning. It's like 2 degrees, freezing in my office. So I am wearing the hat.
Awesome hat, Hogue. Awesome hat.
Love it.
Let's get into the markets. We got an opening rate poll in the chat. Opening range trade. Which opening range trade are we taking in gold? Are we taking a 1 minute or a 5 minute opening range? 56% of the vote going to the 5 minute, 155 votes. So make sure you get your votes in there. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We'll be waiting for a candle close outside of the range that the chat picks. So if you choose a 5 minute opening range, we'll wait for a 5 minute candle, and then a 5 minute candle outside of that range for confirmation. Taking a look at gold in the overnight session, a little bit of a rally in the overnight session. Coach Vince, take a look at the gold chart. What are you guys looking at for a potential opening range trade here?
All right. Let's get a good look here. Overnight inventory is long. It is above value, so it's going to be early this session. Are we going to reject value from Friday, or are we going to reaccept and roll back to the downside? This is silver. What am I doing here? Let's go to GC.
Uh-oh.
Similar situation, of course. Overnight inventory long, inside range, inside value, even inside the initial balance from Friday, which was a double distribution trend day. We're up against last week's high, weekly kickoff high, which remains the same for the last couple of weeks. I don't know. I'm kind of looking at a potential for a value for a overnight inventory adjustment. We saw that on Friday, although value was higher. We've been adding a whole bunch of open interest, and Friday's open interest was probably a little bit to the short side. So I can kind of create an argument for either direction. If we added some shorts on Friday, those shorts, if we start to rally, could start to get into a little bit of pressure. And overnight inventory is long. We saw an adjustment on Friday. Are we going to adjust that today? Really my question. Vince, what do you think?
I think you're on mute there, Coach Vince.
On the gold chart,
44 tick opening range so far.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Gold did have a double distribution trend day on Friday. We're kind of in an interesting area where I might if we're going to look at open range trade, I'm thinking maybe the long side. We do have a little bit of excess below here where we had our double distribution. However, we might target those single prints, right? But I do like longs above 43.56 today. If we get below 56, maybe we're going to go and gun for the overnight low. But I think I like the long side here. Where are we trading right now? We're trading at
43.73 half.
70. Yeah, but on the volume point of control is sitting right up here at 77.10. So on the volume point of control is a little bit different areas than the TPO point of control. So overnight inventory I would say is long, even though we're inside of range and value this morning. But I think I'm looking long side for the open range trade.
As long as we're holding above VWAP, we like that.
Right.
Yep. Absolutely. Poll came back with 56% of the vote. I think we probably close the poll now. That 1 minute range is closed. 56% of the vote, 206 votes going to the 5 minute. So we will be looking at a 5 minute opening range trade. See a question in the chat. I thought we converted Hogue to a silver trader also. Does silver open up at the same time? Silver opens, I believe, 20 minutes earlier. So 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central Time. Silver also does settle a little bit earlier. If you look at your chart on a 5 minute or a 1 minute, you'll see that there's a volume spike at that 7 a.m. Central Time, as opposed to the 8 that we're seeing, or 8:20 or 7:20 that we're seeing in gold. So silver opens just a little bit earlier. We are looking for a gold opening range trade. Hogue, before we get into any trades, let's go through that checklist to make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. And the first thing on the checklist is what we're doing right now, right? We are doing our pre-market research, all about context, risk management, and patience. Check. Morning checklist. You've got your coffee, you've got your water, you walk the dog, you got a little bit of exercise, you breathe some of that cold air outside. You are ready. Mindset check. Are you in the right mindset for trading? Mindset can certainly affect your decision-making process. So we're going to put a check there. We've got our trade entry checklist. Yes, I've got my pencil, I've got my paper, and of course, at the end of the day, we're going to do our post-market checklist that includes reviewing the trades you took today, taking a look, what might you have missed that could have brought forth a better outcome. Also, review your journal that you've been doing throughout the day and finish that journal at the end of the day. And of course, prepare for the next trading day. We've got a full week of trading. We've got some economic data. We've got lots of talking Feds. There is a lot to focus on this week. Stay calm, stay cool, let the market come to you, and find those good trades. Your job is always find the next good trade. Whether that comes to you, I like the ones that come to me more than the ones that I have to go looking for, but there's always opportunity. Your job is to find that next good trade. And by good trade, I mean in strategy, in process. Even a losing trade can be a good trade if it is in process.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. Speaking of good trades, let's hope this opening range gives us a good one here. I'm seeing a high of the range 43.75.60, low of the range 43.70.30. Again, we'll wait for a 5 minute candle close outside of that range. We do have some economic numbers coming up in just a little bit. Minor numbers, some bigger numbers for the week. But let's take a look at that economic calendar before we get into the charts. All right, so this morning we got some talking Feds, 8:30 Central Time. So right as the equities are open, and we have Myron speaking, and then after that Williams, Myron speaking again later in the day. We do have, for our friends up north, Canadian manufacturing sales month over month coming out at 7:30 Central. That November jobs report, non-farm, tomorrow at 7:30 Central Time. 7:30 Central before the market opens, so we will be covering that during the opening call. We have crude oil inventories on the 17th, consume CPI on the 18th, and ending the week with a Michigan sentiment number. So today, some talking Feds, but tomorrow, that non-farm number, we are finally catching up on some of this economic data that we had, we were holding on to through the government shutdown. So tomorrow should be a pretty big one. We got a couple minutes before we get a.
Don't forget PCE is coming out also. It's also quadruple pitching. It is equity futures expiration, option expiration, lots of expirations going on Friday. So it'd be an interesting week.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that, Hogue. Interesting week for sure. Before we get into the gold charts, we got 3 minutes before that candle closes out, or potential close outside that range. Hogue, I'll let you know if we do get into any trade. Let's get into some news. First one up, presidential approval rating. The majority of Americans disapproving of the president and his administration's policies. New poll from NBC News and SurveyMonkey finds the president's approval rating at 42% with a disapproval rate of 58%. 27% of those polled said the economy is their top concern, with 53% saying they trust Democrats to handle rising prices. The survey found that 71% disapprove of the administration's handling of Epstein files, and Trump also seems to be losing support from Republicans, dropping from a 79% strong approval rating in April to a 70% approval rate right now. So 27% say they are concerned with the economy. We have some more news on the economy in just a little bit. We have heard a lot about that K-shaped economy where it's great for some people and maybe not so great for others. So I guess it depends on who takes that poll, but 27% are concerned about the economy currently. Thank you for bringing that in. Hogue, Coach Vince, what do you say we take a look at the gold charts?
Let's do it.
Do it.
As usual, on Mondays and Fridays, we go way out. This is the monthly chart. We have been one time framing basically higher since November. We've only had one monthly bar close lower since a year ago. That's the last monthly bar that closed that actually even looked lower than the previous monthly bar.
Wow.
So market is still looking pretty strong here. We've got the weekly chart. We've got a little bit of a potential breakout, maybe continuation, a little change in the current market state on the weekly chart. We've taken out some even highs here. We've taken out the upper part of the pennant formation. We've been last week we added open interest every day. I mean, we're talking about 67,000 contracts added through the week yesterday. And that is new buying, folks. That is what we've been looking for a breakout of this current area of balance. Take a look at the daily. We're going to see the more of that here on the daily. Look at it last week. 1, 2, 3. I mean, pretty good, strong week all week long. We did see some profit taking on Friday, but it's still an overlapping to higher range, outright higher value. The market is, still bringing in buyers, new money buyers coming into the long side. Vince, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
Well, on the daily, I'm seeing that the average true range for the daily bars has been dropping since Halloween. We had an average true range of about 110, 100 to $15 range per day. We're now sitting around $74. So you can see the ranges are getting a little bit tighter. We had a really big shakeout, right? We put in the high. What was this? Back on the 20th of October, I believe it was. And, we had a big sell-off, a bit of rally, sell-off, rally. So I think the market is getting, a little shake and bake action going on here. I'm still a bull on gold. I mean, I personally would love to see a pullback to about 40 for myself, for maybe a longer time play on it. But this market is strong. It's like a runaway freight train right now. It's hard to keep it down. So we'll see when we get to the shorter time frame chart for intraday. But right now, I'm bullish. I would like to see a pullback, though. Honestly, I would like to see a little bit of a pullback. I think we could use it, but I think we're going to gun for the all-time highs again.
Yeah. Well, we've got last week's high, weekly kickoff high, which remains the same. So a little bit of confluence up there. Market certainly seems to be bringing interest into the upside again. Adding approximately 67,000 new contracts to the upside over the past week or so. So we are seeing money coming into the long side. And what's a healthy auction? A healthy auction is prices higher, volume higher, open interest higher, and that's what we got for basically all of last week. So the market is
Yep.
acting pretty strong. It's seeking new levels to facilitate trade. That is its job. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So last Friday, the market opened with a gap. The market kind of consolidated for the first couple of hours. And then we saw some profit taking coming in, but we still added a bunch of open interest, 8,300 contracts. Was that new shorts coming in? Not only some long liquidations, some new shorts. Well, those new shorts are probably underwater at this point. So I'm kind of, especially with VWAP holding below price, it's outside of the open last night. Overnight inventory again is long, just a little bit here. No gap, no, and the market is opening kind of above the potential area of repair, right, Vince? We're looking at these single prints down
Mm-hmm.
in this low volume node as potential for repair, and opening above that,
Yep.
especially holding above VWAP, might be kind of marking a little bit of rejection of lower pricing in this. You know,
Mm-hmm.
again, overnight inventory can certainly bring us back down to settlement. That would kind of even out a lot of that inventory, and then the market can take a look from there. So we're still waiting for an entry for our opening range trade. The market did take a couple of tick look above the 5 minute opening range, but no close of a 5 minute bar outside of that. So we are still waiting for our signal. Vince, what are you thinking on the 30-minute chart here, my friend?
So, like I was saying earlier, Hogue, we're in that area right now where I do like longs, because we do have a little bit of support below the market. Now, if we give that support zone up, then I'm looking for this market to then, like you said, return back down to settlement and repair area that we have from 43.75 to around 43.15, right? So that's gonna be my repair zone if we can accept inside the value, right? If we reject 43.56 level, and maybe we can continue this push to the upside here, but ultimately, if we can't rally off of this zone, I'm looking for that repair day today, which is going to be between those levels, 43.15 to 43.75. We do have Thursday. We had a triple distribution trend day on Thursday. Kind of broke out of a little bit of a Dorito type pattern there. We had a pennant formation, that started back on November 27th, pretty much, and December 1st high, intraday high. So if you draw like a pennant formation, we broke out of that on the 11th of December. Okay, that's when we had the big push up, triple distribution. It was a small area of balance that we broke out of. It was about a 90 point range. But then, you see what we did after that. We just pushed up and then we gapped up again. Well, we didn't gap up, but we pushed up, and we have a lot of single prints below the market. There is some downside structure. It needs to be cleaned up at some point. We do have the overnight low sitting at, I think it's 43.2440. Am I right on that? Overnight low? 43.2440.
43.20. Yes.
Yeah, and then we have a negative point of control of 43.2040. So, we're going to see if we can get this market cooking early on. I'm looking for that trip back down here to fill in this area. So that's what I'm looking at in gold today.
All right. And again, the profile Friday was a double distribution trend day. Double
Yes.
distribution trend day. The market opened at a very small initial balance initially. The market did take a look below and then a look above. That rejection above was the pretty much the signal, I guess, for the downside. Big down bar, creating a distribution of time and volume at the high and a distribution of time and volume at the low. Opening between those distributions creates the probability or a greater probability of repair, trading to both distributions of time and volume, we didn't really open in between that. We opened in the upper distribution, so we're looking for maybe some support, basically around where kind of Vince was talking about here, uh, kind of the low end of the upper distribution, kind of around 4360, something like that. We're seeing VWAP holding, at least for now, as possible support. We will see how this plays out. Still looking for our signal to get in to the opening range trade here in gold. Sitting, we just took a look below the opening range as well, but we're back inside of it. So far, no signal.
No trade.
That's what we're looking at here, at least for gold this morning. Do we want to take a quick look through silver right now, or do we want to save that?
Let's do it, Hogue. Let's take a look at silver.
All right. Silver. Oh, way. Monthly. There's only one thing you can say, and that's meteoric. Meteoric. Weekly. Meteoric. Daily. All right. Well, we got our settlement price on here. Let's take that off of visibility on the daily. Now we're seeing a clean chart. So, Friday, very similar to what happened in gold. We saw some long liquidation, or at least some some profit taking. We lost about 1,000 in open interest on Friday, but it doesn't change the fact that this market is continuing to push higher. You're seeing areas of balance, space between areas of balance, more space between areas of balance. Is the market getting tired? Maybe. But what's going to stop it? I'm not going to be the first one to sell it for sure. Vince, what do you think on the daily, my friend?
Well, this thing is got some helium under its wings for sure. It's just up and away. We did get we're getting a little bit of balance though right now, right? So the last 3 days so far we're in balance, and we have an outside bar. So did we put in the high? We're gonna find out. See the outside bar here? Friday took out both sides of Thursday's range on the daily. Closed bearish. We're pushing up today. Do we catch some buyers long up here, some laggard buyers, and maybe get a push downside? I'm not sure, but we are in an upward channel here, which is a little bit concerning if you're going to take a short. I mean, right at 62.04 is pretty much the bottom of that channel. It's been going on since November 21st. It's just been straight up, and on the daily we're in this channel here. So until we break that structure, I mean, I'm going to have to be bullish on this market, but we kind of have extremes up here at the high 65, call it 65.05 or 08, down to 60.85, call it, right? So that's going to be my range right now because of that outside bar. So we're going to see. If we test it, I might try to take a short up there, to see if we'll reject putting in another high. Sometimes the market tries to deceive people, and get people stuck where they don't want to be.
So you're saying silver's a liar. All right.
I don't know about a liar, but
so Friday we put in the all-time high in regular trading hours. So we do not have an overnight an overnight all-time high here. Which is good. Overnight inventory, however, we are looking at some relative longs here. Let's get that. There it is. And here's overnight inventory long. We are currently holding above value, at least on this platform. So again, this kind of comes into, do we show rejection of value from Friday, or do we get back into and show acceptance, which could, can certainly even out the overnight inventory, bringing us back down to possibly settlement, which is 62.01 approximately. But as similar situation to gold, we're holding VWAP. VWAP is leaning to the upside. We got a lot of moving averages in the area here that can create some opportunities Vince, what do you think of the 30?
Well, in silver, we kind of have a similar situation with repair, right? Now, this overnight inventory is long. Looking at this here on my chart, and just check one thing out real quick. All right. Yeah, so we have kind of like what, a B shape on Friday, B shape profile, and then we came off
double
the lows,
distribution,
right?
but definitely a little bit of a B shape, which that's long
Yep,
liquidation. That's supported by a small drop in open interest.
yep, yep. So we had a little bit of long liquidation here. We're kind of building inventory alongside the overnight. They're getting a little bit sneaky, trying to build their positions. I think we're up against excess here. So if we can't get this push higher, I do like a trip back down to maybe test the point of control around 61.95, which is volume point of control. So we're going to see how well, we're open already in silver technically. We have this channel, it's a pretty tight knit channel off the lows from Friday and the overnight, right? And we're kind of pressing into maybe breaking that structure here. If we get down below 63.70, I could see this overnight inventory unraveling and then maybe trying to test down here to point of control. Or where was settlement at? Settlement was 61. We got settlement there, Hope.
6201.
6201. Yeah. So if we get below this 63.70, I think I like a test down there to settlement and to that volume point of control area.
Good stuff there, guys.
And,
anything else you guys got on silver? Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
Well, yeah, just one more thing. I mean, it's a double distribution trend day, and I would say that there's probably a greater probability that silver could fall more into repair than gold. Gold is up in the upper distribution. Silver is in the single prints here, and when you open in those single prints, it kind of increases the probability of potential for repair. So overnight inventory is long, potential for repair. I think there's a good high. One of my main hypotheses would be if I'm looking to buy silver, I'm looking for a pullback in the daytime frame today to look for opportunities for longs. That's just me.
Yep.
There you go. There's silver.
Yeah. I would like longs
that, guys. Looking at the quote board, silver right now, the largest percentage mover to the upside, biggest percentage mover to the upside.
Did we lose Jay? Looks like
we did.
He's a little frozen there.
He's in the Matrix.
Yeah, he's in the ether somewhere.
Several experts who break down what the data reveals about the current economy and where it may be headed. Did I freeze?
Lost you for a second. We lost you for a second there, Coach Jay.
I froze. I think I need Hogue's hat.
Yes.
We were talking about the economy. If we can bring in that clip, for the economy, we were saying the economy has shifted from red hot to cool, and maybe frozen. And I think, as I said, let's bring in.
It's a really good time to have a job. It's a really terrible time to not have one.
Data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics shows hiring in the U.S. continued to stall in September and October, while employees clung to their jobs with white knuckles. Experts say this is consistent with what is known as a low-hire, low-fire market.
The job market is not growing, and that means that people who are seeking new employment are finding longer search times, and those who are currently employed have their job security somewhat undermined.
August JOLTS report released on the eve of the government shutdown showed job openings as a share of total employment remained at a 5-year low at 7.23 million. That number increased in September and then in October to 7.67 million.
Ever since 2022, when we saw an acceleration in inflation and interest rates, employers saw their costs to hire more headcount increase substantially. They're becoming more cautious about how many workers they're adding to their payrolls.
But not all industries have stayed stagnant. AI is booming.
Occupations like computer scientists, mathematicians, they're still seeing quite a bit of demand.
While the overall labor market currently appears bleak, economists point to upcoming factors that could change that.
The tax cut takes effect early in 2026. There is going to be a lot of money flowing into bank accounts because of federal income tax refunds.
I'm Maribel Gonzalez reporting.
Where did Hogue go? There he's back. There he is.
How you doing?
Thought you were going to find me another one of those hats, Hogue. All right, let's take a look at the equities. We do have the NASDAQ kind of rallying right now, but what are you guys seeing in the S&P?
All right. So a lot of questions as to when rollover is coming. It is tomorrow. Tomorrow is the scheduled switch day. This morning, the volume in the S&P and the NASDAQ was greater in the December contract. It's pretty much at parity right now. They're pretty much even. We will still be trading the December contract until tomorrow. Switch day was always when on the trading floor, they would switch the actual trading position physically from the December would move into the back months, and the new front contract, March, would move into the position in the trading pit physically where the December contract had been trading. That would be tomorrow. So you're fine trading December. The volume is pretty much even for both of them. That will kind of switch today, and tomorrow we will be trading the March contract. So don't worry about trading the December contract today. You're fine. Monthly. Very small range so far this month, 126 points, average true range 349. We can look for some expansion, but I would probably be looking for that expansion maybe when some of these important numbers come out, like unemployment tomorrow or PCE on Friday. We're halfway through the month, folks. There's plenty of room to expand this range, but remember, it is rollover. There, the tendency is for longer time frame traders to try and not become directional if they can help it, so they can make a lot of money on moving all those positions. We added 75,000 contracts estimated on Friday. That is not directional. That is a function of rollover. So volume, open interest become very blurry during this period of rollover. So just keep in mind, if you're looking at them, they're not going to mean as much. We're just putting in new highs here in gold. Just taking
Getting
a
ready
look
to
at
trigger
that.
along here.
So we
5 minute
did trigger
candle,
along.
getting ready to close now. Yes, that did trigger a long.
Yeah,
All right.
long.
Wow, 20 minutes.
All right.
It's getting like crude oil now.
68,
I
67, 75. Long 2 micros.
think that's an S&P trade you're in there, Hogue.
Oh, yeah, look at that. How about that?
I mean,
did that
it's
happen?
rallying also.
All right, well, we'll just get out of that. How did I do that? Thank God you were here, Jay.
I got you, Hogue. That's what trading buddies are for. Only costs $8.
That'll be the big winner of the day, though.
Now we're long 2.
All right, there we go.
It
Got a better price.
43, 75, 80. Must be Monday.
75.80.
Yes. Where is our risk? And do we really take the opening range trade when it's traded both sides of it? That's one question we have to ask ourselves.
It's a good question, Hogue. That is a good question.
Well, did it make it a 15-minute open range?
43.68, in my opinion.
43.68. We'll go 69, 67.90.
There we go.
All right. So we're in it. All right.
All right. Let's go.
So when we do open and we trade both sides of the 5-minute opening range, I'm of the ilk that invalidates the trade.
Gotcha.
Well,
Okay.
unless
Yeah,
it's
we
a
will look at
15-minute open range trade now.
right.
Yeah, right. Right. Let's not start voting for that.
No.
All right. So, all right, here's the S&Ps. We'll keep an eye on this gold trade. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, small indecisive month so far. Let's take a look at the weekly. Weekly 172 ATR. We're at 100. Well, last week was about 120 point range. So, small range makes sense. It's rollover. Take a look at the daily. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of, kind of potential megaphoning pattern, kind of flat at the bottom, but higher highs, from November 28th from this little range here. So we do seem to be expanding a little bit. Might be good for some opportunities. And, don't forget, there's a lot of news coming out this week. This could be a very interesting and challenging week. So, last week's low, the 50 session moving average, last week's low, the kind of the lower trend line of this potential megaphoning pattern, little confluence down there. The highs, last week's high, weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff high remains the same as last week. The low and the high. I mean, we kind of traded to the weekly kickoff high last week, traded all the way to weekly kickoff low last week. Market is range bound, and that's what it does. It goes from low to high, high to low, low to high. Is that where we're headed next? I don't know. Vince, what do you like? What are you liking on the daily chart here, my friend?
So I have a similar outlook with the megaphone, but I did mine from. I took the high from back on October 30th or 29th, and I drew a line across the highs for the rest of the month for November. And that would put us down to an area of like 67.75 would be the bottom of my megaphone pattern. Like we have a smaller one here, but like you said, it's kind of flat here at the blows. But when I took these highs, we broke this structure. And now we might get a retest, right? And then sometimes when we get that retest, we maybe want to take a long, right, on a break of structure. So we push down, broke, test up against the 50-day. Is this the 50? Yeah, against the 50-day moving average. Maybe I'm looking for longs. So we're going to see. But we did break this channel, right? So we were pressing on the daily for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 days, broke structure, created this kind of megaphone issue. But this is an interesting zone for me, right around this 50-day moving average on the daily. We're going to see. Ultimately, I would love, for my own personal longer time frame outlook on the SPs is to get along around 66.30s, which is down here somewhere, just below here.
Well, that'll be a bad day if we get down there today.
No, not today. More of a longer term play for me. But for today, I would love to see the market get, maybe to test the low from Friday, see how we react up against the 50. But I would really like to see it down here around 67.75 and then maybe try to test along.
Right. Let's take a look at the 30. So, overnight inventory, a little bit long, holding VWAP. We have all of the simple moving averages in play on the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory, a little bit long. Above value. So we got value on this platform, value high, pretty much the IB high, 68.50. If we can hold that and hold VWAP, which is right in that neighborhood, and the 20 session and the 50 session moving average, all aligning kind of nicely in this area. Remember, in trading, everything is a zone. There's nothing 100% finite. Uh, we could see this thing continuing to try and push to the upside. Again, it is rollover. The longer time frame traders are just not present right now. We have not seen them. A lot of the longer time frame traders have either made their money this year or they're down money and they don't want to make things any worse. So there's a whole lot of short time frame traders moving price around. And I think giving the longer time frame traders some pretty decent opportunities to make some money or just at the very least have a cheap roll through the session through rollover. Remember, expiration is on Friday, switch day is tomorrow. Rollover does change markets in difficult to put a finger on ways. We are now flat and down 173 from our gold trade here. 43,790. All right. One down. Vince, what are you thinking here on the 30-minute chart?
On the 30. Well, the overnight high is sitting at 68, 68, 75. We do have excess above the market there. I kind of like, well, this is a tough one. So we're up against the channel. So there was a channel that we broke, right? We broke it, we rallied, we broke it, we rallied. This is a very, very interesting level to see if maybe I'll look for a short, because we are up against excess on a 30. So if I blow this up here a little bit, you can see the excess from Friday. There's a lot of it, right? So, but if we get above here, we might start to eat into these single prints like Pac-Man, right? So if we reject here, look at the spaghetti we're dealing with, though. We have all the moving averages, 50, the 100, the 200. We have the VWAP is this purple one coming up here. It's kind of, this is rating. It's not really definitive in direction. We're chopping around. We're extending the ranges on both sides here on the 30, hence the megaphone, right? So we got it down here, up here. I'm going to see if we fail up here against the single prints, up against the excess. If we can't roll this market over, then I'm going to look for long side to try to push in there. We do have a naked point of control sitting up at 69.3750. So if I'm going to get long above, like if we get above these moving averages here, above this channel line that I have drawn, then I'm looking to target that 69.37 or 69.38 point of control that's outstanding up there. So that'll put us right up here, just up against this upper portion of the channel. So that's going to be my long side play. But, downside here, we have the overnight low at 68.75. We could still sweep that. And maybe 68.10s might be an area where I would look for a long, like somewhere down in here, or maybe a little bit lower. 68.05, I think, was a kind of an interesting zone on Friday. That's the low, intraday low.
Yes.
And we do have a spike high. We have a spike high from November 25th sitting at 67.9250. And the base is right around that really nice target area for longs for me, which was that 67 to 78 zone. So if we push down and we take out Friday's intraday low, I might try to get that long around that 67, 78-ish area if we can get it. So there's a couple areas for longs for me here, but it's going to be an interesting trading day. It definitely is going to be an interesting trading day.
Aren't they all? And to answer one of the questions, the difference between rollover day and switch day is there really isn't. Rollover day is the day when we switch front months. Like tomorrow would be switch day because we're switching. The volume will have switched into the March contract. You can also call it roll day because we are rolling from the D's contract into trading the March contract. But rollover is more a period of time that a longer time frame. They move all those positions from the expiring month into a future month, so they're kind of interchangeable. Sorry if that was a little bit confusing, but Yeah, the profile yesterday was Friday was a B-shaped profile, which would be indicative of long liquidation. But we can't really count on open interest right now. We added 75,000. Long liquidation would usually remove open interest, but again, because it's rollover, we cannot necessarily depend on volume and open interest information. Always looking forward to the end of rollover when we can start looking at that again. Um, but yeah, so this B shape is not necessarily supported as long liquidation. If it were, that would take some selling power away from the market and maybe, help the market continue to push back to the upside. But we're really centrally located inside of last week's high and low, inside weekly kickoff high and low, inside the range from yesterday, suggesting to me that I remain a little bit patient and find better trade locations as the day goes on, even though we may be outside of value. Outside of value. Rollover, as long as you understand and respect that the market doesn't always act the same during rollover, there's still some good opportunities. And we're going to see if we can't find some of those today.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, guys. We did have that poll up in the chat. Crude oil is officially open. Crude opened about 3 minutes ago. So we are looking at a 5-minute opening range trade here in crude. I am seeing some headlines come out here. Ukrainian drones hit Russian oil infrastructure in the Caspian Sea for the third time. At least 4 super tankers that were set to pick up oil cargoes in Venezuela have made U-turns after U.S. seizure of cargo. And we have the oil markets open right now, 57.05 last trade here in crude. Again, we are looking at a 5-minute opening range trade here in crude oil. Before we get to those charts, a little bit of news on Southwest. Southwest Airlines is making a major strategic investment in Austin, Texas. The airline announced Friday it will open a new crew base for pilots and flight attendants at the city's international airport. The base to open in March is expected to create over 2,000 I think we cut the audio on that one if we can. Over 2,000 high-paying jobs. The city of Austin is supporting the effort with a $5.5 million incentive package. The deal reinforces Southwest Airlines' presence at Austin's airport. Southwest already handles more than 40% of all passenger traffic there. Southwest making a investment in Austin, Texas.
Southwest.
Coach. Southwest Airlines. Coach Vince, what are you guys seeing in the oil chart?
All right. Monthly, nothing changes. It's still range bound. Weekly, no major changes, range bound, but there is a little bit of a change. And we were discussing this last week on the daily chart. We did have 1, 2, 3 points of contact on this lower trend line. And we've been wrestling with a breakout below it, but just hasn't been very successful. I started talking on Tuesday or Wednesday about a potential market state change on the daily chart here. And it has been a really kind of sticky market. It hasn't really provided good downside opportunity, at least not yet. Now, with all the news and fundamental information that's coming out about crude, I can kind of understand that. There's some political things and some things going on that could seriously affect the price of crude oil, but it's not really bringing scary up moves, at least not yet. So what I have to do is just trade what I'm seeing, and I still believe, because we've added a whole bunch of open interest lately, that there's a lot of energy in this market, if you'll pardon the pun, right? It's an energy market. I get it. We're bringing energy into the marketplace. But this downtrend is intact. I mean, we are overall putting in lower highs. We're putting in lower lows. We're right against last week's low, which I consider somewhat pivotal today. And it's in rollover. We will probably be switching to the February contract tomorrow. So another market that is in rollover. And we got to get used to it with crude oil because it rolls every month. Every month there is a rollover. So that's just something we have to deal with. Vince, what are you seeing on the daily chart? What do you like?
Well, we did break that structure here, so to me, I'm bearish crude oil right now. I mean, we're getting this news. I think they're trying to pump crude up somehow. They just can't seem to get it moving. But we did break this pennant formation that we have that started back on April of the beginning of the year. And we've just been consolidating, and now we broke out. And we have a close below. So I am pretty much bearish in the market. I do like a push down here to the 53 to $50 a barrel level. Just a little fun little thing here I drew on the chart. Hopefully this doesn't happen, but you never know. It's happened before. We had this big spike up, right? Head and shoulders, measured move, brings it down here to negative $20 a barrel.
Well,
they pay us to take the crude off the market. Hey, people said it couldn't be done, right? So I'm gonna buy my negative $15 crude puts today, and no, I'm only kidding. But yeah, on a serious note, I do like a push down below this channel here, this breakout here. We're breaking out a structure and we're kind of pushing. So I do like a move to the downside. If we get back above this zone, this 58.50 a barrel level, I'm probably going to maybe switch more to the bullish tone. But as of right now, I'm a bear on crude.
Yeah, we've been bear since at least Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, but it just hasn't provided good opportunity. And it looks like today might be the day. And they say timing is everything. Let's take a look at the 30.
Yep.
So, all right. We did close the session gap right on the open, but without acceptance, the move is to the downside. We've got last week's low already being tested. Let's see what kind of volume we can bring in on this. But again, volume and open interest is challenging because of rollover. There's so much confluence up above, against Friday's highs. It was a neutral day on Friday, but we did, just spend time below that trend line, that breakout trend line. We closed below it, I believe. Here we've got 57.44 as our settlement price. There it is. There's 744. There's our settlement price. So we did close below it. We're spending time below it, marking acceptance through time. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I was looking for a big move to the downside. There's a lot of energy, again, pardon the pun, in this market. Some of that, of course, is due to rollover, but we did see some pretty decent increases in open interest as the market continued to push lower. The auction is performing pretty well to the downside, just not big ranges, not a big move, but just a lot of smaller moves to the downside. Value pretty much inside Thursday's value on Friday, but we can continue this push to the downside. I can certainly see lower pricing. Got to keep your ears and eyes on the news, though, because something, we don't know if or when something is going to happen that's going to change the situation. Here we go. Let's go with, there's our opening range. There's our initial bounce. Okay. Vince, what do you think?
On the 30. So like I said, I'm bearish on crude oil right now. I would like to see the market maybe rally a bit today and test value low from I guess it was Friday. But there's two things here that have me a little bit on caution. We have a poor high. Okay, we have a weak high sitting at 57.72 from Friday. Okay. We also have the overnight high sitting at 57.80. So I would like to see us actually maybe gun for that, right? Take out the poor high or the weak high. Take out the overnight high. There's a point of control up there, which would be a long side target of 58.13 for me if I'm pushing long side. But if we get up to Friday's value low of 57, say call it 57.40, okay, which puts us right up here against some of this downward trend, I'm probably going to attempt a short somewhere in this area below value to see if we reject it and roll the market back over. Okay, with a target of about $56.50 to $56. would be, like $1 move or $1.50 move. Is what I'm looking at downside. If we break this structure here and we get back, I'm looking to take out, there's a naked point of control at 57.58. So if I'm long, right, if I'm long above here, I'm going to probably get long on a break, and I'm targeting 58.15 to the upside, all right, which is somewhere up here against these sellers. So that's where I am in crude today. It could go either way. I mean, this poor high is a nuance out there or the week high is sticking out there, and the overnight high is just above it. So, this market could go either way. I guess we got to see what levels respect what, and that's what we're going to do, right? We're going to have a two-sided game plan here.
Yeah, the week high from Friday. I mean, there's a lot of confluence up there. It's the IB high from Friday. There's the trend line is up there. The three moving averages are in that neighborhood, or at least we're in that neighborhood. Looking more like the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart is right in that neighborhood. So it's going to be. This was a little bit of a session gap that we got that closed on Friday. We'll take that off, but yeah, we do have a look below the 5-minute opening range in the gold, or excuse me, in crude. We're back inside that opening range. I'm of the idea, Jay, that if we trade outside both sides of the 5-minute opening range before getting a signal, that negates it.
No trade.
Yep.
I'm okay with that, Hogue. We can move on. Let's. We're running a little tight on time here. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. But before we do that, bringing in a little bit more news. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett said yesterday that the Federal Reserve should remain independent, but its board should consider the president's opinions on the economy. The comments on CBS News' Face the Nation come as President Donald Trump prepares to announce his pick for Fed Reserve Chair, which Trump has said he expects to announce early next year. Let's bring that in, and then we'll take a look at the NASDAQ charts.
As Fed chair, how frequently would you consult with the president when he says he wants his voice heard?
Well, I'm right now the top economic advisor for the president, and I talk about almost everything with him almost every day. I've certainly talked about monetary policy. I think he has very strong and well-founded views about what we ought to do. But in the end, the job of the Fed is to be independent and to work with the group of people that are on the Board of Governors at the FOMC to drive a group consensus on where interest rates should be, and to do so, basically with the guidance of the Fed chair. But in the end, it's a committee that votes. And I'd be happy to talk to the president every day, until both of us are dead, because it's so much fun to talk.
Even if you were Fed chair.
Even if I were Fed chair, or if I wasn't Fed chair, and I would hope that Kevin Warsh would be talking to the president as well if he were Fed chair.
And voice should be heard is going to be.
Every Fed chair talks to lots and lots of
the other
market
members
experts.
of the voting members, or
Excuse me?
Would the president's voice have equal weighting to the voting members?
No, he would have no weight. It's just his opinion matters if it's good, if it's based on data. And then if you go to the committee and you say, well, the president made this argument, and that's a really sound argument, I think. What do you think? If they reject it, then they'll vote in a different way.
And go ahead, Hogue.
The president, his opinion matters if they're good. If they're good opinions.
If it's good, I thought that was funny too. Yeah, president, his opinion matters if it's good. Only if it's good, though. If it's a bad opinion, I'll neglect it. Yeah, we will see. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ chart here. What are you guys seeing? We got a couple minutes before we got to get
One
too
thing's
fast.
for
Marcus,
sure.
what do you guys seeing in the NASDAQ? Yeah, Hogue.
The next Fed chairman is going to be named Kevin. All right.
Yes, it is.
Monthly, excess on this very small range. Again, 678 point monthly range so far. We're halfway through the month, when usually it's almost 1,700. So if we're going to be expanding this range, there certainly is space. But remember, it's rollover weekly. About a 752 point range in an 877 average true range, room for expansion, of course. just the beginning of the week this week, but we're really showing range bound in the weekly chart. Daily chart, where are we? We are kind of, losing some of our rollover range in the fact that we couldn't hold last week's low. We've got a new low here. We're still holding above the weekly kickoff low, which remains the same as last week. Weekly kickoff high also remains the same. So the market, seems to be continuing its rotational activity, even though we did extend the range a little bit to the downside. We've got another megaphone here in short time frame. What else do I have written down here? We added 7,200 in open interest, but again, that is largely rollover related. Vince, what are your thoughts on the daily here in the NASDAQ?
Well, the daily, we're sitting right at the high of the October 10th candle. That candle, I forget what it was, but I know we've been looking at it for over a month, and we're just sitting right at the high of that candle. Okay, we extended both sides of the range. Okay, we pushed upside off that candle. We went downside off that candle. We swept all the longs, all the shorts, and brought them to the center of the range. We're now flirting again with the high there. Are we going to, stay above it, right? You have the 50-day moving average sitting right there as well at 25,341. We're at 25,393 right now. So we're going to see do we hold above this, above the 50-day. If we fail to move above the 50-day and stay above it, I'm looking for a trip back down here to the 100-day moving average, which is just around 24,750. That's what I'm looking at on the daily.
All right. Take a look at the 30. All right. Overnight inventory, perhaps a little bit to the long side. Here's where we opened last night. Here's where we are trading now. So yes, some overnight inventory. We're right basically at the high of value on this platform. So, it's another situation where do we reject value and continue to push higher? Do we accept value? Do we take another look at the lows from Friday? P-shaped profile, long liquidation, again, not supported by open interest. And again, that's a little blurry because of the roll. Trade what you see today. Again, last day for the December contract. Just be careful. I don't really have too much to say about this. The fact that we are back at that October 10th high, that was October 10th, right? I mean, we've seen this so many.
Yep.
Yeah, we've seen this so many times as resistance, as support. Now, is it resistant? Time will tell. Vince, what do you think?
It's this is a little tough here for me right now. We're up against excess, right? We have the B-shaped profile. The open interest is going to be blurry, right? Because of rollover. So we really don't know what's going on there. But we have a lot of excess up here at this high. Right now, overnight inventory from the overnight session is kind of sitting a little bit to the long side, but maybe, I don't know if new shorts came in and they're starting to bail out of the market. That's making it drift higher or what. But right now, this area of value high is 25,365. Okay, this is going to be an area where I find interesting. If we can hang above this zone, I think I like the longs. Okay, we have a little bit of downside pressure right here, and we've broken that. Okay, and we have value. So I'm a big value guy. I look at value. If we're rejecting value, we're going to take the market in the other opposite direction of where value was. Right? They don't find us to be valuable anymore. They're going to move it to an area where they think there is value. And there's a lot of shorts that came in here, or I don't know if the shorts or if they, liquidated, but there's a lot of single prints, right? And if we start to get up into those, we might see a rally. Okay. And I'm looking at, we can get the NASDAQ all the way up here to 25,585s. And I probably take a short up here. Okay. To be honest with you. So if I'm long, I'm probably going to cover up in this area because that's an area where I would look to get short. So that's what I'm looking at here in the upside. Another target for me, if we really get cooking, would be 25,800, which is, and an area of like kind of repair that we were looking at from last week to get up there to this 25,800 level. So this would be the next stop to the upside if we really get cooking. If we're looking at the downside on the market, if we get below this, okay, I'm going to look for probably a rotation back lower below the 25, say 360 level. I'm looking for 25 240s, which is just about this point of control here, and then to test the overnight low. And if the market really gets spooked and scary, I'm looking for a pretty sizable event. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but 24,800s is on my radar. But we still got to get below like 24,950s. But, ultimately,
Jay, what do you think about
24,800s, somewhere down there.
How important is that to you still?
It's still pretty important, Hogue, because we keep coming back to revisit it. What I'm looking for is whether or not volume trades above that level. Right now we have, and 25,388 is that price. Right now we have price trading above it, but VWAP is all the way down at 25,280. And if when the volume comes in for the New York session, if there isn't a push of volume above that level, then I'm looking for it to kind of fall right back into that range. So yeah, 25,388 is that price. We're kind of trading there right now. If there's no volume above there, then I think we fall right back, at least at a minimum, to VWAP, which is down at 280.
And our crude trade is now invalidated. It's traded above and now below the opening range. Small opening range for a change, though. But right now, if
in crude and gold
following that rule, it's invalidated.
Absolutely. Anything else we got on the NASDAQ? No, we got fast markets coming up in just a little bit.
I think we're good.
I think we are good. Let's go through that schedule. Coming up for fast markets, we got Jack Hogue is sticking around, Coach Dakota, and we may have a special guest joining us for fast markets, but we definitely got Jack, Hogue, and Dakota. See the team in the green room getting ready to go. After that morning recap with Hogue, power players, I am coming back with Dolby Time and Diamond Hands George, shoulder tap with Jack and Ben, group coaching Gabe, Deanna, and Hoop, trade with Topstep, Jack and Marie, and Coach Hoop as well. A lot of Coach Hoop today. And to wrap up the day, we got Dolby Time. It is Mohammed Monday, and Coach Dakota is coming back for Power Hour. Great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. This has been the opening call. Hogue, I think we are ready to go. Let's bring it into fast markets. Do the thing, Hogue.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Vince. Thanks to all of you for joining us as always. We can't do this without you. So, one more little note about rollover. We do talk about it a lot, and I know it's seems reiterative, but it is important to recognize, yes, we are in rollover. Tomorrow, we should be moving into the March contract in the equities. I'm just checking volumes, and volumes are pretty much almost dead even right now between the S&P and the NASDAQ as far as the March and the December volumes. So yes, look to be trading the March contract tomorrow. I will of course adjust all the levels, weekly kickoff levels, and the daily levels, of course, will be for the D's contracts. Still going to be kind of jury out for crude oil. Crude oil is still showing, I'm pretty sure we've got some decent volume in the Jan. We've got a little bit less volume in the February contract. So probably the Feb contract tomorrow for crude oil. Then we won't have to worry about rollovers for a couple of months, at least in the equities, and for a few weeks, or for a couple of weeks in crude oil. All right. On that note, I always like to comment on my early birds in the chat. We got Tommy C winning the prize this morning, which is, of course, only bragging rights that you were first in the chat this morning. We got Shubham, we got Dan Trader, we got Anastasios, we got Tom Phillips, we got Grillionaire, we got Acoustic Immersion, we got B. Fairchild, we got Lou D, my friend, we got Alexandre, we've got Miner49 and John Jones at the top of the chat. Thank you for being here early and often. And as always, we're going to remind you to remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace. And here we come with fast markets In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Monday and to Fast Markets. Comrade Hogue is ready to take on the day, and given his appearance, his cameo in Home Alone 2, it's not surprising that President Trump is now looking for his Kevin. All right, let's do this. Dakota, welcome to the show. How was your weekend, besides the Packers?
Yeah, it's just horrible. Horrible way to end a weekend like that. Green Bay Packers. Yeah, this week's going to be good, though.
For the Packers or just in the markets?
For me, in
the markets, right? Yeah, the Packers are done.
Yeah, Packers are just done for.
Yeah, let's take a look around real quick. We are kind of pushing up near the highs of the overnight session in the ES right now. Ho, you just got off an opening call. First, It is very cold here. Is your heat okay in the house? What's going on?
Yeah, just my office is like, two outside walls and some big windows, so it was a little chilly in here this morning. So I just put on the big hat to keep warm. And of course,
I love it.
Always wearing the rally sweater.
Indeed. And we are getting a rally. Overnight,
Yes,
we're up
we are.
about 40 points from settlement in the ES, 187 in the NQ. This is rollover week. Dakota, how are you approaching everything here?
We have a lot of data coming out. We have a lot of information, a lot of data. We have the NVIDIA. We have an NVIDIA summit or AI summit this week. We have. I see we have non-farm on like a Tuesday or something. I'll have to double check that. And it's also the last week of the year, the last full week of the year. All this data, then we'll have Christmas and then New Year's, and then 2026. Here we come. So we'll see. We're pumping here. NASDAQ's up 0.75, and we've already retraced about half the sell-off from Friday. So just looking for opportunities to buy this market, to be honest.
All right, looking for any pullbacks. We are about 30 seconds away from the open here. 10-year yield sits at 4.16. So a little bit off its highs last week of around 4.2% in the yield. Og, anything you're looking for in the open?
Oh, well, of course, always the opening range, which Friday did not play. I'm always looking at a 1-minute opening range. Yeah, I mean, we're up against in the S&Ps the 100-session simple moving average. All the moving averages are in play. We're up against some single prints or some excess from Friday. The market opened and drove lower. We're up against some of that excess. Let me see how this opens up. We're above value. We do have overnight inventory to the long side, so if I were going to knee-jerk a trade this morning, it'd probably be to the short side, but eventually we're looking for longs.
Excellent stuff. Right out of the open, all of the Mag 7 plus Broadcom are in the positive. Up the most, Tesla up 3.3%, NVIDIA up 1.25%, everything else up under 1%. Google and Meta basically scratch. All right, table set, new week. It is roll week. So be careful. These could be some choppy markets here in the futures.
Is it tonight that we roll over here on the platform?
We should, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, it is the last. We got the witching right on Friday this week. It's the expiration of the. We got roll. We got expiration, monthly option expiration, quarterly. Big stuff.
What a busy week. What a busy week this week.
Indeed.
And
we do have Myron's talking right now.
All right.
And talking again at 10. Busy day for Myron. 9:30, we got Williams. and then the NVIDIA Summit, which says tentative next to it at 1 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. And then later on, we have an AI conference, I believe, as well. Later this week, I should say.
Okay, Dakota, what's a big enough dip for you here?
I would dare say 320s, 330s. But we might not get it, man. We might just be a zombie rally today. I'd like to see a dip.
Okay,
dip.
let's see if we can find a dip. Basically, I'm kind of looking for maybe 68.55 or something to buy the dip. We are close enough to expiration that now the ESZ and the SPX only about 2 points or 3 points separates them. Somebody asked, what is rollover? We trade, I've explained like this before. We trade futures because they're in the future. And basically, each of these things, you see the Z, we talk about the December contract, the March contract. What that means is that these contracts expire in that month. When equity futures expire, they are cash settled. So the losers pay to winners, whatever price it settles at. But these are December 2025 futures, and we won't be in December 2025 come next month. So we roll over to the March 2026 future to keep them in the future.
Very well explained.
I tried my best, Hug. We are dipping a little more here.
Yeah, we are. We're getting that little sell-off here. Broadcom's pushing lower. Let's see.
Tough week for the OpenAI tech complex. I mean, Broadcom is down, wow, like 60, 70 bucks. Hit an all-time high just on the Thursday, the 11th. Just above 420. Nice. Okay. Here we are.
All right.
This is
here's VWAP.
Yeah, it's VWAP. This is also, we are at 6850 on the dot and the SPX. Kind of a big area to hold here.
Man, we got these 320s and we bounced. I was looking for 320s, 330s. Here we are. Get there is one thing, but watching to see how this market reacts around it is another. So I'm not going to just jump in blindly like, all right, we have 320, buy it. No, I want to see how this market reacts first. That, especially, like, we haven't even been 5 minutes into the open yet.
Yeah, we're also cruising right through it for the time being. Spoke too soon. All of the companies that were basically scratching the Mag 7 flipped red. Now we got Broadcom down 1%, Google down 0.5%. Tesla's still holding up 3.8% up. Tesla is.
The next level I have is 280. 280s.
Next level, this sort of is my level in the ES. Next level I'd have to wait on. Real John Ross says, buy every dip. I like it.
BTFD.
BTFD.
Well, the importance of preserving your capital. This was definitely a year for buying the dip, but that is assuming you didn't blow out your account in April when we dipped to 4,800 in the SPX. Pretty crazy to even remember that.
2,000 points ago.
I mean, the entire S&P was worth 2,000 points, probably in, I don't know, 2014, 2013, something like that. Pretty crazy.
Yep. Time in the markets beats timing the markets. Certainly.
Oh, 100%.
With stocks.
And I couldn't agree more, Hogue. Man, Tesla up 4%. That's Well, so far these 320s, we're the buying opportunity right there.
Yeah, it did kind of bounce off that level. Really quick, somebody asked, the VIX is about 16.13 right now. VIX has come in quite a bit, obviously, since around Thanksgiving when it was trading, 38. Sorry, not 38, 28. Volatility is lower at this point, but a lot of hijinks can happen these last 2 weeks. A lot of major players have closed down their books. Some players that are desperately trying to make up for lost time. Could be a very interesting week. Schedule today. No huge numbers this morning. Besides the Fed speakers, we got a 6-month bill auction at 10:30. I don't expect that to move things too much. And then the NVIDIA summit. Tomorrow is when the data really starts getting kicked off.
Man, all right. Let's see. Those 320s came and gone. Missed that. Let's see if we could. I was looking for maybe another retest of those 320s, 330s, and this market just seems to be holding up so well. Is it because just Tesla's ripping, man? Tesla's just almost 5% now.
A very Tesla thing to do. What's the news there? When I say news, I mean vibes. Who knows?
90.
Bitcoin had an eventful weekend. Right now, still trading sub 90 in both the futures and the spot market. 89,630. A little more selling pressure here.
Silver's been eventful. My 450 came from silver last night. Started trading silver. Gold's been good, but silver's been a bit better when it comes to opportunities during slow markets. I checked it this morning. Silver was up almost 4% and then right back down. And it's a big contract. Micros is $5 a tick, and it's very volatile right now. So just being cautious. There goes NASDAQ.
Like trading the NASDAQ.
It's like NASDAQ is silver as gold is to the ES.
Wow. Yeah. Things we haven't seen in silver in a long time here. We are pushing new New York lows right now in the ES. Next up would be Euro lows at around 68.42.
All right, here comes the NASDAQ down to these 200s. We got 290s. Can we see 280s?
This is a really interesting area in the S&Ps, Jack. I mean, you've got the IB low from Friday. You got value high from Friday. You've got the VWAP here. You've got the 50 session, the 200 session, all and the 20 session, all right in this area. All just a nice confluence right here.
Yeah. Hogue, today you have the keys to the house account, correct?
Yep.
All right. If you see anything you like, you have the just the go to take it. We'll do it that way. Before anyone asks, Andre is still with us. He's just out this week. He took 5 days off, I believe, to decorate his Christmas tree. So I hope that looks great at the end of it, Andre.
It's a really big tree.
Really big. He's got one of those big foyers.
All right.
Back up to UAP.
I'm going to get in one micro long here from 314.
All right. We're with you in the S&Ps.
Okay. This is one micro with a wide stop, Hogue. My stop's at 250. Looking to scale into this if we can get to these 280s.
Okay.
Some little tidbits from Myron talking this morning. Let's see what he says here. Faster pace of cuts would move us closer to the neutral rate. Argues the measure of underlying inflation is near 2%. What else? Prices are once again stable, and monetary policy should reflect that. Says going too slow could lead to job losses. Thus says the Myron. Checking in. Somebody asked if our crypto whale is in the market. Yes, they are.
He's still like long Ethereum, right?
Well, they closed that position. It must have happened over. I was out Thursday and Friday, so they were flat going to that. But now they're long about $600 million worth of Ethereum, 90 million worth of Bitcoin, and 33 million of Solana. Right now, they're kind of taking it on the chin, but that's all relative. This person seems to have enough money to spend, but down about a collective $11 million right now in those positions.
Let me make sure I understood that right. Over $600 million worth of a long Ethereum.
Jesus.
That is correct. You are correct, sir. They're long 100.
Oh, man.
100. They're long 190,000, basically 191,000 Ethereum right now, from an average price of 31.
Jeez.
67.
Oh,
hey,
man.
Scared money don't make money.
That is.
I guess.
They
full
say
port.
The whale is, full port. The whale's Tom Lee, his enchanting wizard. Perhaps. But I don't think Tom Lee would have gone full port short Bitcoin to make. As those joining might remember, this account, or would not remember, this account made like $120 million in Bitcoin on. Vince mentioned that October 10th bounce before the day that kind of temporarily broke crypto. They're 5x leveraged. For those that want to know.
Huh.
Not even 100.
Oh, man.
Transactions are wild. These a lot of these positions, they stopped. They've been dormant for 11 hours now. So we got both the house account and Dakota long, the MES and MNQ.
Yep.
For neighbors up north, Canadian CPI came in at 2.2 with a forecast of 2.3.
All right, we're at these
Those-
280s. So if we hold here a little bit, and if we could see that market structure, I'll get in along another contract. So I'm long one, and I'm going to get into another one right here. So there's my second contract added. Average price 306.
306.
Wing Chani says, tonight TopstepTV is really quiet. I wonder why that could be.
Tonight.
Maybe they're watching from somewhere where it's tonight.
Yeah, it might be. Why the dip seems logical, someone says. We'll see. This is, if we can't hold here, my next level is going to be, well, right where we're going to, these 230s. So I'll take this loss if it does hit. And then I don't mind entering it again. Probably should have my stop loss right here at these 220s.
We're
220s
almost
is
stopped out there.
the right one.
68.45.75 is where our stop currently is. You want to see us get too much below this value area high from Friday, which is coming in right here, 58.
Next up,
68.49.
68.41 3/4 would be the low of the Europe session that we hit around 2 a.m. this morning.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that makes me a little bit nervous here is going down to settlement. I don't.
There's a lot of overnight inventory that was long. It's currently being reconciled.
So
just gives us better trade location for longs.
Yes, sir. Nvidia is still up 1%. Tesla up 4.25%. Broadcom down 2.25%. This move brings the VIX to 16.4, let's call it. ES and NQ both up 0.25%. Dow also up 0.25%. Russell up about 0.2, so pretty even since the index. Eduardo asks, what is settlement? Is it overnight lows? Settlement is where they mark the prices of the futures at the end of the day. It will usually be around the closing price, but they have, what, Hogue? Is it a group or a committee or something that the CME sets it?
Yeah, actually, technically, it's the board of directors, but they have an automated system that just puts settlement in. So it's usually very close in the equities to the finishing, the closing price of at 3:00. Not exact, but it'll be close to that. But yeah, that's where they mark all positions for margins to settlement.
And they need that because they need to mark, as Hogue mentioned, for margin reasons, they need to have a price that settles at the end of the day. I most closely associate it with when I was trading bond spreads, wherever they would mark the settlement is basically where your P&L, if you were holding positions overnight, would be flat the next day. So if you got good settlement or bad settlement, you could start the day down a bunch of money and that day, but you're up a bunch of money from the day before. So it would be where if you held overnight, your P&L on a contract would flip from either positive to negative or negative to positive.
So
hanging in here, guys. Hanging in.
We're hanging at these 270s, 280s. I like that we're holding, which is very, very good. On the 5-minute chart, it's now flipping to a green. We have another 30 seconds, and that is a, what do you call it? A hammer, indecisive candle, and then we'll look for maybe a 3-bar reversal if it forms here.
But very enhance into the 15-minute bars here.
There we go. Happy with that ad. Gonna tighten up that risk now. 5-minute bar just closed.
NASDAQ looks better.
Tesla's almost up 5%. That's
what is some sort of like taxi announcement or something?
I don't know. Would you get a robo taxi, Jack?
Yeah. Oh, for like the future, I'm like a huge automated driving proponent because it'll bring all of our insurance way down. Less people will get killed on the road. Like I have a 4-year-old son and like I'll teach him how to drive, but I hope he doesn't have to. Because it should be much safer by then.
I agree with you on that one. Well,
okay.
We failed. No 3-bar reversal yet. I think
House is out. We're flat.
I don't have anything in the options here. If we keep on melting through these levels until like 68.25 or thereabouts. not that I hope he doesn't drive. I just hope that in like 15 years, I hope that like automated cars are kind of the thing, because I think that would be net good.
I agree with you. A human's reaction is not as good as a computer. Those NVIDIA chips.
Well, if you just think about, yeah, just sometime if you're not driving and you're
Right,
like
I'm
on the
flat.
highway somewhere, like a busy highway in Chicago, look around and think of like how many people are out there that you are putting your life in their hands that you would not trust one iota with a buck.
Exactly, Jack. All right, let's see if we go to settlement now, because we're breaking through this level. No 3-bar reversal. Let's see if we get these 230s. That's where we had some overnight support during the London session, about where we opened on London.
We do. I mean, we do have the opening range, 1 minute opening range at the dead ass high today. So got to be careful looking for longs. I liked it in the S&Ps. A lot of confluence down that IB high from Friday and a bunch of other things, but just didn't play. Next.
All right.
We are.
No, on that end, I've told the story on here before, but I got like rear-ended full port on the on 9094 Hogue by by the individual, the woman that hit me. It was not her car, never insured. She had recently been arrested for biting a mall security officer.
Oh, geez.
And she tried to drive away, and she was throwing wallets out the window of the car. Those
Get
are the
out.
people that are on the road with you guys. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Was that you mentioned before you were in an accident in a Volvo? Was that the Volvo?
I've been hit twice in Volvos. That was a Volvo, and it did great. Like, we were stopped and got hit pretty much full speed. And everyone
Come
was
back
okay.
in. 260. So here's the reason why. This is at one level, these 230s. The next one I have is basically going to be down here on Friday's low, 140, if we can't hold this. The risk I see on this one is we break down below these 230s, sweep, because obviously, I was going to say, this is where a lot of people have their stops. This is where I have my stop. Sweep that and then reverse. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see here. I'm looking for levels of support, right? I tried at these 280s, took a loss on that one. I'm trying here at these 230s and seeing if this one will pan out. The reason why I still like these longs, I mean, I still see NVIDIA up 1.5% and Tesla up over 4%. So the last thing is, I mean, their settlement right at these 200s. So 30 points lower from here is settlement.
Yeah, 213.5 settlement.
213.5 settlement.
I'm going to try and hold off a little bit before we start looking for any more longs, at least for now. Of course, I'm helping you, Dakota.
Hey, this could be a replay. Hopefully it's, knock on wood, a replay of Friday. Friday, we'll see. We shall see.
Oh.
Yeah, would peak, as I mentioned, at 68.25.
Gold making new session lows, 43.50. Finally, we're getting some downside movement in crude oil. Been talking about that for 3 days. Finally, we're starting to see a little bit of movement, but The opening range trade was invalidated, so we are not in it. Of course.
Ten-year down to 4.155. Looking at other stocks of note. CoreWeave down 6.5%. Them and Broadcom not having a good time right now. Intel scratch. Where's Oracle? Ooh, Oracle down 4%.
Ooh.
Just no bounce here yet.
No, sir. More from Feds. Myron, if shelter inflation does not decline, it might change the outlook for inflation overall. We do have the top of the hour. We got the U.S. NAHB housing market index. Shouldn't be a huge mover. 9:30, we got Williams. 10 o'clock, Myron back on the mic. But really, tomorrow we get some pretty big numbers. 7:30, we got retail sales, non-farm payrolls. Off the top of your head, Hogue, do you know what month that is?
November.
November. Oh, man, new data. Love it.
Yep. New data on a Tuesday. Kind of weird, but
yeah, I think we should go back to normal for most of for non-farm starting next month. The government shutdown they delayed. Usually that's the first Friday of the month. Just getting it about 2 weeks late.
Yeah. Now that is information that it is the November contract comes from 3 different websites of economic information. So I'm as correct.
You got Bitcoin down to 88,135. Our boy Diamond Hands is down an unrealized $27 million right now and has not changed a thing.
All right. Here comes settlement. There it is.
These first 3, we're just starting our third 15-minute candle of the day. First 2, very methodically red.
Dakota, you're long 3?
No, I'm flat. Minus 100.
Flat.
Yeah, I think we just got to let this settle out for a bit. Tilt. 72% short.
Step away for just a couple of seconds. I'll be right back.
No worries. Dakota and I can throw down a little bit.
Yeah.
Tilt is short. 73% both the equity, short 56%, crude 58% gold.
Okay. Buyer stepped in right at those 180s. What's that?
Okay. I said, what are you looking for?
I'm just watching these markets to see if we're going to come back down and test Friday's lows or if we're going to find some buyers here. But so far, it's been straight down.
I'm not seeing a ton. Okay.
Long 2. Right back to settlement.
Dakota puts his line in the sand. Now, is this a position that you would add to, or you just want to?
Yeah. Yep. This is
Okay.
Jack. I like to build a decent position. I'm all for position building. I'm watching this 100-tick chart right at settlement. Well, just under. I want to add once we get better structure.
Sounds good. NQ is a little below settlement. ES is a little bit above it. VIX up to 16.66. Everything red in the Mag 7 besides NVIDIA up percent. Tesla up 3.7%, a little bit off its highs. 10-year yields continue to fall a little bit, down to 4.15. Believe. Oh no, the quantum stocks are getting hit. Oh no. Dakota, I pulled the trigger on my day off. I got short a little bit of Carvana. No.
You shorted Carvana?
A little bit.
Why is that? Didn't they just get accepted into the index?
They did, but all their buying needs to be done by the 22nd for the index, and they've had like a massive pump. I'll let people know where I get out. I think I'm short from like 470. I could look it up. I'd have to sign in. Like something in the mid 470s. So in the money for now.
All right, this might be another loss number 2 for me. I've never used Carvana. I've always wanted to see someone use it. I've never seen anybody use Carvana either. It's just a car vending machine, right?
Who used it? No, they're basically like, I'm not even saying it's a fraud or a terrible company or something. It's just like, I've explained this before. I'm not a turbo bear. In fact, I'm pretty giga long everything. So just looking for some strategic opportunities to lower my overall market delta pretty much. We're still dropping. We are obviously through the ES Europe lows. Next up would be the Asia lows, or the whole session lows, down around 68.1875.
Broadcom down 3%. For VIX spiked. VIX isn't above 17 yet either.
No, it's been pretty controlled.
Yeah, I'm still liking longs, man. I don't mind getting paper cut on the way down. If I could build a position, because I still like the way Tesla and NVIDIA is reacting. Look at this bounce off those 160s.
Where are you long from, Dakota?
201, but I want to get I want to build a position, and each time I have tried, it's stopped me out. And sure, I'm long from 201, but I'm only long 2.
Damn, I wish Hogue was here for that. That took a victory lap because we didn't put the trade on, but low was 68.25 quarter in the ES.
All right, added 2 more there from 210. Let's see if we can get some buyers in this market now.
I love sometimes reading comments that are so you can all understand how the YouTube algorithm in the chat works. I like to sometimes read out comments that were initially grayed that I had to manually make it so you could see them. But Bad News Wade, Ook, look at the wick on the NQ was grayed out. So you think some of that trading lingo is naughty.
Nvidia continuing to bounce right here, up 1 3/4.
Yeah, they've been a bit of an odd duck, haven't they?
They have been. I'm adding another
Just
one.
recently.
Average 212.
You're a pirate.
This is settlement for the NASDAQ. Basically right where I'm in. If we could break through these 30s, I'll tighten up my stop a little bit.
Then look, big wick energy was not grayed out. I have no idea what's going on here.
I mean, I try so hard not to look at the chat, man. It's hard though.
Oh, it's fantastic for content, especially with, the holiday season, so we're a few folks down. And I'll do my best, but I can't auctioneer quite like Andre. But we'll give it a go.
Nah. Andre's cut from a different cloth, man. All right, where's the Santa Claus rally at, chat? We are not seeing it.
I mean, if Doherty was here, he would point out that the technical Santa rally isn't supposed to start until much closer to Christmas.
I feel as bad
sorry
as
to do
Green
that
Bay
to you.
Packers, but like this.
Just so we're clear, Dakota, I feel bad for you guys. Like, I never want to see people get injured. That had to be a crazy, depressing half of football to watch.
Dude, it was like one thing we've seen one of our star receivers get smacked in the chest, right? And it's like, oh man, we don't want to see that because we're looking for a Super Bowl run. And Micah Parsons gets hurt, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. It's like, well, it feels like this, right? You're trying to buy the dip here, and it keeps dipping.
Yeah. Well, we shall see. No, I had a similar feeling, Dakota. I was at the 2012 NFC Championship with my dad when the Bears played the Packers. And after Cutler went down in that game and we brought in the world's worst, like I knew it was over. It was just sitting there cold and miserable.
Well, the Green Bay and Chicago weather is not for the faint of heart if you're going to go watch a game or be out there in the weather.
True story. But at least the Chiefs got eliminated from the playoffs, so there's something for all of us. Trading 68.30 right now, ES. Oh, welcome back.
Yes, thank you. We're trying along with you here, Dakota. It's not going well here, but
it's not going well. Longs are not going well today. We might just keep pushing lower. Go test these 150s. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of that one.
We're out.
Yeah.
Yes,
we're back to this is the level I mentioned before, 68.25. Let me check to see if we still might be some option support here. Otherwise, if we go through this, I think we're really gunning for 6,800.
Watch, stop loss is going to be a better entry here.
Isn't it always?
Yeah, that's what we. Yeah, this is around Friday's low. Overnight session lows right here at these 150s.
Looking to try and get value low. We got it in the NASDAQ yesterday. Friday's value low 25,161. Not there yet in the S&Ps. That's 28,1675. See if we can find some buyers down here.
We took out the Sunday lows briefly in Bitcoin. We are trading the spot 87,700. Our whale, it's like the honey badger. He don't care. He's down 30 million. I ain't hear no bell.
It's a tough Monday morning.
It's all relative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down 1,000. So I'm gonna wait and see how we pan out. See if we could get an actual 3-bar reversal. We haven't got one yet this morning.
No, nothing.
Yeah, we're coming to the end of the third 15-minute bar, and they have all been
red.
Pretty bearish. No wicks on them.
Really?
Yeah, if you look at the 15-minute ES, or basically no wicks.
Yeah. Yet another example of when the opening range is the dead high, be careful looking for longs. You'll be looking for longs in all the wrong places.
Okay, I'm gonna bang my head up against the wall one more time here.
Uh-oh.
Hog. Freaking love it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That I freaking love it, man. I'm gonna bang my head. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I'm just looking at the ES and oh no.
At least you got reference in the NASDAQ. I mean, we traded right to TPO value low, which was 25,162. There's reference. That's a good risk limiter there as well. But we're not there yet in the S&Ps. We got more space to go before we can get there. Got to get down to 68,1675.
There has been some support. 68.25 right here. It's where we bounced before. Now we're going below it.
More patient. I just need to be more patient and wait. I'm gonna get out. Yeah.
I think we wait for a little ahead of 6,800.
I'm with you.
That would be the lows. I hate doing date math, but Friday's lows got right around there. Low of 68.05.
Which is also the low of the week. We put that in on Friday.
Indeed. Well, let's see. Some people who haven't been banging their heads against the wall. We got our live funded leaders for this Monday.
There we go. Look at
Nicholas
that. That's
K. 22,500. Premise-Law. Been seeing a lot of Premise-Law. I'm gonna have to look at that account because I feel that Mr. P is a staple of the leaderboard. James Lee up 17.5. Collins. Okay. Timothy H. Collins and Premise-Law, I feel like, are on this board every third day. Good job, everybody.
And that's for today's?
Yeah. Yeah, today's live leaders. Probably got into some longs overnight and got out good.
That's what I'm thinking too. When you see one of these nights where, let me take a look. Here's the open. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see it because if you look at, maybe they were doing it in the NQ, but take a look at this. I mean, if you just, this won't always work, obviously. 1715. Yeah, they must have bought the dip off the open.
Mm-hmm.
Still hanging around 68.25 ES.
See what we're seeing here on the tilt. Yes, 52% long. NASDAQ 54% short. Crude 52% long. Everything pretty much right down the middle. Gold 53% short. Everything pretty much 50-50 here. Kind of unusual.
Well, here we go. Time to wipe out all that overnight inventory. We are coming up on the low of the session in the ES. To our fourth 15-minute bar here that just looking red, man.
Yep. This is Friday's lows.
Bitcoin.
Friday's
Oh
lows.
man. 87,083 in the spot. Tesla, the bright spot.
I don't even see any big liquidity in the ES or the NQ on either side. No big numbers. Biggest number I see is on the micro ES. Now, remember, it's not the same nominal value, but there's 68.17 in the orders for 243 and 250 at 68.2675. Spread bros, they keep moving it around.
Indeed.
There we go. New lows.
For the news here.
Mirren talking.
Been very controlled on the way down. Well, where did we bounce there? 15.
Value low from Friday. Dang.
Yeah.
All right. We're trying it. Long one MES. 68.24 and 3/4. Not the best trade location I was looking for, but we got a little bounce off value low from Friday. Let's see if this holds.
All right, Bitcoin still flirting with 87,000 in the spot. Oh boy, our guy is unrealized down about $38 million.
Holy
Still no
shnikes.
activity in the account. I mean, they've made at least $150 to $200 million, I'd say, since the beginning of October when this account became sort of watched.
That's big numbers, and it hurts no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, there's very few people in the world who are very, nonchalant about being down $40 million in a leverage trade. Because, like, yeah, if you're a billionaire or something, I understand you own a bunch of stock. Yeah, you're up 40 million, down 40 million, but you're just holding that stock. I feel like Elon Musk himself would not be happy if he like put on a futures trade that he was down $40 million on.
No. I don't even remember the last time I was up or down $40 million on a futures trade.
Sure, it happened at some point. 60, we did dip below 87,000 in Bitcoin. Wowie, wowie, wowie. VIX still below 17, 1691. Hmm. 10-year back to 4.16. Market's a little all over the place. I think I saw somewhere, Hogue, that retail volumes in the equities markets went from like 10% pre-COVID and all that to like high, like 36% or something today, which is wild.
Everybody's looking for something to do. Wow.
Wow, there we go.
Just not bouncing.
No,
value
this has
low.
been very controlled.
And no reversals, no bounce off Friday's low. This might turn ugly. I think we might see 25,000 evens.
Well, it turns ugly if we get through. I still haven't taken a long yet. But 6,800 SPX, if it can't bounce there, I don't really know. We're about 7 points away from it right now. So like, let's call it 6,805. It's going to be important.
Pretty much the low from Friday.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it bounced.
Breaking all the rules today. Opening range is a dead high. We're not buying it.
I wonder if we're going to get some Venezuela news.
Well, this is just crazy.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch this right now. What do they call it? The Krampus rally.
Yeah. Jay pointing out that October 10th high is 6806.
This thing could keep going.
Quoting a White House senior advisor, Hassett's Fed candidacy got some pushback close to Trump. No S. Obviously, he's not listening to me, but I would be happy to add to that pushback. All right. Near the lows of Friday.
What is it you don't like about Hassett?
He's a goof, Hogue. He's
Uh,
just a goof.
well, I would
I
say
have
odds
no
are-
way of knowing because I only hear him speak. I assume he's a smart guy, but he's not exactly the sort of like resolute rock. I feel like you want to have a head. Like imagine facing the financial, like a version of a financial crisis, and it's that mayor of Whoville looking guy out there smiling and being like, no.
Well, I think odds are pretty good. The new Fed chair will be named Kevin.
Yeah, make it worse. I mean, like, you have people that can be the Fed chair.
Mm.
Please, not that guy.
$25,000 is a big round number we could go to.
You momentarily pause. The low of the day right now is damn near that 6,800 in the spot market, and I see some support there. At least looking at the 0-date options between, I mean, where the low is now and about 20 points below it. Unless things change, it's going to take some nasty work on the part of sellers to just swipe through it. Unless there's news or like rumors of news that we're not aware of.
Mirren.
Another one from CNBC. Hassett's Fed chair candidacy received pushback from high-level people close to Trump.
That includes you, Jack.
That is. I got Ross Sorkin on my speed dial. Who's still there? I haven't watched CNBC in years, but it was always on when I was trading. Like, who's it? Joe Kernan still there? Becky Quick still there? Is she somewhere else? I have no idea.
God, I haven't heard those names in a while.
Here we go. This keeps going.
Art Rome is still around, but in a new sort of way. Here's the lows of Friday. After the pukes here below the low, this is
where you like it, right?
Where I like it.
Yep. We're not wrong. We're just early.
Yeah. Which
we're really early, Hogue.
Yes, we
might
are.
Might be a day early. VIX is above 17 now.
So I asked, why are bonds up today? Well, they're not up that much. And I think at these yields, there's still some, at least short-term, flight to quality aspect to them. Where, like, if people are worried about Venezuela stuff or, I mean, the problem is where else are you going to go? You could put it in cash. Like, personally, I would just go into very short-term stuff as a flight to quality, because the problem is things you usually would, like, where are you going to put it? Gold? Bitcoin. I mean, gold is, and it could keep on going higher, but right. But I'm saying that would be a highly speculative place. Like, I wouldn't feel safer being like, I'm taking my money out of stocks and putting it in silver at all-time highs.
$62, right?
And not just all-time highs, explosive, parabolic all-time highs. I was listening to an interview with Jeffrey Gundlach. I see Dan is talking about more rate cuts coming. And yeah, that'll probably push yields down in the front of the curve. But he was, and Gundlach's obviously a very, very much smarter than me. He is staying away from the long end of the curve like it's poison.
Really?
Yeah. He's been looking at a lot of like foreign bonds just because of the currency risk of it. Like I think he's just a dollar down type person. 200
All right.
lot bid 68.20.
We just had 68.20. There's an iceberg buy order there. 2,400 volume, 2,400 on the bid. That is an iceberg order right there at 68.20.
Now, this is the first time where I would be semi-confident being like, this could be the bottom. Big option support level. You see that lows of Friday. Did we even take them out in the ES? 68.05 on the dot.
Yeah, and this
No,
is the first time we were
68.06.
actually seeing a possibility of a 3-bar reversal. So I was just impatient. I think that's what most of this morning was.
She strikes me as a Chardonnay type, John Jones. It's all what era you're from. People my age drink Sauvignon Blanc.
Not a box of White Zinfandel for Maria.
All right. Let's check out. We got a brand new tip of the week. We'll get that up shortly. Tip of the week is master risk management. Use a stop loss in every trade. Very important. Know your daily loss limit. Also very important. I'd say more important than knowing, so you guys all know it, is respect it. Plan your risk before entering trades. These are all good ideas.
Daily loss limit, man. Without it, I probably would. Yeah, I think like everybody else. If you don't have a daily loss limit, then you run the risk of blowing an account on emotional mistakes too.
And use the tools in TopStep X too. I mean, you can set all that stuff to protect yourself from losing that account just because you went nuts. You got to stay centered. If you find yourself off center, then give yourself that time out, 15 minutes, half hour, maybe, for the day.
Every trading shop in the world with professional traders has daily loss limits, or if you're in more swing positions or longer, they have drawdown limits, and they're way tighter. I feel like I was out the other night. I'll leave as much out of this as possible, Hogue, but I feel like I'm that San Francisco coffee shop guy, but I was at dinner and I told my wife to whisper for a second or just quiet down, because the guy behind me was talking very openly. He was a PM at a shop, a shop that I won't name that's pretty big, talking about, I don't know why you do this out loud, about going somewhere else. Anyway, I was surprised by just how tight these drawdown limits were. PM is a portfolio manager, by the way. I think they were mentioning that you'll have a large part of your, if you have a 5% drawdown, they'll liquidate. And he was talking about a very big hedge fund. So they got risk limits there, even if you're swinging. Where I was at, we had hard daily loss limits as well.
Well, we got the first 3-bar reversal this morning.
Yeah, we did.
The very first one. This is where I should be getting in my very first long, Hogue.
Mm-hmm.
I tried too aggressively this morning to be buying it. No patience on my part.
Well, trying to entertain, maybe.
Ed Williams is on the wire. He expects inflation to move from 2.5 in 2026 to 2% in 27. This is, by the way, a long-running view of the Fed that I find very amusing is no matter what the Fed does, they will always predict that inflation is 2% 2 years from now. That could be like a Newtonian law of motion. So take that with a grain of salt. It says labor markets cooling.
Good feeling gone.
Labor market. What's up?
Good feeling gone.
Yeah.
Good feeling gone. Our 3-bar reversal seems to be suffering a little bit now.
Yeah, risk is at the like 030s. The question is this at a level of support and resistance? Kind of.
Yeah, you're right. They think it'll be at 2% because that's their mandate. In business, we would call that just KPI chasing.
Buyer stepped in again.
Mm-hmm.
Bitcoin is still near the lows of the day.
How's that well?
You went ahead of me because I'm looking at it right now. Still down about $40 million.
Oh, man.
Has not touched anything in 12 hours.
Talk about diamond hands.
Jesus.
I don't know if I could ever let a trade go against me like that. Ooh. I guess it's not a loser until you close it, right, Jack?
Yeah, I think I always assumed, and we'll see what happens here, that this person had some sort of inside information on October 10th, especially. It just seemed like too perfect a trade timing. But they could be in trouble here because if you got a position that big and people are watching it, all right, you're either going to incur massive slippage trying to do it all at once, or if you start selling bit by bit, there's blood in the water.
Yeah, and they know everyone's watching it, right? They're like, okay, everyone's watching this, and then if he starts to sell it, it could get even worse. Or maybe he's waiting for some of the data this week. It's a busy week this week, and it's only Monday.
I can't tell you where their stop is, but their liquidation price is 2,073 in Ethereum. This is something that none of us probably have to deal with, but there's difference. If you're trading big, you can't puke the same way we do, right? It's not like this person has a stop in the market, like, oh, well, if it gets to this price, I'm going to dump 190,000 Ethereum through the market. You can't do that. You got to, now they could have another account where they're closing this behind the scenes or something like that. But Hogan, we had to get out of these butterfly positions. Like if you were near your daily loss limit, you just had to start getting out of it kind of bit by bit, taking some outright risk, legging things, but you couldn't just like puke it all at once.
No. Just push it against you.
Although many times in retrospect, that would have been the right decision. But also the treasury market is way more liquid, obviously, than anything, especially Ethereum.
Yeah, you could move 1,000 lot without moving price too much.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're going to cross the bid offer on both sides in the treasuries, you get a ton done unless there's a lot of market stress because there'll be 10,000 futures on the. There were many times when that's just what I should have done. By the way,
Yeah, trying to be cute, trying to get out.
Well, because what happens is you leg one side of it, and then you're like, okay, just come back a tick right now. But the problem is all the other people in the same position are just going to push you're going to lose that side of the leg.
Sure.
Buyers trying to step in here in the NASDAQ. Just too early, man.
Andre's out this week.
Too early.
Taking some time off.
Well deserved.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. He's gonna recharge so he can come back for the rest of the year. I don't know how he does not run out of energy.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Just goes.
Just goes. All right, NASDAQ. Let's see if we could break through these 140s. I definitely a lesson for me today, Hogan Jack. Just patience. I wrote that down here. Just patience. Doesn't matter how long I've been trading. It's something I always need to be practicing.
It's all about context, risk management, and patience.
Something just rolled down my roof. Yeah. As I've termed it, the runway is clear for us to keep rising up to maybe 68.45 before any meaningful resistance in the options.
Ed?
Look at this. First 3-bar reversal, and it's paying.
Look at this.
Treasure map V-shape, maybe?
Nothing on the wire that I see.
Oh, it's just... Wow. Oh, man.
That was a good push in the NASDAQ.
Oh, man. FOMO is real, Hogue.
Yeah. It certainly is.
Who caught that? Who did anybody in the chat catch that? Only 3-bar reversals so far. It's going. Wow. Beautiful.
House did. Not in the best trade location, but we're up 10 points now.
Nice. In the ES?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Me. Look at that. I tell you what, there's something that a lot of these traders are much better at taking advantage of these 3-bar reversals than I am. Look at that.
You taught them well.
It's one of those where it's like, man, my boxing coach said the same thing the other day. He's like, man, sometimes I just teach them too well that they outbox them. I'm like, man, look at these traders just destroying it and doing really well in these markets. A lot better than I am.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right about the patience. Once again, I'm looking at the Yes. Congrats to the shorts who are just taking that momentum down. We did eventually bounce at a pretty important level, both in options and technically, just looking at the Friday lows. But,
Mhm,
you know,
mhm.
that's the back and forth of buying the dip is like we know that's good policy, right? It's been working all year, but you're not going to put a lot of trades on if you're waiting for something like that. Now, if we
Correct.
back out, I mean, if we weren't, it'd be a very boring YouTube show. But one that has been good is if you're on a longer time frame thing, and I'll continue to look at this, is and you have, you know, do you wait to buy the dip until 5% off the all-time highs?
It depends on the time frame, right? Like, are you going to be scalping? Are you doing this? Are you waiting on a higher time frame? And then, how wide's your stop and your big your position is? Because, I'd say for an example, like my personal account, I'll wait until we have like 2 red weeks in a row before I start to put some like bigger capital at risk, and that doesn't happen very often. Maybe once or twice a year, we'll have 2 red weeks in a row in the equities.
Yeah.
Look at silver. Silver's on a tear.
Well, for instance, Dakota, like for my long-term discretionary stuff, I do have some like shorter thing. I'll play around with a certain percent of it in various options machinations. But really, it's like for the core stuff, it's like I'll buy more at the 200 day. I'll load the boat at the 200 week. And besides that, I don't touch it.
We had a little resistance here.
Yeah, a little bit. Settlement still at what, 213 in the NASDAQ? 25,213?
Yep.
Do we get back there? I mean, Tesla's still up 4%, Broadcom down 4%. How's the Oracle doing, Jack? I don't have that on my watch list.
I did buy a little bit of Oracle. Once again, following the rules. Oracle's down 4% right now. I bought a little bit because it was under its 200, but then, like I'm talking about with those rules, I wouldn't add any more Oracle until enhance.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. All right, let's see if NASDAQ can get above 200.
Let's go.
House count still long?
Yep.
From way down.
Still in it.
68.24.
Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't the best location. I was away from the desk for a second there, and I came back, and I was like, all right.
And you just bought it.
Let's do it. Because you were looking at it down there, too.
Yeah, I mean, you took the more patient trade, right? It's like after you get stopped out, that's that's when the trade is.
Right.
Uh-huh. I can see us turning green on green. we're only down 30 points from settlement here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Apple LOL says that palladium's up 6% today. So watch out for your catalytic converters.
Oof, yeah.
Oh, Lord, they coming.
That's just so aggravating. Somebody comes and steals your catalytic converter.
Yeah.
I don't think half the people have any idea what that is. I stole my catalytic converter off my Tesla one time.
Someone did?
No, Jack. It was a joke.
Did they?
I was gonna say it's tough because they don't need them.
I know. That's the point. That's the point.
That would be a big short discovery for Tesla if they had catalytic converters. Oh my God, it was so obvious all along. You know the funny thing, Dakota? When I said they did, I was thinking like, wouldn't the battery make it tough to get to? And I was like, oh.
All right. Well, we failed to break through those 200s and right back down.
Yep. Back to break even.
Look like a nice double top right here, maybe. Double top. Looking at the 5-minute, there's a 3-bar reversal the opposite way. It's the downside.
Yeah, we were looking at that as some possible resistance up there, and it certainly has become resistance. A little bear flag forming here in the S&Ps. Lower volume. Opposite. Let's see what happens.
Well, as we see what happens, we're going to take a quick news break here so we can get sips of water. Captain Hassett is talking on Fed and Trump. Basically, let's hear, this is a little Hassett on Hassett. Let's see what we got here.
As Fed chair, how frequently would you consult with the president when he says he wants his voice heard?
Well, I'm right now the top economic advisor for the president, and I talk about almost everything with him almost every day. I've certainly talked about monetary policy. I think he has very strong and well-founded views about what we ought to do. But in the end, the job of the Fed is to be independent and to work with the group of people that are on the Board of Governors at the FOMC to drive a group consensus on where interest rates should be, and to do so, basically with the guidance of the Fed chair. But in the end, it's a committee that votes, and I'd be happy to talk to the president every day, until both of us are dead, because it's so much fun to talk.
Even if you were Fed chair.
Even if I were Fed chair, or if I wasn't Fed chair, and I would hope that Kevin Warsh would be talking to the president as well if he were Fed chair.
And voice should be heard is going to be.
Every Fed chair talks to lots and lots of
the other
market
members
experts.
of the voting members, or
excuse me,
would the president's voice have equal weighting to the voting members?
No, he would have no weight. It's just his opinion matters if it's good, if it's based on data. And then if you go to the committee and you say, well, the president made this argument, and that's a really sound argument, I think. What do you think? If they reject it, then they'll vote in a different way.
I'm going to use that quote from now on. Your opinion matters if it's good.
If it's good.
It's a good opinion.
Yes.
If it's good.
I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that in every meeting from now until the end of time.
Everybody's
all right.
Kind of noticed that. If his opinion matters, only if it's good.
Only if it's good. Only if it follows my views.
Well, Hassett's fallen like a stone on Polymarket right now. Kevin Warsh has flipped the lead, 46%. I won't call him Kevin because they both have the name Kevin. 46% chance of Warsh, 44% Hassett, 5% Waller.
His Warsh is a lot more hawkish, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. Is he? He is more hawkish, but it's like, you know, is he going to point someone who's not going to, I don't know, cut more? I don't know.
No idea. All right.
John Jones. Yeah, well, that's like your opinion, man.
Well, let's see if NASDAQ can make a run back down towards 100, or if we're going to find buyers stepping in again.
Let's see what we got here.
You know, 130s.
Break this trend line and could be a bear flag.
Yes.
What a start to the Monday here.
Yeah,
Feds Williams, gradual cooling in the job market points to modestly restrictive monetary policy. The economy is well positioned to grow in 2026. Inflation and job cut risks are roughly in balance now.
It must just be the bull in me that thinks we could push right back up through these 200s.
Well, it certainly isn't the bear.
No, it's the perma bull, the optimistic perma bull inside of me that says buy.
I have the same internal optimism.
I've never been one to short markets. It's just psychologically difficult for me.
I find it more exhausting. You know, like more difficult with mental capital to short.
Yeah, I mean, especially something like the NASDAQ, right? Like I could see maybe a one-off stock, but an equity like a NASDAQ is just so hard for me to do that. Now, every once in a while I can, because we've seen how fast the markets can go down when they do go down and the opportunities there. But so many times have I been in a position just sitting there and then it just grinds higher. And those are absolutely miserable if you're in a short.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, on the show we do when we're like day trading, but I never short indices. For a couple of reasons. Like this is more in the last couple of years, but we've been in kind of this, people have talked about the sort of like rolling recession or rolling bubbles. That's what's been kind of happening since COVID, where we haven't had a major indice crash, but we've had many rotations of crashes within sectors and especially certain stocks. And the way I see it is, why would I short the indice when, if you have a short thesis, there are many equities that you know will get killed far. They'll be more deader, way more deader.
More deader.
and to boot, if it's a good short, in my opinion, you have the opinion that even if the market stays the same or goes up, that they're still going to come to earth. So shorting indices is friggin'
Yeah. Now
mad.
I say that, and Master Trader 90 says, Even though I put $1 million worth of puts in the queues a couple months ago, I made $500,000 on shorts, but those are just simple trades, all right? I'm talking just I will short the market sometimes if the opportunity is there, but 9 times out of 10 I like to buy it.
Saw a tweet from someone, I wish I could remember who it was, it's kind of an interesting thought experiment of wondering if eventually the movie The Big Short will cause people to lose more money than was lost in the Great Recession, just because it kind of glamorized the idea of like everybody now wants to make some big call short. See it all the time on Wall Street Bets.
Just about every local in the S&P pit love to be short. One of the best traders I ever knew. I'm like, how did you learn to make so much money? He says, I learned to buy it.
Okay, Oak. Would this be considered a failed downside auction?
No.
Someone in the chat was asking based on the hourly chart.
No.
Okay.
No, we're still inside the initial balance high and low.
Okay.
Right now, it's a normal trading day. I know it may not feel normal, but as long as we're inside the initial balance high and low, like IB low in the NASDAQ 25,033 and a quarter, the high 25,408 and a half, and in the ES, IB low is 6806 and a quarter, and IB high is 6871.75. So as long as we're inside of that, no failed auctions. Yes. Now we're starting to kind of break structure on this bear flag, so I'm out. We're flat.
Good call on that. Yeah, sellers looks like they might come in and sell it off again.
Yep. We'll wait for the next opportunity. We'll see what else we can find.
Yeah.
What other damage we can do.
Well, sorry, I read a Slack and then forgot what I was going to say. But I assure you it was important.
Of course. That happens to me a lot, Jay.
Monday.
Yeah,
sir. I still see a lot of that support in the options down from 68.05, 62, like 67.85. It's going to take a lot of work to get through there. We didn't actually take out the Friday lows in the ES.
New session lows in gold. New session lows in crude.
And there goes the NASDAQ.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
Had to sell it for the rally.
Yeah. And Morgan knows. So I just love buying it. It's just. Tesla's still holding up 4%.
They'll do it from time to time. Bitcoin's still sub 87,000. All right, I see James in back here. We're going to do some quick announcements real quick. So, Dr. Volatility, take it away.
Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome. We made it through the weekend. We're here for another amazing week on TopstepTV, which means you have to listen to me tell you things that we want you to know about, including Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. Are you using the Topstep X platform? Is it your first time, or are you a seasoned veteran of the platform? Well, no matter your skill level with Topstep X, there is probably something more for you to learn. Well, we've compiled a series of videos called Topstep X in 5 minutes or less, and as the name suggests, you can check out all these videos and they all have a runtime of 5 minutes or less. Have you ever wondered how to favorite products for ease of access? Do you want to figure out how to put multiple charts on one layout? Maybe you want to figure out how to make multiple layouts and then switch between them. Well, we've got you covered on all of those subjects and way more in Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. We're going to drop the link in the chat. We're going to pin it to the top, and then we're not going to pin it to the top. I'm getting ahead of myself. We are going to drop it in chat, though. Click on this, bookmark it, and reference it often. They're all created by Coach Robert. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to Topstep X. So if you've ever had a question about the platform, please check out this video series. You never know. It may help you level up your trading to a whole new level. And then if you're looking to level up your trading to a whole new level beyond the platform, maybe you'd be interested in group coaching. Group coaching is today at 12:15, right after Shoulder Tap. And group coaching is the point in the show where TopstepTV professionals sit down and talk to you about the questions that you have on your mind. Today, we are joined by Gabe, Hoop, and Deanna. So that's right, the host of Eurotrade herself will be here answering your questions live. Now, if it's your first time joining us on the stream, welcome. And you might be wondering, how do I get my questions answered live on TopstepTV? Well, we're going to drop another link in the chat. We're going to pin this one for a couple hours. Click on it. You'll see a form to fill out your question. And then your only job after that is to tune back in at 12 p.m. Central Time to catch Shoulder Tap. And then at 12:15, group coaching kicks off. 2 great back-to-back programming ready for you as the day goes on. But of course, you're going to sit and watch all of TopstepTV bell to bell because that's who you are and that's why we love you. So stick right here, fill out your questions, and we'll see you during group coaching. That's all I got for now. I'll throw it back your way, Jack. How are we looking in the markets?
Kind of about where we were. Sorry, I ran really quick to take care of a few things. Get one of these fridge cigarettes.
Fridge cigarettes. They're trying to step in here, but they're not gaining too much ground.
Meta flip positive.
Yeah, I see that.
A little bit there. Video now 1.5%. Interesting to see Nvidia up while CoreWeave, Broadcom, Oracle are getting hammered. Broadcom's down 4%. Oracle's down 3.3%. CoreWeave's down 6%.
Buyers just trying to step in here, and I'm all for it. Break through these 200s.
Let's see. On Polymarket Dakota.
Ooh.
Yeah. One moment here. I want to show me the chart. Oh, here we go. Or Green Bay dropped from a 10% odds of a Super Bowl champions to 5%. They got cut in half right there. Almost down with the Bears at 4%.
Oh, man. Yeah, don't remind me, man. What do you do? Yeah, my poor Green Bay.
These markets are pretty incredible. As I think at the beginning of the season, the Bears were like 2%, and they've only gone to 4% despite being, 10-4. So you mentioned Kansas City was eliminated. The Rams look like the clear favorite.
Broncos are looking good. Yeah, both
And
directions are
Matthew
struggling
Stafford,
here.
yeah,
Go
he's
ahead.
my age and still slinging it.
Isn't Rivers? Rivers, that old man. He's a grandpa.
He's got to support those 19 kids he has. I can't believe he was like. I watched some of that game, which the Colts should have won, by the way. That was pretty crazy. Seattle won on like 6 field goals. But man, did Phillip Rivers look not in game shape. It kind of looked a little bit like the, besides the fact that, he has incredible talent, a little pros versus Joes going on.
But we've seen how anything can happen, right? In these markets, in the Green Bay Packers, look like the Super Bowl is in their grasp, and then it just flips on a dime.
Don't sleep on the Seahawks. Benjamin, after watching them play Phillip Rivers and the Colts yesterday, I am definitely sleeping on the Seahawks.
NASDAQ not finding direction here.
No, just not doing.
Just lots of chop. Looked like we were going to push up towards 200, and now we're getting a little bit of a pullback to these 150s.
Yeah, there is absolutely nothing that I can do right here. We're diddling in the middle.
Diddling in the middle. Unless you're scalping like 5 or 10 points, I'm still liking the long side.
So a little tidbit for tomorrow when we get the non-farm. According to the BLS, the November household survey has a slightly larger standard of error.
That's right. We got non-farm on a Tuesday, huh?
It's so weird.
Could that be part of these markets and what we're seeing today?
Well, this is, to my knowledge, and tell me if I'm wrong, I was out the last 2 days, the first it's the first big, somewhat recent number to come out since the shutdown, because we got that CPI that was from like 5 years ago. And or what was it, PCE? Yeah, PCE. This non-farm is for November. It will have a slightly larger standard of error, BLS is saying here. Ed Williams says the job market lately reflects a cyclical dynamic, not AI.
Another thing is we have the AI conference, right? Or NVIDIA conference at noon, or like 1 p.m. this afternoon, right?
Yeah, what the hell is that?
Yes.
I wonder if that's why NVIDIA's up today.
They're throwing the party.
Some optimism around the conference.
I guess they're losing a little bit of juice on kind of the story of this year since the tariffs. There was a time where every press release of like a new deal would just send them.
The circular investments.
Yeah, I mean, Oracle is hurting.
All right, NASDAQ. Yeah. All right. I've been liking the longs. Let's see if NASDAQ could get it now. Testing these 200s again. I'm not too crazy on liking these longs.
It is. It's a Dolby day.
A Dolby day.
Range.
Day of the Dolby. So Oracle right now is 47% off its all-time high, which was made after that crazy earnings 40% slingshot.
That was insane. All right, NASDAQ.
Remember, all these things. We're just back to where it was in February of this year. Pushing up towards the VWAP from the overnight session in the ES.
All roads.
I don't see
There's
some
settlement.
options resistance 68.40 to 68.45. I could see.
You know what's at the bottom over there? That very first 3-bar reversal.
Yep.
Those who are patient, you're doing well. You're doing well
Or
buying that 3-bar
dare
reversal
I
down
say,
there.
yeah. Man, that one. Little FOMO there because we had 3-bar reversal. We also had Friday's lows. We also had 6,800 in the SPX. And if you're wondering why volume is so low today, it is because we are in rollover. So a lot of the action, we're splitting action between this contract and the March contracts.
Mm.
And it was just about even an hour ago, but March now has a little bit more volume. About even in the
All right.
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ pushing through settlement there. Now, the one that got away, chat.
Yep.
I because there it goes. There she blows. Yeah.
Bitcoin not really joining the fun here. Low in the spot of the session was at 86,625. We're still a hair short of 87,000, so still down around the lows.
Ooh.
Guy is still down. What's a couple million? 36, 38. Still down close to 40 million.
What's the question? It says, how many study hours did I put into that Series 3 prep? You guys missed it last year. We were all we were dedicated to that Series 3, right? Answering questions, and I probably put maybe 50 hours of prep in towards it. A lot of it went towards the rules and regulations.
Yeah,
that's the hard part.
Because there's no way around it. You gotta just kind of memorize. I think it depends on how good a like standardized test taker you are. If you're good at just trivia or something like that, maybe shorter, but that was about the same.
Yeah,
the same thing.
A lot of it was, if you've traded for a while, a lot of that was common sense in the futures, right? Understanding margin, risk, options. I have an options background, and so the harder part for me was just all the rules and regulations was just memorizing true or false. There's a lot of those true or false where it's tricky. It was tricky.
And they do try and trick you up when you're taking that test. I mean, they word things a little bit strange so that you really have to read it 3 times and then answer the question.
They do, yes.
Yeah, if you pass the CPA or the CFA, yeah, you could. This is much easier, but you couldn't just walk into it blank. That being said,
well
one
over.
irritating.
I was gonna say I have well over 100 and probably 120, 150 hours studying for the CFA. Miserable.
I started on it at some point, but then stopped when got a job somewhere.
And here's the crazy thing is you look and like, okay, and here's was part of my thinking because I trading is my full-time income and that's what I use to pay my bills. And I always wanted to be a chartered financial analyst. And so I went through, got my finance degree and started studying for the CFA. And the more I realized how much more money I make just trading and that I don't need to get it, kind of like made it a side quest. And so I wasn't as motivated to get it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the CFA is not going to make you a better trader. It does. I mean, like, I have
No.
respect for people that have it. I see it more if you want to go into banking or, certain. I don't even know with hedge funds. They probably just want people with a physics degree.
Yeah, and Dan says you got the level 2 book. Oh man, F in the chat for that one. Difficult test for sure. Look at this NASDAQ now. That's a nice, clean, clear breakout, and buyers are stepping in. Nvidia up 1.6, Meta caught a bid, up almost 1%. Nvidia still holding pretty well, and a lot of these stocks are off their highs, off their lows. So buy the dip. So far, so good. If you were able to buy it, it's just the patience to wait for a 3-bar reversal.
Yeah, they keep offering you cheaper pricing. It's difficult to be patient and wait for the right time.
Yeah. But
one irritating thing about, we were talking about the Series 3, Dakota, is I had like an online course or like with, practice tests. And I had one of those guarantees that if you pass the final like practice test and you don't pass the C, you get your money back or something. And I have a strong sense that, and I don't know why they do this, but when you take the not the CFA, the Series 3, if you don't pass, they give you the percentage you got correct, and you need 80% to pass, I believe.
Yeah, that's
but if
the
you
biggest difference I noticed, which is nice.
But if you pass, they don't tell you the percent you got right. And what I think there's a little racket going on here because, I think that they made the practice test much harder than it was. Maybe I don't know if they have a deal or whatever else going on, but that it's like they know that if you do that, you'll pass, but they don't let you know. Like, if I got like a 95 or something, I have no idea of knowing. I would tell people like, you don't have to study as hard.
Yeah, exactly. I got 100% though on my Series 3. What about you?
How do you know?
Hey, it said pass. That's 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, yeah, you got it. Yep.
It's a racket.
Yeah. NASDAQ continue to push here. Someone asked, how do I keep such a positive attitude? It's just another day. It's just another day. I've been through many of these. It's everything's relative, right? And I will say this. I bought a bunch of QQQ options down there at that 3-bar reversal.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it's so difficult not to take a trade like that. I want to see us to get to 25,300 maybe. Can we see 300s? Someone said, did I lock out? No, I'm not locked out yet.
What else is going on here? And you're a little bit higher, close to 4.17. VIX, I'm sure, is down. Yeah, 1627. Someone asks, you guys think the yen trade will be affected by a BOJ interest rate change on Thursday like last time?
Maybe
Anything
most
can
likely.
happen. Yeah, I mean, of course it'll affect it if you're in that trade, but I haven't. People who know far, I'm not an expert by any means or even close to it on that particular trade. We know more about like the treasury basis end of it, but I haven't seen people who know more than me that concerned about it. Like I've seen some people who know a lot more. Kind of, there's been a lot of like sort of inflammatory posting about like, you know, this is the end. Japanese bond rates are high as they've been since X decades ago and stuff like that. And people who seem to know more being like, it's not that big a deal right now.
Yeah, and you can trade currency futures here at TopStep. I've seen a few of them, a few traders trading the euro and the yen here.
We even
Look,
put up
I'm
weekly
pulling up the
kickoff
yen right
numbers
now.
for the euro.
Hogue, have you ever traded any currency?
I've traded the euro a little bit. Not much, though.
Not much.
Situationally.
No. The yen looks like a pretty one-way market since May. Ooh, look at this range here. From August until the beginning of August until mid-September. Looks fun. I've never traded a currency. Remember, we're all trading currencies constantly. If you're everything's denominated in dollars, so you're also betting on currencies. Gold, oil come to mind. Gold.
Yeah, one of my professors, that was one of his biggest things, was like talking about diversification, right? And he made sure to get his point across that it's not really diverse if everything's denominated in dollars. So it's very important to have a percentage of your portfolio in a different currency or foreign asset.
Yeah, that's what Gunlock was talking about as well. We got just a minute, 44 seconds until the European close here. Oh, Bitcoin. You bad boy. All right. 30 seconds until Euro close.
Boy, gold's got a little pattern going on. Friday, we had overnight inventory was long. We took it apart. Last night, overnight inventory was long, and we took it apart again. No change in value.
No. Tesla back up to its highs, almost up 5%. Nvidia almost up 2%. And I mean, we've got Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple. They're making a run now too. So looking pretty good now. Always looks the worst at the lows.
And best at the tops.
And best at the tops.
Yes, sir. Well, Hogue, you got to leave soon to get working on the morning recap. Any final words for our esteemed audience?
Well, time sure flies when you're having fun. Just be patient, folks. There's opportunity here. I kind of mentioned it on the opening call. You got to try and let the trade come to you. If you go looking for them, you're going to find them, and they may not be the ones you're looking for. So stay patient, folks. Stay patient. Dakota, Jack, always a pleasure. We'll see you all in a few.
Thank you.
All right. See you then. We do have stats with JD out.
That's
Dr.
right.
Ball is here.
That's right. Hello, chat. You're not done with me yet. JD's on vacation, and that means I'm here to tell you about the stats that we had from last Friday, including our top 5 live funded P&L earners. And here they are from Friday, December 12th. In number 1 spot, Presmislaw taking home $20,000 in their live funded account. In second place, Juan G, $18,000. Third place, Samuel B, $16,000. In fourth, Sethu with $15,445. And in fifth, we have an anonymous trader who is killing it, making $14,587. Congrats to you, Anonymous. Congrats to all of you traders for making the top 5 P&Ls of Friday, December 12th. That's not the only stat I got for you today. We're also going to take a look at the top 5 payouts from Friday. So these are our live funded traders. Let's see who took home the bacon over the weekend. Pontui taking home $18,000 out of their live funded account. Now remember, this is not P&L they earned in the market. This is cash they are putting in their pockets and taking home with them. So congrats to Pontui. In 2, Chin, $6,000. Third, Jonathan R, $5,000. 4, Lena, we see her name a lot. She took home $4,480. And in 5, Prashant taking home $4,299. Congrats to all of our live funded traders. You guys are putting in the work, and it is paying out. We'll be back tomorrow with more P&Ls and payouts. But for now, we have a new guest joining us for the last 30 minutes of Fast Markets. Jack, who's here?
It is Jay.
Hey, what's
Hello,
up, guys?
Jay.
What
Welcome.
is going on? How we doing? How we doing, guys?
Jay, how are you? I'm doing.
I'm doing
Could be better,
good, man. Yeah,
be better.
I saw.
I
One
lost
of those days.
Wasn't the rip.
One of those days.
Yeah. Just a data point, right? Just a data point. As long as we keep it a data point. I'm thinking about getting short here in the equities. I'm having a decent day so far. Got short the NASDAQ, short gold, and then long the NASDAQ at 25,118s. But under settlement here, I'm looking for maybe another short back down to 25,150s. I am going to lock in the profits that I have on the day. So I can't lose more than $400 on whatever trade I take. But looking at kind of a just range bound market, back and forth range, maybe for a little bit of sell back to 150s. Might be late to this move.
Well,
I like
we
that.
did have a little bit of a euro reversal here at European close.
Yeah, we
It's
did,
off
Jack.
about 12 points in the ES.
Right back. Yeah, these 190s, 200 in the NASDAQ was that major resistance. We broke out and we're right back. We're right back in it.
Coming right back down.
Yep.
Coming
and
right back
Bitcoin is
down.
about to test the lows of the day in the spot market, trading 86,666 right now. Low of day 86,625.
Jack, I heard you when I was in the green room. Heard you talking about Japan and their rate decision on I guess it's Thursday. They have a rate decision, and as I'm saying that, and maybe Big Brother's listening, I pull up Twitter, and Andrew BTC on Twitter says, "Breaking: Japan will crash Bitcoin." I guess the last 3 Bank of Japan rate hikes have led to over 20% sell-offs in Bitcoin. I don't know if that's correlation or just a coincidence, but we'll see. They got a decision to make on Friday.
We'll find out if the well's still going to be in Ethereum by then.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Our guy is down a little over 40. What was the word for million? Sticks? A little over 40 sticks.
What was the yard?
That's a billion.
Oh, okay.
He's long a little over half a yard of he's long over half a yard of Ethereum. Position's interesting because it's like long $572 million worth of nominal Ethereum, but then long just 86 million Bitcoin nominal and 31 million Solana. This guy tilts out.
Man.
Should be interesting.
The Bitcoin daily chart doesn't look great. I will say that I do see a potential technical move down to 70,000s, but we'll see what happens here.
All right. Equities selling off again.
Yes, they are.
We don't see those 150s you looking at, Jay. There we
Yeah,
are.
right here. I wanted to sell at 213s. I've been pretty. Hogue always says demand good trade location. That's been my day so far. Turned out to be a pretty good one. I wanted to sell 213s right as we were coming onto the show, but didn't get there. So I'm just going to be patient now. But here are those 150s I was looking at. Maybe all the way down to 25 130s before we see some buying step in again. But let's see here. Friend MM in the chat said they were going to buy my short. Good thing I didn't take the trade. 'Cause there's no fade trade for you here now. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in. What are you looking at here, Dakota? I heard you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack. Sorry.
I was gonna say it's the end of the year, so we gotta like put out our sort of Nostradamus predictions so we can be proven right or wrong. But I do not see Bitcoin making new highs until we at least test. I'm looking this up right now. The average Bitcoin cost currently for MicroStrategy, I guess strategy now, is 74,972. That's my first prediction. Maybe I'll make 10 before the end of the year. Is we will not see new highs in Bitcoin until we see, and I assume it'll be around there because they're not buying much right now. But 74,972.
And that's spot Bitcoin you're looking at, Chuck?
Yeah, spot price.
You don't think there's going to be a Santa rally in Bitcoin, Jack?
It might rally to 100, but you know, you can always be wrong on predictions. I'm just saying that.
You're talking about all-time highs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. For some reason, I was thinking your New York session highs or highs of today.
No. That'd be a real hot take. Which,
yeah, that's why I was like, that's a hot take.
I mean, it's one of those things. It's like when someone tells you, you know, don't think of an elephant or something. Like everyone's got to be thinking about, come on, we just want to see what happens.
All right, we got those 150s, 25 150 here in the NASDAQ. I'd like a bounce off of it. Go retest 200 maybe, 190s.
What I'm looking at here, and where I got long earlier was 118s, and that was Friday's low. On the acceptance back inside that daily candle is where I got long. I took it a couple times and took it for scratch, and on the third time it worked. So I would not be surprised at another test of that level, 25, 118.
Okay.
See what happens here. And Coach Hoop is saying all the other equities are selling off. The Russell's making new lows.
Yeah, Bitcoin new lows.
Yeah.
Kind of just made a little copy paste spreadsheet. Our guy's down $42,400,000. No news at the moment off the wire.
I wonder if this is a government or the country or some big institution.
Yeah, I would guess it's I don't know, foreign actor, but they tied, you know, they timed that October 10th thing pretty well. So I don't know.
Probably not a guy in his living room trading off his laptop.
You never know.
He is. Yeah, you never know.
It's pretty nice living room if you're comfortable being down $42 million. But hey,
he's, you know, maybe he's like a Warren Buffett type. He's just in a in a ranch house in
right
outside
Mom's basement.
of Shanghai or something. I don't know.
Trading off his Wii console. Dakota, I've seen you trading silver. Seen you trading silver a little bit. How are you looking at that market, if at all?
I'm doing amazing in silver and just horrible in this NASDAQ in the New York session. Yeah, I've traded silver twice, and both of them have been really good to me. But this New York session, the NASDAQ has been, well, Friday, we've seen what happened. It was just a sell-off, and I kept buying the dip. And then today, it was the same. Today, I just purely lacked patience. Didn't wait for a good 3-bar reversal or setup. I was buying the dip at key levels, which I don't have an issue doing because I've found plenty of success doing it. It's like days like today where we just sell off almost 1%, and I just don't show the patience. But silver's good. It's been really good on slow markets.
Yeah, it really has been. Pulling off of its highs here. Can you guys hear the puppy making noise in the background?
No.
No.
Okay, somehow Bink in the chat heard it. I got him this toy. If anyone's looking for toys for your pets for Christmas, there's this toy it's a ball, and it just moves on its own, and he's going nuts downstairs. So I didn't know if that was coming over on the mic or not, but if it is, I'll go take it away from him for now.
Here we go.
All right, let's see if we get these 118s. There's the 130s. Let's see here. Take a look at the tilt. Has the tilt showed anything today? Friday it got to Friday at one point the tilt was like 80% long the equities.
Wow.
And it sold off as soon as it got to 80%.
Yeah, I haven't been watching it. I don't watch. You're looking for 118s?
Yeah, 130. Yeah, 118 to 130. 118 is Friday's low. 130 is the high of the candle that broke Friday's low. So
Okay.
this general area, it's like a 20-point zone.
Got it.
I'm gonna be patient.
For those following the strategy thing, what is interesting is right now, so they own 671,268 Bitcoin. At the current prices, that's worth about $58 billion, but the stock market cap is around 47. So right now they are trading at a 20% discount to the Bitcoin holdings. Once again, I think we got to check the break-even price before this. That would be in the back of my mind if I was trying to get long Bitcoin right now.
There was a question in the chat. Did I see any unusual orders getting filled today? Not really. And I think that's usually what I'm basing trades on. But I think because of rollover, we're just not, the volume is kind of split between two contracts right now. So I didn't really see anything on the sell-off. It was just kind of, right as the market opened, what we talked about during the opening call, there was no volume above 25,400s in the NASDAQ. So just kind of a technical sell-off here. Let's see. I'm going to take... Not yet. I do want to get long here. I think we are going to range potentially between 25,500s and these 150s.
25,500?
25,200.
Okay, I'm like, oh, you're going for it, man.
Yeah. 25,200. Let's see. I may get into a long here again. Up on the day, have the trailing personal daily loss limit set, so can't lose more than $400, but may just trade this range here if it becomes a range.
Still selling off. We do need accountability in the chat because there was someone very vocal about, I believe, if we go to my charts right here, about right here being like, why aren't you guys long? I'm all
Maybe they
for
were watching on
accountability
a real delay.
Own your winners, own your losers.
Maybe they were watching on a delay.
That's charitable take. Yeah, let's just think
it's
that
going
way.
up.
Positivity.
All right. I'm long 1 micro.
Okay.
And I may scale into this trade. Risk is going to go under 100, 25, 100. I'm long from 143 half. And I'll add up to 118s or down to 118s. I'm just looking for this to kind of trade back through this range here. As soon as I take the trade, it's going to give me 118. So here we go.
Yeah, this is right around last week's low in the NQ. ES, we're still not there yet. It's just below the lows of the day. We came within about 1 point. Once again, we got that big round SPX 6800, about 12 points below where we're trading now. Let's call it 6804.
Someone asked why 118s. It's actually not settlement. That was wrong. Settlement was 213. 118 was Friday's low. Friday's low. So the long I took earlier was at that 118 level. Once we accepted back inside Friday's candle, kind of makes today's an inside day. So let's just see here. Got a 2-lot to add at 118.5. It's going to get to within a tick of that entry and not fill. Let's see here. Just hit the market button, right? That's what Andre says?
That's what he says. Yeah. Patience, man. Show something I haven't today.
Yeah.
Bitcoin still near the lows. Just to give us a heat check real quick, we're down 0.2% in the ES, 0.35% NQ, Russie down 0.8%, Dow down 0.3%. VIX is now up to 1687. NVIDIA and Tesla still holding up the Mag 7. Meta green as well, a little under 1%. Ooh, yields, my friends. Yields creep a little bit higher here. 4.18. Above 4.2,
Ooh.
things would get interesting on the short time frame. Well, really
Jack, are you
quick,
still
before
doing
we make
that bond class at 200K?
yeah. Yeah.
Never mind. I didn't say that.
I was brushing up too. I'm like, okay, it's your guy's funeral, man. If you want to talk about like the repo market and all that stuff, fine. But I'll do it. If we get 200K, I will do a bond class. We got more entertaining piece of news real quick before we roll out. Denny's, of all places, is unveiling. I'm just reading this, guys. Sticky Kicks. Shoes made with syrup. Okay, let's hear about it. Let's go.
Denny's is rolling out a new promotional product, limited edition shoes called Sticky Kicks. The diner chain says they are the first ever sneakers made with real Denny's syrup. The high-top shoes were designed with syrup-colored patterned leather, tumbled leather yellow accents, and the Denny's logo on the heel. The company created the shoes in collaboration with footwear artist and designer Mosh. Sticky Kicks will be available starting on December 17th at noon Eastern Time exclusively at dinerdrip.com. Denny says the limited run means only a few fans will be able to buy the shoes, with first access going to rewards members. Sticky Kicks comes in adults men's sizes 8 through 13 with a $195 price tag. The actual syrup, sealed in a clear panel, is purely decorative, and Denny's is warning customers not to try and eat it.
Oh man,
Yeah.
someone's gonna try and eat it.
Yeah, but why would you spend $200 to eat a packet of whatever Denny's makes their syrup out of? I mean, those are better looking than I thought they'd be.
Yeah, they're not bad. They're not bad.
Event.
If I was a collector, that's definitely on the list. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Sticky Kicks.
Can get them in time for Christmas.
I'm reading the comments. Who has a rewards membership at Denny's? People who are at a crossroads in their life.
Someone called out a 3-bar reversal. Yeah, this one's a beautiful one. That 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute here in the NASDAQ. And it's right off that key level. So Shout out to you if you caught that and you're in it.
The low of that
This
move,
candle.
25 118.75. My order, 25 118.50. I'm gonna go ahead and cancel. I'm gonna go ahead and cancel those bids. I don't want them anymore. Thanks, market. So I'll just have the one lot from 143.
All right. This 5-minute candle's not finished yet, so it's not a confirmed 3-bar yet. But it's looking pretty decent off that support, and the same one you're looking at, Jay.
For now.
For now. If we break below it, we might see new session lows.
Yeah.
That's what I'd love to
That's why I
see
cancel
for a
those
long
bids.
time.
Yeah. Jack, you were looking at that low in the S&P, right? How close did we get to that Friday's low? A couple ticks?
Bigger than 1 point. But the idea is I'd like to see a failed breakdown below there. Like, perfect world, we get a little puke ski below that, and then as it rebounds, buy it on the way back. If you want to take it longer, that could be one that you'll just hold, a little wider stop. I think it's worth a shot.
Honestly, that was exactly the trade that I took earlier in the NASDAQ, Jack, right? Once it looked like it was okay, going to sell off for the New York session, just waiting for the sweep of that low. And it didn't do it right away, right? It didn't come back inside Friday's range right away. It took a little while, but since then we have not traded. Since we accepted price back inside of it, we haven't traded below that 25 118. So see if the S&P wants to do it, or is it going to hold up here? What's the target on this trade?
I was looking for 190s, 200. That's where we ran into resistance.
All right, this trade got to a 1-to-1, so I'm taking the risk off. Don't need to be a loser at this point. If it comes back down there, I could always get back in the trade. Actually, did it get to? Yeah, it did get to a 1-to-1 where my risk was.
Yeah, if your risk at 100.
Yeah. Let's see here. Trying to measure how much room there is to the upside. Maybe I can add up here.
I like to push into the 190s.
View up at 228.
We do have.
So this is how you buy the dip.
Do we have
I would
Topstep
be
shoes?
for
Are they
that.
in the shop?
You know what? Oh, I can't. God, time's going fast here. We're almost at the end of fast markets, but I'll show them at some point. They're not available for sale, but MP got sort of like a company Christmas gift. He got us all Topstep shoes. I think it's more of like the color pattern, but I'll show them. They're pretty nice.
Nike Customs.
Yep.
Man, we did that at the supply chain company I worked for, and we all had our employee numbers on there. I was number 4.
Nice.
Nice. Well,
market ran away from my 2 lot.
Yeah, ran away from it, but Jay took the risk out of that trade. Nice trading today, Jay. Good to see you. Dakota.
Good to see you too, Jack.
Buying the dip.
Yeah.
Giveth and taketh, but
yeah,
had a really good couple weeks, so that's okay. Good talking to both of you. Stick around though, because next coming up, we get the morning recap with Hogue, and then this man right here to my.
Your left.
Remember if I have my thing.
Audience is right.
Can I do this? Is this working?
Other way.
Wrong one.
Other way.
There you go.
This man right here is going to be back. We're doing a little power players. Coach Jay, Diamond Hands, and Dolby will be there. You won't want to miss that. So stick around. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's go.
is time for the morning recap. Happy Monday, everybody. We hope that you are trading well this morning, of course. As always, we're going to take a look at the opening range trades, take a look at some of the trades that were taken during fast markets, and of course, there's always at the end a little quotable quote. Now, looking at gold, we did take the opening range trade in gold, and we may be making a little bit of an adjustment to validation of these trades, and we'll talk about that another time. But you kind of see gold's in a little bit of a pattern here. Overnight inventory on Friday was long, and we removed all that overnight inventory. Last night, overnight inventory is long, and we removed all of that overnight inventory. So a little bit of a pattern forming here. Gold, we don't know how long that pattern's going to go, but we did end up taking the opening range trade to the long side. Now, this is kind of the question that we're talking and probably asking you about. Is the opening range was right here, okay? So it's 43.75 60 down to 43.70 30. The market actually looked below the opening range first, and then the closing bar, the 5-minute close, which confirmed the long, came after that. Question is, does this invalidate the trade because it did look below the opening range, didn't close below the opening range, closed above the opening range? Does that invalidate the opening range trade? We did invalidate it in crude oil. We'll take a look at that as well. But so with the 5-minute opening range breakout, getting us long 2 micros, 43.75.80. We weren't in there for very long before the market turned and took us out. So that overnight inventory was really the winner today. We didn't see, we're not seeing a lot of longer time frame traders and looking for opportunities in big ways. Overnight inventory played out for us. Let's take a look at crude. All right. Overnight inventory a little bit short. The market opened, closing the gap, but with no acceptance of the gap, we're finally starting to see some continuation to the downside. Finally, we got a real good test of the weekly kickoff low, actually to the tick, 56.40. What did the opening range look like? What did the opening range trade? Let's put the opening range here in green and yellow here. So there's the low, there's the high. So the opening range looked lower, confirmed higher. So the market opening range, the market looked below the opening range first. The confirmation candle came here at the 8:30 candle, which by that time we're kind of late to get into this anyways, but it would have had us get long. I think the idea of invalidating if the market trades both sides of the initial balance before getting the confirmation candle is a valid thought, is a valid idea. So finally, again, market pushing down, finally reaching that weekly kickoff low and finding maybe some buyers down there. So we will see how that plays out. In the NASDAQ, Dakota came in. He was up a little bit from last night's activities. And it was, kind of looking for opportunities for longs. Took a number of them. This is just a couple of them. Just after the open, looking to see if maybe we could, kind of create some sort of reversal pattern here. At long 2 micros, 25.304 out of those at 25.250. Looking for more longs down here at 25.201. Getting out of that at 25.175. Took a couple other longs, opportunities for longs. Nothing was really working out. And you know what? We all have those days. We all have those days. I think today's quotable quote is going to be an interesting one, especially after today. Now, the house account kind of, trying to back up our good friend Dakota here. And let's take a look again at context. Overnight inventory long, opening range is the dead high. We should have probably been looking for shorts, but hey, that's the way the ball bounces. Take a look at the 5-minute chart. So right about the same time Dakota started looking for longs, we started joining him in the S&Ps. just in small ways. One MES, 68.54 1/4. Got out of that at 68.45. Tried another long, 68.37 half. Got out of those at 68.25 half. And finally, finding some basing down here. We were holding along here at 68.24.75. Started to see possibly a break of a potential bear flag. We basically just scratched on that one. Market now appearing to be possibly turning back to the downside. Hey, ACH, baby, anything can happen. Hopefully your trading day is going better. Let's take a look at the quotable quote. Might be kind of apropos for today. All right. Robert Frost. The only way out is through. The only way out is through. It kind of reminds me of a country song. If you're going through hell, keep on going, because the only way you're going to get out of it is to go through it. Trading can feel a lot like that. There's going to be good days. There's going to be bad days. And there's always opportunities to learn. So the only way to succeed in trading is to go through all of this and take the trades and, learn how to take a loss and learn to understand when you're right and how to maximize those trades. The only way to be successful is to continue to do the hard work. Folks, that's your quotable quote for today. We do have power players coming up here. Diamond Hands George is going to be joined by Coach Jay and Dolby. Power players coming up here, folks. This is Topstep TV. Stick around. We got a lot going on today. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV. We got a power player. Diamond Hands is in the building. Dolby time here as well. George, Dolby, how you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Doing great. Positive on the day.
Awesome stuff.
Pretty good
That's
session.
always a good day. Always a good day. Talk to us, George, a little bit about the trade that you took. Dolby, also, I know you're scanning that the Russell for a trade here.
Yep.
George, you were saying you in the green room, you got short. Held
Yeah,
for
around
a pretty nice trade here.
yeah. This time I didn't wait for the 15-minute range to happen first. I took a trade, I think, within 5 minutes of the market open, like around 3:30. Held it to like 270. Made about. I was hoping to make 600. I had put in my target 600, but the commissions came out to 582.
Uh-oh.
But it's all right. So it was a good trade. I could have held it maybe a little longer to weekly open. If you guys use the Topstep levels, for everybody who's watching, you can see the retest actually here at 364, where we have the yesterday's value area high, and they went all the way. I pretty much took profit at yesterday's value point of control, right? So you guys can use those tools as well as targets,
I mean,
nice.
You heard it here first. Use the Topstep daily levels that is coming from a live trader at Topstep. And they're not suggestions to take a trade in either direction, but you just heard George say it, right? Under those 364s, taking a short to another Topstep level, that volume point of control, 25, 262. So really nice trade there. Really nice trade, measured trade. And yeah, it did go further, but hey, this is what I measured for. This is what I took. Like you said, it's funny that you said, you measured for $600, made 582. And Dolby, I heard the Why was that,
Dolby? because you want to try to go back and get that round number. Could go back and get the extra 18. So what? You're risking $600 to get $18? Don't do it, chat. Don't do it.
No. Yeah. I pretty much was done for the day there. I didn't go back in.
That's
it's
tempting.
It's funny
how
our brains
the
work
lockout
like that.
button. It's like because you want that extra $20 so bad. That's $600. Lock that shit out and run away, man. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
I'm the exact opposite right now. Where after that last trade I just took towards the end of fast markets, it put me up $2,001.12. And I said that I was going to, only risk $400. But now that I'm above $2,000, I don't want to take another trade, right? And because I just want to end the day. And just with that being in my mind is probably a better decision to just lock out, right? Because why am I thinking about the money at this point, right? Just take the trade. But we're human. We're human. But what are we looking at in the markets right now, Dolby? I see a little bit of a range in the NASDAQ. You were talking about potentially selling the Russell. What are you guys seeing here for potential opportunities?
Yeah, we can do a quick little range breakdown here. Okay, so on the daily, we're talking 580s. Last week that broke down on Friday. So now we're kind of living in a post daily consolidation breakdown world. And so the level that was really interesting this morning was actually the 25,400s. Not only is it a big round number, but it was the kind of support area of that daily range that we had. And so it's a very kind of basic, support becomes resistance sort of area. And so that was a really interesting level to key in on. I'm a huge fan of big round numbers in the NASDAQ. They tend to stick around and be very, very bouncy and reliable. Other than that, after that breakdown, we haven't really seen any new consolidations. The 1 hour kind of failed, 30-minute failed, 15-minute, we're starting to get a little bit of a range, and that's kind of what I'm honing in on right now. So that would be about 25,200 down to about 25,000, let's say 120. So almost an 80 point range there. But the market's been really, really good for trading. The rollover has provided a lot of volatility, which is great. Traders love volatility. Off the open's been a little bit bananas, but I think if you can wait, the first half an hour to 45 minutes, the market slows down a little bit and hopefully starts providing much clearer and cleaner opportunities for everybody. George, what do you think?
Yeah. I want to see if we can get maybe some downside. The only reason I will get along it's a week cross this weekly open for me myself. So once we get above like 25 to 13, then I'll start looking maybe for a potential long, maybe back into the maybe opening range of the 15-minute, which is 286, maybe 300 area. When we see a nice rejection here, that's what I will look at. If anything, maybe I'll start looking for shorts. Maybe underneath 25 100s and maybe continue to that low. I don't know if it's going to break the initial balance. We'll see.
Good. I like those levels there. That 213 level is settlement price, right? So above that, the NASDAQ's green on the day. Below it, we're red on the day. And then those 100s, the long I actually just took was, my stops below that, what was below that 100, because if we trade under there, I don't see today's low holding. So let's see here. I see a lot of questions about rollover and when do we roll over for Topstep X. Ideally, most likely will be on the March contract by Wednesday. Right now, I'm looking at the volume. It's kind of split. It's about 50-50. The March contract does have slightly more volume, but that only happened on the New York session open. So it may be either tomorrow or Wednesday we'll switch over, but you don't have to worry about that. The platform is going to switch for you.
Yep. And rollover, it'll impact the volatility of the trading session, but I don't think it's something that you should be worrying about all that much as a day trader. Your setup is still going to be your setup. The market just might be a little bit extra squirrely. But there have been a lot of questions about rollover, and as Jay said, it's already in Topstep X. We'll take care of it for you.
Yep.
Take care of it for you. No one's doing any spreads or anything here. We were talking in the green room about about like setups and stuff. And I was kind of curious, Jay, how many setups are in your toolbox? Like clearly defined setups that you could write down on a piece of paper. I'll ask George too when Jay's done. I'll even ask you, chat.
4, and there's 4. There's 4.
4 setups that you know and love.
Yeah, I was gonna say 8, but they're very similar. Like there's like branches off of the 4, so it's 4. It's 2 longs, 2 shorts.
Okay, nice. What about you, George? How many setups are in your toolbox for trades?
Let me see. I think 4. Yeah,
4 as well. Nice. I got 3.
Yeah. 3. Okay.
Did I add a 4th? Or did I have to add a 4th? I don't know. Maybe 4 is a lucky number. Chat, how many setups do you use? And I'm not talking like YOLO trades. I mean, like, if I gave you like a pen and paper, you could just draw it out easily. Like, that is my setup right there. How many do you have? Quadrillion. Sounds like you're a high frequency trader, man.
And the Jackal says it variations on a theme, right? And I think that's how for me it gets to 8, but it's really 4 if you break it down. And I actually, if I ask ChatGPT right now to give me my 8 trading setups, it'll do it, and it has names for each one of them.
Oh, really? Have you trained your ChatGPT?
We've had a lot of talks. Right? If ever the AI takes over, I gave it a trading strategy that it can use. So we're friends.
I'm asking nice. What's Jay's 8 setups to see if it answers.
yeah. We'll see if it says it doesn't share information, but if you ask it and it does, we'll see. It might say something.
What do we got in chat?
Gotta test it now.
3, 4, 23 allegedly. 2, 1's a YOLO. 3. Yeah, everyone's about in the same camp, somewhere between like 1 and 4.
See someone in there with a 0 in there. So stay tuned into TopstepTV, right? Find a trader that you like. One. If you have 0 setups, add one based on the trader that you like. Quote some prices here: 25 144 last trade in the NASDAQ, 68 17 75 last trade in the S&P, 43 24 70 in gold, which really nice range there in gold. Dolby, I know you were looking at shorting the Russell. I don't hate that trade.
Less talking, more trading, Jay.
The question is where the risk goes now. But
well, now there's no trade because it's ruined. It is ruined. But speaking of setups, that was one of my favorites. That is the stair step or range under range trade. So you have a range, then you break below the range, and then that support becomes resistance, and then you get the range under the range. So that's setup. That's one of the three right there, and did not take it because we were talking. That's okay though. We're gonna get an RTY traded for sure, 100%. It is happening. We got the data.
Back up to those 40s, and everything does look kind of heavy here. Looking at the tilt, 50-50 across the board, and the tilt 60% long in gold, but everything else looks heavy. See what happens at these 118s or 100s in the NASDAQ. There was a question in the chat, what was my setup today? We actually talked about it during the opening call. I had to make sure I took the trade, but I can show you guys really quick. Let me take these levels off. So on the daily, this was a short setup. On the daily, we have the October 10th candle, right? The high of that candle, 25,388. And then if I go to a shorter time frame, and you may have heard me say this during the opening call, but this setup is failed buying, right? Which leads to selling. So what I'm looking for is, and let's head to Hogue. If we see price trade above this level, 25,388, but VWAP doesn't, then I'm looking for a trade back to the full session VWAP, right? So if we look now at what happened for the New York session open, price traded above 25,400, volume didn't, which is telling me that this is just empty price action up here. So I'm getting in with everyone. And now if we look at what happened overnight, we had a really nice overnight long, right? So if price stops going up, what do? You sell it. So just getting in with those sellers. And they took it way further than I thought it was going to go, but you measure. And this I can repeat, right? I can repeat a trade down to VWAP. The 300-point extension from there. Are there ways I could have measured that? There are, but there's a higher likelihood of a move back to VWAP. And then if I want to pay myself more, I could just add another contract. But that setup is a little bit more repeatable than looking for a 300-point move.
Yeah, those don't happen. They're nice.
Yeah,
that's what happens, but it doesn't happen every day.
I wish they did.
Day dependent. I mean, it used to for a little bit.
Yeah.
How everyone was behaving then, Jay? They were real happy or real sad. There was no in between.
Yep. No in between.
What is take a look at some of these other non-futures but future-related stocks here. Netflix down, Microsoft down 1%, Nvidia up 1.5%, Meta up 0.8%, Google down 1.2%. Pretty chill. Man, crypto's getting clobbered today. Tesla crushing it, up 3.8%. Robo-taxis, here we come. Would ever get into a robo-taxi, Jay or George?
I haven't.
No.
I mean, you got Waymo out in California. You wouldn't
There
get in
are.
one?
Nah, I'm good. I think they're all over San Francisco. I think the other day there was like three cars like almost collided.
Oh boy,
taxis. So I'm good.
I don't think I would either. And they, you see these air taxis now, right? Archer Aviation. They have a contract with the city of Los Angeles for the Olympics 2028 to provide transportation. So I have some of their stock, but I would not be the first one to get in an air taxi. Definitely not.
That just looks like a flying decapitation machine. That's all it is. It's just a mobile version of that. I'm just not a chance. I don't want.
I'll walk.
Airish.
I'll walk if I have to.
Oh yeah, walking is good. Walking is good for you.
Yeah.
Those 40s, pretty damn close.
In the Russell, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty tight range here. Gold is in a really nice range also.
Yeah, gold is so hard to trade.
Range is everywhere.
It is so hard to trade. It's so rewarding if you nail a gold trade, but it is what I find. Oh my goodness, I just passed up this RTY short again. What I've noticed with gold, especially looking at it as a range trader, is it can break ranges so aggressively to the point that I've even considered using like stop sells or stop buys just to play the failure of a range because it just shoots lower or shoots higher in such an aggressive manner. So I think that's a good example of how different markets have completely different personalities, especially when it comes to like certain things. And I think that's like why it's so beneficial to be an expert in your strategy, because then you can kind of compare and contrast markets and how does it fit, and like how does that personality within the market fit with their own strategy. So if I wasn't a range trader, I'd probably look at that as a completely different sort of situation. But because I love range trading, you know, George also loves range trading, is that like you look at those vicious breakdowns and you're like, I don't know if I can just buy the lows of range in gold without maybe putting my entry way further down in anticipation of that move.
Even with trading micros, right? That can be a pretty expensive contract to trade.
Yeah,
pretty expensive contract.
Yeah, that gets real expensive.
$60 sell off. $60 sell off from the opening range in gold today. That is not cheap. We were talking about setups. If you have questions about our coaches' setups, we got a group coaching coming up. Gabe, Deanna, and Coach Hoop. Get your questions in there for group coaching. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. Group coaching after shoulder tap today, 12:15 Central Time. Make sure you get your questions in. Maybe ask our coaches what their favorite trading setups are. And Coach Deanna, Hoop, and Gabe for group coaching at 12:15 Central Time. That will be after shoulder tap. You might get your 40s again here, Dolby. I'm not going to let you miss the trade this time.
Oh, really?
If you're going to take it.
All right. Let's do it. Let's get an order in. We'll sell one at 2540.1 in the RTY. We will risk $50 to start. We'll see what it ends up looking like. We haven't placed an RTY trade before. Maybe that won't give us enough room. But let's see. This is a range under range sort of trade here. So let's see. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Coach Jay, for keeping me
I
on
got
here.
you.
Oh, we're starting to get some questions in Spanish too.
Yes, we are. George, I don't know if you see those, but we can bring those over to you. Shout out to our chat.
I'm not going to read them. I don't know what's going on.
I got one for you. Here from La Bulla. ¿En qué time frame te gusta entrar cuando el mercado está bien volátil?
Ooh, let's go.
Ooh, Coach Jay.
Coach Jay.
I got you.
Let me see. ¿En qué time frame? Okay. Usualmente en 1 minuto o 5 minutos me gusta entrar. Si miro como un rechazo, vamos a decir en una candela de 1 minuto o 5 minutos, me gustaría ahí entrar. Incluso si estoy buscando como una operación abajo del rango de 15 minutos, espero que el cuerpo de esa candela o esa vela, ¿verdad? Cierre. Entonces tendría que ser una de 5 minutos o 1 minuto abajo. So si vemos aquí, no sé si está. Yeah, let me show them my chart.
Oh, there we go.
It's 1 hour 5 minute. 1 hour 5 minute for execution.
Yeah. So aquí vemos esta candela o esta vela de 5 minutos, cierra abajo del rango de 5 minutos. So ya aquí ya me gustaría yo entrar hacia abajo con un objetivo, un nivel de ganancia. So, usualmente 5 minutos o 1 minuto para la ejecución. Pero miro otros temporales como el de 1 hora, 4 horas, 30 minutos, 15 minutos.
Can you
go.
Translate for all of our English users out there? They are very confused right now. I got like
Yeah, I can.
We missed that RTY short.
Yeah, she's asking what time frames do I like to look at before executing a trade. Usually I do 5 minutes or 1 minute. For example, like we have this range of 15-minute range right here. I like to see at least 1 minute or 5 minute the body of the candle to close underneath it, and then probably potentially take a trade after that to the downside. So this pretty much that's how I look at it. So yeah, usually I will take my execution on the 5 minute or 1 minute, but I'll be looking at different time frames like 15-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour to see where the trend is.
Yeah. Big levels, big time frames, those are the levels, and smaller time frames, those are the entries. That's what
Yeah.
I do something very similar. Very, very similar. But at the same time though, it's do you ever find yourself getting sucked into low time frames, or maybe in the past getting sucked into low time frames and like kind of chase trades, chase setups. And then you look back at like a 15-minute, 30-minute chart, and it's like, that was so obvious in hindsight.
Yeah.
Yeah. There could be fake outs, especially like, you know, on the low time frames, like a 5 minute, especially 1 minute. You can see that maybe it's looking like to go downside, but then it reverses on you.
Yeah.
But if you look at the higher time frame, and you're like, oh man, this looked like it was just a reversal right here. So yeah.
Yep. In there.
Did not give us those 40s there, Dolby.
Okay. We're gonna keep that
Some
order in
prices
there.
here again. We're pretty
See if we
tight
can
range
get
we're
a
seeing here.
little-
25 150s in the NASDAQ, 25.39 in the Russell. Maybe looking to take a Russell trade here. Something changed here. Gold is picking up a little bit, breaking out of this range. Oh, that's what it was. Bottom of the hour. Algo's just kicked on. Algo's just turned on. Sometimes you got to mark it in there.
We're getting toyed
Okay,
with
now
this
that-
RTY right now. Absolutely toyed with. The
Yeah, now
Capital
that
One
has those-
interns are messing up my RTY trade. Brutal.
We have
So, George,
Fed
are you looking
Williams
for-
speaking right now.
Okay.
I'm very supportive of the U.S. central bank's decision to cut interest rates last week. I expect the coming job data will show a gradual cooling in the labor market. Go ahead there, Dolby. You had a question for George.
I was just talking to George about, like, you're looking for a breakdown in the NASDAQ for a potential trade, right?
Yeah. So I want to see come to this 100s. If we can go below 100, then I would like to take maybe a trade maybe to the low. The IB, this can be considered IB low, basically. These 25.38s. If you guys didn't know, IB is in a range. And then maybe potentially if we do break those lows, maybe we could potentially start getting to those 25,000 area, but we'll see. I want to see what we do if we do come to this 25,100 and actually break.
Yeah, that's a key level. Those 100s, man, it just looks a little bit heavy right now. Cannot make a higher high at all on this 5-minute right now. Kind of a little Dorito going on, nacho cheese flavor. Higher lows, lower highs. Let's see if we can get that breakdown that George was talking about, those 100s.
We
Also
do
might be
have Williams
potential for
speaking right
persistent.
now.
Oh, we do. Yeah.
Market valuations are elevated, but there are reasons for pricing. There we go. If there are any market moving headlines, we will bring them to you. Putting in Fed speakers. Anytime anyone from the Fed is speaking right now, or anytime anyone from the Fed is speaking, there's potential for volatility. So just keep an eye out on that. But we are still very range bound here.
Yep. Another potential setup would be what is it called? It's one of the three. It's like a range over range reversal trade. If we can't get below these 92s and we start consolidating, that could be a potential for a reversal. So you're just looking at the lowest candlestick and then seeing if the market can look at the high of the lowest candlestick, and then that can be a level that I found pretty intriguing. So we'll kind of see if that pans out here. But it's starting to get some momentum here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're seeing Bitcoin
really
on
nice
its lows.
range.
Bitcoin just made a new low of the day. Micro Bitcoin just made a new low, tag that 86,000 level. Let's see if that goes first, and if everything else decides to go with it. 25,130 last trade in the NASDAQ, 68.15 last trade here in the S&P. Gold, 43.31. But yeah, Micro Bitcoin on its lows. Looks like it's going to extend its low. And that might be the leader. Let's see what happens here.
I mean, if Bitcoin starts heading lower, we'll most likely start seeing the NASDAQ head lower as well. That's one of Andre's kind of correlations that he really likes looking at. And Andre's on vacation this week. Well deserved.
Shout out to Andre.
Yeah, but he was looking at that. I was on with Andre. He was looking at the Bitcoin NASDAQ correlation. There actually also is a correlation website. I wonder if I don't know if we can even share it anymore.
I got you, Dolby.
If you look hard enough, chat.
In the chat. Just put it in the chat there.
Thank you. There we go.
Matrix. Had to bookmark with that one after Hogue shared it so many times. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Let me take a look at that.
Yeah, still stuck in this range here. Man, like 25, 20 point. Man, it's such a good range. Start salivating over 20-point moves. I mean, but there's money to be had there.
Micro Bitcoin down 5% on the day right now, making new lows 85,880 new low a day, and it looks like there is more room lower. I see, 85,000 is a potential reasonable target here in Micro Bitcoin. I don't know if we get there today. It's about another percent off.
Smashed.
Very well could get down there.
It's under $2, and it's been over $2 for a while.
Really?
So yeah, it's kind of been support for a long time, and XRP we'll kind of see how that one pans out, but it's down about 4%. GameStop up 5% though. Can't keep a good stock down. Let's go.
George, you have any exposure to crypto, George? You trade?
No,
no,
I don't trade crypto, man. No.
Nice.
Futures is enough. It's enough.
Futures is enough.
I do futures and long-term shares. That's it.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
that is more than enough. Bitcoin on its lows, 85,865, 85,000 is a very reasonable target here. I mean, and if this daily
short,
it's really ugly. 70.
Is it Bitcoin?
It doesn't.
Good ranges.
NASDAQ popping right now. Yeah, back up to the high of that range.
15s.
No trigger on the Russell yet, right? No entry on the Russell trade yet?
We missed it. We're going to get some orders into the micro NASDAQ, though.
All right.
We're going
to sell the high of the range?
Yeah, 195, 200s, and 205s will be 3 micros. And then let's keep RTY open, too, on the second screen. We'll just pull whichever one. Ooh, actually might get filled on the RTY before we get filled on. Oh, all right, what this play?
Chat, let us know what you guys are looking at for potential trades here, or how your day is going. Are you up in the day, down in the day? Anything you learned from the day? Right now, I'm seeing a 68% long tilt in gold. Equities are still 50-50, and a 68% long tilt in crude oil as well. Crude oil had a pretty nice sell-off. I saw someone asking, is crude a nice buy here? If I was trading crude, maybe, but I'm not trading crude.
George, will you end up doing like a year-end review of your trading? Or do you just do your review on like a rolling basis, like every week, and there is no big year-end celebration?
Yeah, I think so. I do start like looking at pretty much how much I made, how much I lost, and see where I can improve. Maybe adding some others. I would love to trade maybe gold, maybe next year.
Ooh, fun.
I'll see. Yeah.
Because you're NASDAQ only, right?
Yeah, I usually trade gold here and there. Not on my Topstep account. I don't have data for GC, but I'm thinking about it for next year.
Yep, not that far away, Jay.
No, it's not. We got 10 days till Christmas. 10 days till Christmas, 17 days. It is right around the corner, year 2026. So, to that point, George, you're talking about maybe adding a market and reviewing your trade, seeing how you did. How often do you add something to your trading? Or when's the last time you've added something to your trading that you use all the time, right? Because traders always talk about, hey, what's that indicator? What's this indicator? At some point, it's the same every day, right? I look at the same things. When's the last time you added something?
Oh, gosh.
Right?
I don't think I have it. I think the last thing that I added was Bookmap to my trading.
Okay.
That was more than a year ago. Pretty
nice.
much. Yeah.
Nice.
I find it so much harder to add stuff the longer you've been in the game. I'm a pretty firm believer that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, especially in trading. Only because I think we have so much kind of baggage built up, and maybe it's good baggage, maybe it's Louis, maybe it's not, but you have so much experience built up into the market that just all of a sudden trying to add in a new thing can be really, really challenging. Really challenging.
Yeah.
100%. Maybe it's Louis.
If anything, maybe I'll add an instrument, but not like but I don't think within my strategy, I don't think I want to add anything right now.
Yeah.
Right.
No, and it's a great point, right? Where we can continue to add, but again, there is no one indicator. There is no one thing that's going to by itself make you profitable, right? So I love to hear that. George got into a live account this year, and you said it's almost been 2 years since you've added anything. So and I say this to traders all the time. We did it in the VIP session as well. Most of us have enough information on our chart. If you've been doing this for 6 months, you have enough information on your charts to make a profitable trade. It's how consistently can you continue to make that decision, especially when, if you account for the times where it doesn't work, right? If you have a 40% win rate strategy, can you continue to trade that strategy the 60% of the time where it doesn't work and still be okay with that? That's the toughest thing. Short Russell?
RTY, yeah, we're in the Russell, short 25.40. So we're risking $50 in an E-mini in the Russell, and it's 1 point. So this is good to know. This is good to know. This is cool. All right, we're doing a thing in the RTY. Let's go. Other thing too, Jay, is that there is like diminishing returns on screen time after like a certain threshold. And I think a lot of traders want to find answers in the charts. And eventually you're just going to run out of answers and you're going to have to start looking within for
100%
better trading psychology, better discipline. Because most of you probably have a setup or at least a framework that you like looking at the market through. But is adding more stuff going to make that better? Probably not. Is becoming a more disciplined trader, executing your setups, like all that stuff going to make you a better trader? Yeah, huge time. So
100%.
Yeah, I don't know. Just don't get sucked into just trying to get all your answers from the charts because they're not going to provide all that much.
Way more questions. Charts will provide way more questions. You could ask a million questions and still not be in a better place than you were before you started asking. So let's see here. House count short the Russell right now. What price did you get, Dolby? 40 even?
25.40. Yeah. This NASDAQ starting to pick up a little bit though, so I'm getting a little bit
it is
kind of sketched out on this trade.
25.170 last trade in the NASDAQ, 68.24 half last trade in the S&P, 25.40.70 last trade here in the Russell.
Yeah, we might get tagged on this one. Still good to know though. 1 point is $50. Still like that setup though.
It's a great market to trade, man. Great market to trade. I was talking to Coach Paul earlier this morning. He was trading it. Really nice market to trade.
Guys, too. This is one E-mini. We almost never trade the RTY on TopstepTV, but if you are looking to keep with E-minis, this is RTY, right? 1 point is $50. Easily could have done 2 contracts, risked $200, had plenty of room to the upside or downside. We lost $58 on that one. So, it's a cool market. It's definitely a cool market that has opportunities. We've seen it behave a lot differently too, compared to other indices. We've seen it form different structure as well. I've seen the RTY become incredibly range bound and offer great range trading opportunities. And then, maybe the NASDAQ doesn't have it. So it could be a market to keep in your back pocket.
Seeing gold pick up a little bit here as well. I want to give a shout out. Hot Films in the chat says, can I get a shout out? I'm up 6,700 on the day. I'm feeling blessed. Wow. Well, that is a very nice trading day. Also, so your comment says, I want to be on TopstepTV. Well, you got the man here, Dolby Time.
New Year.
Who is New Year. There you go.
Yes.
What can somebody do, Dolby, if they're interested in getting on TopstepTV? If you can share the sauce. I don't want to.
Oh yeah, it's not complicated. We're obviously looking for live funded traders first and foremost. So if you do get into a live funded account, there's a very, very good chance that you will receive an email from TopstepTV inviting you on to share your story and take some trades. Totally voluntary. Other than that, we're looking for people with big payouts, long time success in it, like express funded accounts. That's kind of what we're looking for. People who have a good story, strategies to share, and obviously willing. Not everyone's willing to come on TopstepTV. I think it takes a certain personality to want to go on TV. So don't ever feel obligated, chat, that you have to go on if you get into a live funded account. We want the people who are the most willing and most eager to come on, like Diamond Hands here, great trader, and also likes being on TV, sharing his story, talking trading. Education, community, those are all things that are really important. So that's what we're looking for. But yeah, come January, we're going to start probably inviting more people, have more processes in place to facilitate that. So looking forward to it.
Good stuff.
It's gonna be good.
Good stuff, Dolby.
But if you want to get on,
George,
live
we
funded
did
account.
not-
That's the goal. Live funded.
We did not break down there in the NASDAQ. I was getting long in the last segment. I was getting long fast markets. Where was I long from? I was long 143s, which was middle of that range. But we are still holding the candle that was kind of framing out here. I was looking at that 118 price. Had a 2-lot bid in at 118.5. The market got down to 118.75 and turned around.
We're gonna get some offers in.
Below 200s.
Yep. 195, 200, 205. Just work this range.
What are we laughing at there, George? What'd you see, George?
I saw the comment. It says Tico Peru 7 said, I can show all my tricks as a master because of what not to do.
And there's value in that too.
There is. There is.
Oh man.
I mean, we saw it this morning, right? With Dakota. He said it. He's like, I was not patient today. And when I'm not patient, I lose. And sometimes people are just like, oh, look at this guy. He's on air. He's losing. What kind of coach is that? Coaches aren't supposed to lose. And if honestly, if that's the expectation, you're in for a rough battle with trading. If you think losses are not supposed to happen, right? Dakota trades every day live on air. You're going to see him lose. And he like you said, Dolby, there's something to take from it.
Mm-hmm.
He had like a 16-day streak, green days. So there's gonna be one red day. I mean, like you guys can expect like a whole green month or something like that.
Yeah. And if your losses are random, that's a scary place to be. I think if any of your trading results are random, it's scary place to be, right? If I have random wins, how do I replicate that? And then if I have random losses, how do I know where to start to fix it, right? But he knows. He's just like, hey, my trade setup eventually played out, and we know Dakota looks for a 3-bar reversal. There's one confirmed 3-bar reversal on the day. If he waited for that, winning day. Right, winning day. But he knows, hey, sometimes I don't wait. And if I don't wait, I know what my results are going to be. That's not random. So now what do I fix? I have to wait next time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's why journaling is so important, is because oftentimes I think we're much harder on ourselves as traders in our own mind than we are in reality. And so if you just write down your trade, what your entry was it one of your 3 or 4 setups? This RTY, my goodness. Was it see? Was it a bad trade, Jay? It wasn't a bad trade. It was the setup. It was just an unlucky trade. It happens. Yeah. But you write that stuff down and you go back and you look at your journal and it's like, damn, had I just done one thing differently, I would have either had, maybe not as bad of a losing day, or it could have even been a winning day. But in our mind, we're just like, oh, we're terrible, we're awful, we're so bad at trading. And it's like, probably not. Probably just 1 or 2 things away with one better decision. And all of a sudden you go from red to green. It is that, I wouldn't say it's easy, but it is that realistic.
Simple.
Here's a great example. Preempting a 3-minute reversal or 3-minute 3-bar reversal.
Right.
You have to preempt it, right? And what if you took the preempted 3-bar reversal, it was a losing trade, and then half an hour later, the perfect 3-bar reversal shows up, but you're out of ammo for the day, so you can't trade. That happens all the time. All the time.
All the time. All the time.
Be patient.
This market is doing a good job trying to keep you out of here, Dolby. You called the top of that range pretty damn close.
And
it's doing what it can to keep you out of there. It knows.
You don't want to beat yourself up. You put a couple losing trades like this together, and all of a sudden you think you can't trade at all, and it's like, no, either it's unlucky or one little thing you could have changed, and all of a sudden your trading day is not so bad.
100%. Back to the middle of the range. Someone was asking, was there a tweet? The NASDAQ dropped? Not really. We did see a quick little 50-point drop there, but the market is just trading range to range. And this is the one thing about range trading. You don't get to decide how it gets to the other side. But if we zoom out, what has the market done? Trade from 25 130s up to 180s for the last hour or so. 25 138 half last trade here in the NASDAQ. Really nice range for range traders to take advantage of. And you trade that until it breaks. 68.18 last trade in the S&P. Gold picking up a little bit here, 43.34.80. Silver picking up also 63.640 last trade in silver. And I know the tilt was long crude oil. I don't really think it's going anywhere, but let's take a look. 74% long tilt in crude now. That's either traders getting out or piling into longs. I don't know what we see here.
Yeah, here we go. We're getting heavy here.
We're going to break here now? Yep.
Feels like it. The candlesticks are starting to get long on the 1 minute. Yeah, here we go.
George, you still looking
Jay,
at those 100s?
We had it.
I am.
Son of a-
I was looking. I am looking
Yeah.
at those 100s and maybe taking to that maybe
Definitely
low.
looking at those. So what are you looking for,
Let's see what
George?
happens
So
here.
you mentioned the 100s about half an hour ago. We finally got down there. What are you looking for? Price action? Are you looking for a consolidation, some sort of acceptance?
I wanted to break this 100 maybe and stay below that. I do not want to go over to this 118, which is previous day lows. So I'll probably put my stop above there if I do get in here. But it does look like it's going right now.
Yeah, these are
There's
low.
those 100s. We're breaking.
Here's one.
Long sticks.
I might
25
get
100
in.
low of the day. Yeah, talk to us, George. If you get into a trade, let us know here.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
That picked up. We got
All right. It's holding that 100. Let's see.
S&P near its lows as well. The S&P did not take out Friday's low on this last test. I know Jack was looking for a potential test of that. Prior day low in the S&P 68.05, last trade 68.11. Seeing some bids step up here, but let's see. Everything looking kind of heavy. The Russell looking heavy. Dow on its lows.
Yep. Close. It's a game of ticks,
Attempting to break out
Jay.
of this range. Yeah, it is,
Game
man.
of ticks. I think this is an interesting level here. This is, as a
I might get in
as a
here.
range. Are you in?
All
Okay.
right, George. Short.
I'm
what price
risking
you in there?
100s?
25. Let me see. What is this? 90, 93? 25,093?
0.93. 25 93s.
We're going to see
I
if
like
we can
this
get
one.
100s. 100s and 110s. And 120s.
S&P looks like it wants to take out that low. 68.08.75 last trade in the S&P. 25.90 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Damn it. We're coming to the end of the segment. I want to see this trade play out.
I know, right? How come we couldn't get this 45 minutes ago,
It was
Jay?
30 minutes ago, right?
I saw those 15 bucks. Those 12 bucks that I'm missing.
Oh, you got them. Yeah, that's right. You did get them.
No,
R2Y almost session lows here.
Yeah.
Missed that by a
Dow on
point.
its lows. R2Y on its lows. S&P
see if
on
we
its
can get
lows,
these
not breaking
hundreds.
yet. See, we do got group coaching coming up. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. Gabe, Deanna, and Hoop for group coaching, so make sure you get your questions in
Nice.
there.
All right, we're short
You
one.
get hundreds there, Dobie?
100s.
All right.
Yeah, 100s. We got 110s and 120s also being offered.
If this rejects that Friday low again, this could be this could just fall apart here. Let's see what
Yeah, we'll
happens.
see.
118s. George short from 93.
Short two. We didn't get the consolidation down here yet, but we did bounce off the high of the lowest range. That high of that candlestick. Let's see.
All these markets
these
testing prior
120s
day lows.
See if these 120s reject. Bitcoin on lows. Okay. This doesn't be support becomes resistance at 120s. What's your stop, George?
125, I believe.
125.
Yeah.
There's short
It's
3
getting close.
110s. Getting a little bit spicy.
S&P could not take out that low again. Bitcoin
This
made a
is
new low.
Yep, potential range under range in the NASDAQ here. So we had a range.
It's rejecting that
below the
previous
range.
day.
Yep. Oh, let's
I
get
wanted
some
to stay
power, dude.
underneath.
Get some power.
See if we
This is
get
close.
a flush here. 25,112 last trade in the NASDAQ. And we do have the break for shoulder tap. We do have shoulder tap coming up after this, but see if we get this trade to play out. If not, George, in the chat, you can let us know how it does play out. Dolby time, you got to stop at 125s.
Like 126, yeah.
126.
I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what happens. It's kind of a do or die situation here. You got to maintain under these 120s.
Yep.
I'm with George though. If we get under these, like, if we get some strength underneath or some weakness underneath, like these 110s, 100s, it could be pretty gnarly here. But that's a big if-then statement.
Well, before we get kicked out by everyone else coming in for shoulder tap and group coaching, George, keep us up to date on this trade in the chat if it does play out. Looking for a little break under these 100s. Great trading with you. Great trading day. And thanks for coming on as always. We'll see you sometime soon. Dolby time, you're coming back for Power Hour.
2. Yep. 2.
We will see Dolby time in just a little bit. But shoulder tap coming up, Jack and Ben. And then after that, we got group coaching, Gabe, D, and Hoop. And I actually just got in this trade with you guys. I'm short from 25,106. See this NASDAQ break down here. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's go. See you guys.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans? And an even. Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's 2 paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. We are beyond honored. We are beyond happy to have Ben, manager of risk, with us today. Ben, how has the weekend treated you?
It was good, restful. It was finally getting cold in Texas, so yeah, happy to have a little reset, a little relaxation before my wife and I go on our honeymoon for this next upcoming week. So looking forward to it, and it was a relaxing weekend. What about you, Jack?
Oh, yeah, same thing. Super nice. I did basically nothing but work around the house and then watch the Bears beat the brakes off the Browns.
Yep.
But it was nice.
Nice.
Exactly.
Well, we shot out of a cannon for our live traders today. Lots of activity, more than I can remember seeing in a while. I would say that we have more of our live traders who are red than green, as on the whole. But the green P&Ls today are quite high. I've got a number of traders who have really just knocked the cover off the ball. 2 traders up $30,000. We have about another half dozen that are not featured on here who are up 10 grand. So yeah, lots of traders taking home quite a bit of P&L on the day. Some are still in positions, but one of the interesting things there about our top trader on the day, Timothy, you'll like this, Jack. They were in the market for a total of 16 minutes today. They took 2 trades, 10 lots each, and that was in the E-mini NASDAQ. And right around the session open, just absolutely nailed it, got out, and have not traded since then. So love to see it. We've been in communication with these traders, making sure they lock in profits, but really just crushed it from picking his spots and getting out and walking away on the day. So love to see that from our live traders, and pretty fantastic performance for only 16 minutes of open position time.
Very nice. We also see a perennial, it seems, person on the leaderboard, Premise Law there. We saw him this morning. Must have made some money overnight, but great stuff here.
Yeah, definitely. Exciting day in the market so far, and we have a trading card for Than. If we can pull that up, we'll just pivot right into our shoulder tap for the day. So Than is someone we featured before, and there've been some changes, but a lot of the same activity, kind of just treading water. Right here it says taking one step forward, one step back. It's been interesting to see this trader dance back and forth on the P&L side of this account, and they've been in the account for 90 days. So we do have a pretty large sample size to look at for their activity. Their reward to risk ratio has gone up. So we do like seeing that without changing the win percentages, but still kind of, just teeter-tottering back and forth. They are net negative in this account for the month of December thus far. And that's been spurred on by just a couple of days taking the daily loss limit, as compared to what, if you were able to strip those out, looks like a pretty steady performance. But then there's these days where they're taking losses that have exceeded their winning days in magnitude so far in December, including today. At last check, they were up $500 in live. So this is a live trader who's surviving. They aren't really making strides forward. The average net daily P&L is negative, but it's very minuscule, right? That could just as easily be a positive P&L and would be in roughly the same place. So it is interesting to see that they haven't taken a payout yet. I really would like that to change. I think that can do a lot of positive things for traders that maybe are struggling to generate the net positive P&L. They still have a healthy balance in this account, despite being slightly down off of the highs. So taking a payout, even if it's $500, $1,000, pay yourself something out of this account, and then try and chart a path forward. We're going to be moving into the new year very soon. I know liquidity is going to start to shrink up. Traders take periods of time off. This is a trader that's willing to take time off as well. So we want to see them succeed. I think there's a couple of things that can be done. The most obvious one being just sizing down. They have been trading.
I want to talk about this.
Okay, let's get into it then. So if you're looking at the just the daily ranges, right? They're only trading the S&P 500, the E-mini contract. So if you look at the ranges for the daily ranges in that product for the last 2 weeks of November compared to the first week and a half of December, it's a night and day difference, right? We went from expansion, trending markets into just chop city back and forth, very small, narrowing ranges for several days in a row. And this trader's trading really the same way, throughout that period of time. In those losing trades, Jack, I know you see that several of those daily loss limit days happen, inside of 2 or 3 minutes. So that's just a telltale sign that we are too large, not giving a wide enough stop, most likely at the level that you're choosing, if that is indeed a level of interest and somewhere to be participating in market action. So that's my immediate takeaway, Jack. I know you have some stuff prepared on this, so I'll send it over to you.
I sure do. First, kind of cool that he just trades the ES. You don't see that too often. It warms my heart. I think it's, they're kind of treading water, so I don't have any of the graphs because they're not super interesting. The thing that stands out to me, as you mentioned, this what Than is doing. I'm going to try and make this so this is in case Than is listening or gets to hear this. I'm not going to be critical. I'm just going to try and explain like the numbers here. You do not, this isn't true with every card we see, even the bad ones. You do not want to be the type of card where like your counterparty would gladly take the other side of this. And I would gladly take the other side of this card because I don't think it is really remotely statistically possible for this to work. And I'll tell you why. The leverage is silly. Remember, the nominal value of one ES contract is 50 times the index. So one ES contract right now is worth about $340,000. Keep that in mind as you also count that this is a 50K account, so it has a $1,000 loss limit, okay? If you trade one ES in that, you are already 341 times leverage. If you trade 4 or 5, which is like every single trade that Than makes once a day, okay? You are trading with either 1.35 or $1.7 million in nominal risk on a $1,000 stop, which means on 4 lots, you essentially have 1,365 leverage and 1,700 leverage on 5 lots. Okay? That does not work. And here's a way you can break even in the long run, minus maybe commissions, is if you took, let's just put it this way. This is the advice, is 1,000% you need to cut the size you are trading and widen out the risks. Because when you trade that size, it means essentially, depending on whether you have a 4 or 5 lot, you are trading with a 4-point or 5-point stop in the ES. This won't work in the long run for 3 reasons. The tighter your spreads are, if he's crossing the market to get into these trades, he's already giving up like a 3% edge because it's so compact, right? If he's waiting to get filled limit, he's exposing himself to like adverse selection by the algos, right? In that they maybe know something on the very short time frame you don't. And then the biggest of all is you're exposing yourself to a massive amount of slippage, because if you get filled and you have that stop in there 4 points around, you're never going to get slipped on your out. But on 4 contracts in an event, I mean, you're going to get slippage all the time. So you're playing a negative EV game here, which you don't want to be doing. Lastly, it just seems that he's very set on trading that size. Something that jumps out is I always look to see if there's a day with a DLL that's significantly below their loss limit, right? So I saw on December 10th that they lost $2,000. I'm like, well, that's interesting. You know what happened December 10th? Powell spoke, and I would bet probably my bottom dollar, though I can't see, that trade was taken there and got slipped. And once again, they were trading with 4 lots. I think they're doing really, given this is what they're doing, I think they're doing really well, that they're just losing $13 a day, which leads me to believe, I mean, if you can make the same amount of money, just cut the size and widen the stops, you'll be in better statistically, like you're working against things that are just math right now. To be this close to break even, you're doing a really good job with what you're doing, but what you're doing needs to be changed. So that's my thoughts over here.
Yeah, that's a great in-depth breakdown, and I think it can be boiled down even simpler too. The wins just aren't larger than the losses, right? They're willing to go to the daily loss of $2,000. They're not structuring their trades in a way in which they're either having a higher win rate for these less than below 1 reward over risk, or they aren't finding a way to let those trades work in their favor, right? It's just, oh, I'm up $600, $1,000, let me take it, and then if it's not working in my favor, I'll just go to the daily loss limit. That is a losing formula for sure, and it is impressive that they haven't lost that much thus far. I think we can flip this to a positive. It could be a positive $100 average daily P&L by working out a way to milk some additional expected value, flipping that positive. So I agree with you, Jack, and there's a couple little tweaks that will turn this trader into a profitable, consistent trader.
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of the big cars we show have the bigger. There's nothing inherently right about longer hold times or taking more out of a trade, but it does minimize the effect of your entry and of your slippage overall. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I'd say. There's definitely hope here, but we got to stop trading 4 or 5 ES in an account with $1,000 loss limit. That is a losing proposition. So Ben, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. It was fun.
Always a pleasure to be here with Ben. But stick around because up next we have group coaching. Gabe, Deanna, and Hoop are in the house for that. Won't want to miss it. Stick around. This is TopstepTV. We'll be right back.
This is TopstepTV live from Vegas. Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV. We'll be right back.
welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. It is time for group coaching, your favorite time, as JD would say. You're in the right spot. I am blessed to spend some time today with Deanna and Coach Hoop, both VIP coaches. Obviously, we just finished off season 3 of the VIP experience. Looking forward to a new year and a fresh season for all those traders looking to get into that program. But in the meantime, Deanna, how are you? Welcome back. Happy Monday. What's going on?
Happy Monday. Yeah, I'm pretty well. Things are a little slower on the silver side today. A bit of a difficult read. I think we're wedged in between a couple of coal walls, so to speak, and that's causing a little bit of uncertainty in the silver market. The way I'm reading it is that they're no longer sure. Who's they? The Wizards. Dealers are no longer sure. Yeah. They're no longer sure about this upside. So they're starting to lose steam a little bit. And if, let's say, either today or tomorrow, we see the dealers just closing out their positions, this could get ugly to the downside. So I'm staying a little bit more, oh yeah, the charts, hold on. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Yeah, so I'm staying cautious. I did try and long silver earlier today, but then didn't really go anywhere, so I ended up cutting that for the loss that you see on the screen. It was an early exit.
Hoop, how about you, man? How are you? What's going on today for you?
I've been watching the metals. I had a good short in the gold early and just didn't see us breaking $50, but metals are a very interesting market. Deanna and I have talked a lot about them just of recent. Silver is it's a mover. So I've touched it with a couple micros, and it's a volatile sucker, that's for sure. I think I watch platinum I watch all 3 of them. Dee and I have talked about that, kind of looking at the whole sector, platinum, silver, and gold, and kind of watch them. And silver, has been the show lately. It was gold for a long time. It kind of looked like overnight we were going to go test the 4,400 level. But once again, I'm looking natural gas. I took my lumps last week, so I'm treading lightly. I'm long a couple micro natural gas right now. Maybe getting a test of VWAP before NYMEX close. In the 30-minute, we are making higher lows. So yeah, it's Monday and it's rollover. And once again, I just always a little bit, like you said, Dee, it's a little slower and just always trade a little more cautiously for me on Mondays. So.
Okay. Hoop, so you are long 2 micro natural gas from 4035, and you're looking for maybe 409s.
Yeah.
VWAP is right now. Okay.
Yep. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
All right. Your risk is 401s.
Yep.
Okay. Awesome.
Minus the skull and crossbones to the left.
Yeah. I gotcha. D, you got any thoughts on natural gas? I know you guys obviously were talking to the green room. You look at it a little bit differently, of course, factoring in some different variables in your process and kind of what you strategize for this particular market. But any thoughts on natural gas right now, in addition to what we're talking about silver?
So me and Hoop were actually talking about natural gas quite a bit over the last couple of weeks. I think the reason why this crazy downside move is happening is because the storage reserves are up. So they're not afraid that they're going to run out. And that's causing them to get some downside put protection. So they're buying puts. And this is what you're seeing. We have like 4 times as many puts as the calls in the options market. So, you can't really get away from that. I'm actually seeing 425 as a potential reversal area. So once we break that, I will try, on this contract anyway, I will be willing to try some longs. But until such time, I am not sure about it. And obviously, like Hoop said, it's rollover. And I can't believe that came around so quickly, because I swear the last time I looked at it, it was rollover as well. It's the energies markets; they're always rolling over. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult to trade in the rollover because of that volume split. So we'll see what happens.
And after watching the Chicago Bears game where it was 13 degrees, I'm like, that supply inventory might change a little bit going into this week. Yeah, it was
a little slight pullback or correction after this down move.
Yeah.
Wouldn't hurt a little bit, but yeah. So D
structurally
essentially go ahead, Hoop.
Structurally, we've broken down pretty good, but fundamentally, that supply can change pretty quick if it stays cold there in the in the Midwest and the East. So, but D, you've been also talking to me about heating oil. We were talking about that one over the weekend as well.
Yes.
So do you think that the difference between puts and calls, you said it was 4 times as many puts than calls. Is that pretty atypical for that product?
Yeah.
Is that unusual?
Especially at this time of the year.
Okay.
Especially at this time of the year. Usually there's increased demand for it. And there's, not too many people that are buying downside protection. So that's all it did in of itself. And I don't know whether I've seen that over the last few years. It's mostly going up during the colder months. And like Hoop said, it can change in a blink of an eye. But for now, that's where they are. So, for me, I look for bigger moves. So Hoop and I are quite different in our styles of trading. So I'm looking to capture the majority of the day's move to one side, whichever side that might be. And I'm just not really seeing that right now until we get to some kind of an escape hatch level where the area is thin and we can break through it and then also hold into the end of the day. So we'll see.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I don't have a good read on it right now. So.
I mean, in general, the fact that we went from $5.50 essentially, roughly, down to about $4 is quite insane.
Quick.
I mean, about a 27% drop in the last 10 days? In calendar days?
Look at it on the weekly chart. So we had weeks of it going up, creeping up, creeping up, creeping up, creeping up. And then somebody just decided, no, you know what?
No,
that's enough.
No.
Yeah, exactly. So, So that's a scary weekly time frame. Right?
Yeah, that is quite the large candle. Retrace pretty much the extent of the full move from October.
Yep.
About 75, maybe 80% down to those lows in October, around 360s. So yeah, interesting market for sure. We'll see what happens as it continues to get into the later part of the month and the end of the year. Let's take a quick trip around the markets. We're getting a little bit of movement here. Bitcoin did make new lows in the session. Last trade, 85,600. Crude oil also kind of nearing the lows of day, 56.43 a barrel. Gold is kind of hanging around in this little consolidative range in the 5-minute time frame, around 43.33 per ounce. Equities are looking a little heavier, trying to still make some lower lows here in the 5-minute. We got the NASDAQ trading 25,090. S&P is trading 68.11 half. Tilt's looking it was looking a little long earlier. NASDAQ and ES were both above 65% long tilt. Now we're kind of cooling off. 55% long tilt in the NASDAQ, but still 62% long in the ES. Crude and gold, actually, their tilts are above 60% alongside as well. So looks like people are thinking that this might be leaning more towards lows of day here.
Yeah,
don't do it on crude? Is it short or long?
61% long tilt in crude currently. Average price is $56.80 per barrel. So they're in a
all
little
six
bit
of them.
Underwater a little bit. Yeah.
All 6 traders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jay and I were talking about that the other day. Question is how many traders are in the crude trade? Yeah.
I think there's a few more than that, but if we're talking
I'm just kidding.
Slightly stranger markets like RBOB and heating oil, because I've seen a few people starting to get involved with RBOB because that's obviously what I moved to. And that would be like 6 people probably in gasoline futures.
I would imagine RBOB definitely has a few less traders than crude.
Yeah. And then heating oil is probably just going to be me and maybe hoops.
That's
Assuming.
about it.
Yeah. This Bitcoin chart looks horrible. Yeah.
Does indeed.
Those
I'm actually
yearly
really
lows are
interested.
75,935. That was April 9th.
I was about to say, Hoop, I'm really interested in the market at least gravitating back to those lows from April. The kind of the bottom that we formed on the 7th of April of this year. There's a little bit of demand down there around the 80s, but yeah, 75,000 to 80,000. I think that's a relatively realistic target. On the daily time frame, we were just in a little 3-day consolidation after a big bearish move. This could have been just a little bit of exhaustion from those sellers, a little bit of buyers trying to step in short term, but we might be seeing another leg lower here to take out that April low.
A couple of wicks down there on the daily, down there at 81. I mean, I hate to say, once again, technically, if you bust 80, 75 isn't that far off. But I think, we've had a couple. I think, you look at that daily, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, call it not, 8 or 9 daily bars that were down. And then we got that big bounce off the bottom. And now we've consolidated, and are we starting to roll over to retest that? I wouldn't ask that whale that's long all that Ethereum, but yeah. Once again, right now, that technically the market doesn't act great for sure, 100%. It's kind of rolled over again.
Indeed, it has. Well, y'all, we do have a couple of questions for group coaching today. Would love to get into that. A couple of questions today are on risk management. We'll start with Juan's question first. Lost my combine trying to hit the profit target in 1 day. What is a good risk and pacing approach to avoid over trading, making steady progress, developing consistency? Let's let you speak on that first. What do you think about that? Kind of rush to that profit target so quickly. What's a good pace that you found for yourself in the past?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think that I ever had that particular problem because I come from a slightly different time where even when Topstep first started, they actually wanted you to have a minimum of 10 trading days before you would even get close to funding. So any concept of rushing would be pointless. And this is where I think that today's prop industry has kind of gone slightly in the wrong direction. And we get questions like these. How do I develop consistency? Well, step 1 would be don't try to pass it in 1 or 2 days. I know that we had somebody saying that they can pass it in 12 hours or something. Great, awesome, but that's very, very bad advice for anyone who's still struggling. So my advice would be to divide the maximum loss limit by 10, make that into a daily loss limit, and then set the risk settings. So make the first thing that you do in a day locking up the risk settings. And I'm hoping that at some point that the risk setting is going to have lock risk settings for the week rather than just 1 day. But until such time, you need to make it into a routine that you're going to follow the risk settings even if you don't want to. And this little button will enable that for you. Now, for me, I don't like a daily loss limit. I prefer the maximum trades per day. And that tends to work better for me at this point of my journey. It just depends on your trading style as well. So for me, it's better to have a few swings at the bat. That kind of allows me about 5 setups in a day, scaled in at least once. And then I'm done. So whatever happens in those 5 trades, that's my day. So win or loss, there's no more, right? So I never liked the idea of having a super hard daily loss limit, even though I've worked with it for many years. But I always preferred number of trades per day. So I tried to keep myself accountable before the risk settings came in. But now we have the risk settings, so use them. That's step 1. Don't allow your emotions to take over. Step 2, size down. Why do you need to pass it in 1 day? Are you in a rush? You're trying to catch a train or something? You need to ask yourself those questions. Why are you in such a rush to pass? Those are some of my thoughts. on that. But
Yeah.
it's always going to be the
Well,
same thing. I
all
kind
that's
of feel
good.
like I'm a parrot. Slow down. Slow down.
Yeah. Well, it just kind of speaks to how frequent and how common these experiences are across the board for the majority of people, right? We obviously have a mixture of new
Absolutely.
viewers and people that come in and hang out with us bell to bell each day, but it's just the similar struggles that we all deal with. It's a psychological battle more than anything. Hoop, what do you have to say on that regard and trying to pass in the shortest amount of time allowed and developing more of a track record on a daily basis?
Dee said it. I mean, it's the biggest thing when you're in VIP, it's most of VIPs, and I think Dee and I, once again, we have conversations about, how the speed of passing the combine, but ultimately traders know their weaknesses. And I always say, if you identify your weakness, when too much leverage or your risk parameters are too high, your strengths aren't going to come out, your weaknesses are. So I'm with
100%.
Dee and I were talking about this. I said that for me, I'm the same way, but I'm a scalper. So I know that once I hit really above, because I scale in and scale out, once I get above like 35 trades, so I get above that, I know I get in, quote, my danger zone, where I'm just not waiting for an A or B setup. I'm taking C setup or C minus setup. So I think those are things you have to identify with yourself. Like I see, once again, for a person that's in chat a lot and sees people, and people say, well, I revenge trade. The best thing you could do is get in the lockout, lock yourself out for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Understand, and once again, the technicals of our industry are one thing, but the mental and understanding how you can control. And once again, as being people around this 30 years, over leverage. I worked in an environment for a long time where everybody I traded with, be honest, over leveraged because it was our capital. So I think understanding yourself and putting parameters or a box around that is huge for any trader.
Agreed.
And use the risk settings because they're the best thing for it. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely agree with you guys. I think the first step is to build the awareness first, right? You need to be very in tune with who you are and what you're experiencing, not even just in trading, but outside of trading. I think a lot of what we deal with externally in our lives has an impact on what we carry into our trade day. And, if I think, at least in my personal experience back in the day, a lot of the times the reason why I was trying to rush was due to external financial pressure. It was like I was so focused on, I've got this, whether it's a bill coming up or, I've got this really great goal of trying to fund, maybe a vacation or something that I really wanted to take. But I had this like timeline or expectation in mind about how quickly I need to be doing something to get to that goal. And I think that that's usually a recipe for disaster, at least in my own, in my own trading. So yeah, becoming aware of your tendencies in trading, being very in tune with what's going on in your outside world, what's in your household, financial pressures, of course. If you're without a job, if you got laid off and you're dealing with additional financial pressure from that, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if trading is the solution right here and now, to solve that gap or to fill that gap. But as always, this is, of course, just educational. It's not a one size fits all scenario. Everybody's a little bit different. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
take
if
this into
if
perspective. But go ahead, Dee.
if somebody needs cash, quickly, you should probably just go on like
Odd jobs.
maybe
I mean,
I
you can
shouldn't
go
say.
do Uber Eats, DoorDash,
Yeah,
like
I was
do,
gonna say
do something.
something else.
Yeah.
Like start an
How edgy was
OnlyFans.
it?
It might be quicker.
Okay. Yeah. There you
Yeah,
go.
so it's trading for whilst you're on the bread line. It's not something you want to be doing because you also have to ask yourself, why are you in that financial situation to begin with, and how are you managing money outside of trading? So if you can't manage your own personal finances well, what makes you think that you will be a good money manager in day trading, which is like money management on steroids? every
Yeah.
single mistake and inconsistency you have blows up to like a millionth degree and then stares you back in the face, all of your mistakes. And there is no time between the mistake and the consequence. It is instantaneous. And that, I think, trips people up more than anything. So unless you're really relatively comfortable in your life, I'm not saying you have to be like super wealthy or anything, but you're comfortable, you have a stable job, you have something that pays you, yeah, then trading, learn to trade, get an extra income, then size up over time. But we cannot go from zero to hero overnight. That just doesn't work. Usually people who make it overnight are very unusual people to begin with, and they're already super disciplined with their own money from a very young age. And that's not the norm. So I think that's a part of the problem too.
Agreed. Coach Dakota says, tried OnlyFans didn't really work out. So that's thanks, Dakota. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Now, Dakota,
Yeah.
now you're going to get a whole bunch of people going, where can we find it?
Yeah. He's trying boxing now for a second career, right at 30.
Yeah, I don't think that really pays much, though. I think that's more so
No.
just to get the crap beaten out of you here and there.
Yeah,
Humbling
exactly.
experience, right? But all right. Well, Juan, I hope that was a little bit of perspective. Once again, I think there's going to be plenty of different ways to approach it, but I think the common theme to summarize or consolidate would be become aware of what your weaknesses are, have some fail safes in place. You have some great tools that to access throughout Topstep X to be able to lock out your risk settings so you can't change them intraday. Make a habit of doing that at the top of the session, right at the reopen in the evening. That way, even if you don't trade the evening or you come back in London or New York, they're already in place and you can't go modify them. But make a habit of that, put that in your daily routine, and then identify, to Dee's point, whether or not a daily loss limit makes sense or maybe a trade limit, depending on what type of trader you are and what fits your style more. But yeah, all good things, guys. Appreciate both of your input. Real quick, check around the markets here. Not really a whole lot happening across the equities here. We have come off and made another. We actually recently just made a 5-minute higher low on both the ES and the NASDAQ, made about a relatively equal low. So we're getting a little bit of some buyers showing up here. 68.18 last trade in the ES, 25,125 here in the NASDAQ. Gold obviously has settled, but now we are pushing a little higher, 43.39 per ounce last trade. Crude looking to make its way down slowly but surely. Nice little trickle down to the lows, 56.41 currently per barrel. And then Bitcoin just made a pop off the 85,200s. Last trade, 85,845 per MBT. We do have one more question that I want to get through today. It's also in the same conversation on risk management, but so it might be a little redundant, but I'm going to hit it anyway. We got Faisal in the chat. Asked, my main question is, how do I stick to a daily loss limit and make it impossible to change it, especially when revenge trading takes over? So I mentioned this because, one, I want to acknowledge the question, but I think we really answered that in this last question too. And it's really just taking advantage of the risk tools that you have. No matter the platform that you are on, no matter what firm you are with, if you're in a personal account, you just need to find ways to instill some fail-safe, some mechanisms that will catch you when your flesh or when your mind is not in the state to catch yourself. So Topstep X, of course, has all those wonderful risk settings. Go over though, set those up for the day, whether it's a daily loss limit that you want to set for yourself and to have it liquidate and block you, whether it's a maximum amount of trades per day that you need to set for yourself, contract limits. You have a lot of great tools here to take advantage of. But Faisal, I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I think we kind of answered that the last one, but I just wanted to make sure you are acknowledged that we see your question. And I hope that you're able to get the answer that you're looking
for. And you said it, liquidate and block, not liquidate. End the day.
It has to block.
Cut it off. I think
are
a lot of people say liquidate, and then next thing they know, they're back in the market again.
Yep. Changing the daily loss limit, getting right back in there.
Just one more trade.
Yeah. I got
Think about when it comes to revenge trading, depending on your trade style, if you exited a trade, whether you got stopped out or took your profits, and you're tempted to re-enter within the next 1 to 2 minutes, I pretty positive there's a high likelihood that your setup's really not there and you're just chasing the move that you're missing. Most of the time,
Yeah.
unless you're a super, tick chart, 30-second chart scalper and your setup appears pretty consistently, for the most part, I'd imagine that the setup that was there is not really there again, and you're just trying to jump into it for the sake of potentially missing what you were originally anticipating. And that's really where maybe a trade limit could come into play, because if you are finding yourself trying to jump back into the same thesis over and over and over again within a short amount of time, that's where you need to have something to say, hey, you're going outside your process. You're going outside your plan.
Yeah, I mean, following plans seems to be a pretty difficult thing for most. But if you have levels that are statistically tested and you've lived through them, this is why staying in combines and evals for a longer period than 1 or 2 days is so valuable, then you should trust those and you won't be scared because you can always explain to yourself why the trade didn't work. So I like to write things down on a piece of paper, or I used to, not so much these days. But whenever I wanted to explain to myself why I shouldn't be in a trade, I would actually write it down. And I would say, well, the invalidation point was here, and if we broke it, I shouldn't be in this trade anymore. Therefore, that's not a part of the plan anymore. And by writing it down actually manually with your hand, not typing it out, you're almost telling your subconscious to chill out and that it's okay, that it's safe. Because ultimately, any sort of malfunctioning of the brain intraday, it happens as a result of a fight or flight response. And there's no other explanation. It's always fight or flight. You get stuck thinking that you have to get the money back, and you're like, okay, well, that one didn't work, but let me try again and again. And now you want to get back at the market. Like, the market doesn't even know we're there. So who are you getting back at? No one. But
No,
to me,
market
it became a little
states
bit
change.
silly. Yes,
Mhm.
that too. Yeah. You can
I
ask
mean,
yourself
I
that
started
as well.
talking
Is the
about
market still
rollover
the same?
2 weeks ago because I just like to get with equities, I just like to get my brain in that mindset. And once again, that's years of being around it. Everybody's going to look at it different. But I just know the market for me over the years tends to contract. It ranges. It doesn't get as, it has all these characteristics. So I just like getting my mind saying, okay, rollover's going to sneak up on me. All of a sudden, I'm going to think my strategy's changed, and really the market's changed. So it's up to me to either, and like I say, and Hogue said, respect the rollover. You can trade in it. There's plenty of opportunities. And if it doesn't, this is why I trade other markets, natural gas, like cattle. I mean, I look at other things because during those 2 to 3 week period, it just, once again, I'm not a great range trader. So I just identify the market state. And I think when you write that down, like you said, Dee, you just say, hey, it's rollover. Or in any market, we talk about in Crude, it rolls every month. So just being aware of it is half the battle.
Yeah, here's a question for the chat. How many of you actually put down the weekly and daily plan into just a simple Word document? Or do you just appear in front of the charts and go, right, let's go? Well, that would be your first problem, right? Not having a plan. Now, you cannot have a plan once you've traded successfully for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Because then it's so ingrained in you that you don't have to write things down because it's always the same. Same playbook, same levels, same everything, right? Just the volatility changes over time. But if you're somebody who's been trading less than 5 years and you're not profitable, even if you're trading more than 5 years, but you're still not profitable, consider that maybe change nothing changes. I've said that before. Consider that you need to put some firmer, how would I say it?
Structure.
More structure to your day. Yeah, thanks, Gabe.
Yeah, I got you.
So yeah, it's you have to ask yourself, what do you want out of this? How serious are you about making trading work for you? If you're not that serious, if it's just like something you do on the side, because I've had somebody in the Euro trade who's coming in, spamming the chat, and then going, "Oh, I don't need this. I'm pretty well capitalized." And I'm like, "Okay, but you're still not approaching it seriously." Like, I can appreciate that you don't mind spending, a number of cash on evals, but there are other people who are not in that situation. So let's cater to those people rather than the few that are fortunate to not need the extra money from prop. And that comes with structure. So you need to look at this just like any other skill. If you were to, like I did bodybuilding as an amateur bodybuilder for years, you don't get to a point where you're lifting heavier and you're doing more difficult exercises by just rocking up to the gym, putting the leg press on like 300 kilograms, and just hoping that your back won't give out on that first day. You have to build up to that, right? Otherwise, it's a bit silly. And me seeing people oversize way before they're ready, that's exactly what they're doing. They're walking into a gym, picking up the heaviest piece of weight and going, "Whoa!" And they're expecting that everything's going to hold up. It won't.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, you got to be able to track, right? As a bodybuilder, think about it. You need to be able to log and
absolutely
look at the progression and the weight. So that way you have a strategy. All right, this is how quickly I'm going to progress or to scale up in weight. This is what I did, yesterday or last week. I'm going to look to add a couple pounds. And that could, for the trading concept, that could be literally adding a micro.
Absolutely.
Each week. Hey, I did really well with 2 this week. Let me bump up to 3 next week and see how that goes.
Exactly. Don't go from 2 micros to 2 minis, because you're going to derail all of the progress. And then you're going to be bummed out on the weekend because you ruined all the progress. It's like, why did you do that to yourself? Just don't be kind.
And then, injuries, right? Injuries can take you out. And an injury in the gym could be a financial, hiccup or something that you ended up seeing as an outcome due to some of the habits and decisions you made in trading. And that could put more pressure and stress on yourself. Yeah.
You can think of the injury in trading as psychological trauma, because that's the injury you caused to yourself.
Yeah. Truth. Absolutely. Well, we are pretty much out of time. We got about a few minutes before the next segment here. I know we have the lovely Anne-Marie in the green room waiting to come and hang out with us for the 1 p.m. segment. We do have a little bit of buying coming into the equities. I do want to just rattle off a couple prices and we'll get out of here. 68.25 last trade in the ES. We are pushing the last 5-minute high. NASDAQ trading above 25,150s. Crude coming off the lows, 56.52 a barrel. Bitcoin coming off the lows, a little over 86,000 per Bitcoin now. And gold also pushing highs. The recent 5-minute high of around 4341.7. Well, Deanna, Hoop, any last comments before we get out of here for the day?
Just trade for tomorrow. That's still a Michael MP classic. That's what we're all trying to do, right? Manage the risk and trade for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm with
How about you?
Trade for tomorrow. Same. Yeah, trade for tomorrow. Don't let one day derail your progress, because ultimately you want to keep pushing forward and not go like that guy on that live account, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. We don't want to do that. So whenever something's not working, tweak it, track it, review the next week. I would actually advise everybody to read a book called The 12-Week Year. That was pretty life-changing for me when I first found it. I don't remember who the author is, but it's very easy to find on Amazon.
Year.
Yeah.
Write it down.
Ryan Morgan and Michael Lennington.
Yes, that's the one. Because a full year, 12 months, you kind of forget where you started. But if you set yourself a goal in 12 weeks, that's much, much closer, and it creeps up on you really quickly. So maybe start there and realize that making small goals for yourself along the way, rather than this one big, massive goal, like I will make $1 million tomorrow. Just start with $1,000 for the week. See how that goes. And trust me, it will definitely change your perspective on how you look at goals in general.
I like it. All right, so the 12-week year?
Yeah.
That's the one, right?
12-week year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go look into that myself. It sounds intriguing.
Mhm.
All right, y'all. Well, grateful to be here with you as always. Chat, we love you. Hope you had a good session. Enjoy the rest of your day. This is the last time I'll see you guys. Hoop, you'll be around for next hour. We got Jack and Marie and Hoop coming to stay for Trade with Topstep next. And outside of that, yeah, you guys enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Eat. We'll see you, I'm sure, later this week. Perfect. All right. Well, we're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's two paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. I am
Check you out.
joined by Hoop and Anne Marie. Anne Marie, what time is it where you are?
It is 4 a.m.
Ah, yes. Anne Marie is joining us from Tokyo, Japan. Well, thank you for doing that. I admire the stick-to-itiveness to actually be here for that. But
Team
you're feeling good.
Topstep.
You ready to trade? Okay. Awesome stuff. Hoop, you're back on. I was taking lunch during your last thing. You got any trades on?
I am still and probably close to getting stopped out of last two micro natural gas down here. But yeah, I'm long a little bit higher from here, 40, 30, 40, 35, and we're kind of creeping down towards the lows. I saw you talking about natural gas last night, Anne Marie.
Yes. I'm trying to wait. When was that actually? Yeah.
Yeah,
We
was
were
that 2
talking
days
about
ago
that.
or was that, yeah.
Hard to tell. They're all bleeding
Right.
together.
Mhm.
Yeah, my thought was that nat gas was going to sort of disconnect from its seasonal rotations and sort of follow along with oil because there's such a concerted and orchestrated effort to keep the price of energy down. And that could be just me, thinking a little bit more than I should about what might be happening there. But I do see a drift down in the face of all this extreme cold and a drift down in oil when clearly a lot of these organizations that are producing the oil and refining it are pretty close to maximum capacity. It's not like they can go out and go, hey, let's just keep going. So and as it gets cheaper, fewer and fewer companies get to do that because they aren't going to turn a profit. And so we're getting ready to see a really big punch up. I just don't know when the levee is going to break, but it is going to break. And when it breaks, it's going to break hard.
Yeah, crude is, it's not really a great seasonal time for it either, right? I mean, obviously there's demand in heating oil, but unleaded gas and, crude is it's not a huge time for it in terms of demand. But once again, the administration's been leaning on it. So,
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing.
55 seems to be the next target. I mean, that seems
Yeah,
to
and
be
that's where the put
everybody
wall
wants.
is. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's where the put wall is sitting, right way down there at 55.
What about Bitcoin, Anne Marie? Are you still
Well,
in that? Did you sell the rally up there
I
at 94? Or
I did not. I did not. I continued to take the small trades down. Notice, here's something super bizarre. The call wall in Bitcoin is all the way down at 80,000. The call wall, right?
Yeah.
The put wall, yeah, it's super crazy in there. What's really interesting is you can tell the sophistication of the option trader playing inside of these spaces. And Bitcoin, there's not a lot of super sophisticated options traders playing in that market. There's a ton of, you can see a lot of traders getting caught off sides in the option chains. They're just, feeding pigeons in the park day after day.
As we saw in the 13F, I will reiterate, Harvard did not buy $500 billion worth of IBIT just to sit on it. They're playing around with, I would guess, basis trades, maybe options. Those aren't included in there. I want to flip back to the equities really quick just to point out we've been rallying a little bit. We've really held nicely to the line 6,800 in the SPX. Bounced out 1, 2, 3 times, have not been able to go through that. Now we're trying to rally to the top of this range. We got overnight VWAP up at 6,832. I do see a little bit of shrinking options resistance right about here, 6,830. If we can get through that, it's pretty clear to rally above. But for now, I'm just sitting with my hands aren't on my butt. You can see my hand right here. But are you guys looking at anything in the equities, or are we just doing natural gas, Bitcoin?
I mean, on the equities, I
Spurs?
think, I don't know, settlement, we're not far from there. Maybe see how we act around there. This is top of the range, 68.28. I seem to have the magic touch at the top of a range where I think we are now. I'll be the last person that gets, and we'll start to break out to the upside. So, looks like top of the range to me around the 68.30 area. Probably, short up in here above, 30, 31 and see how we act. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Yeah, I
Really
agree. I think
quick.
it's super
Go
choppy.
ahead.
No, no,
Mm-hmm.
that's all.
Really quick, I want to check in on our friend, and this is what I'm spending all my time looking at right now is that one Bitcoin account at Hyperliquid. Um, we have gotten a bounce. We bottomed out in the spot market, Bitcoin below. Oh, we got down to about 85, 182. We've popped about $1,200. But just to put that in perspective with our friend here, I saw them down as much as littering, and they were down as much as $57 million on this trade. Right now, they are down about 50 million. They've made a lot of money in the past. Let's see if the magic continues. You can pretty much estimate what this person is doing or their position value by the fact that Emery, this person's long 191,000 Ethereum, 1,000 Bitcoin, and 250,000 Solana. So small prices make a big difference with that.
Wow.
One-sided.
Yeah.
That's
Wow.
for sure. Yeah.
Hmm.
So one of the things that I've noticed about what the market is doing is once our inventory builds in the overnight in whatever direction, we have an inventory correction. And so, yeah, so we have that unwind. And so what we're really seeing is sideways markets. They're just sideways or just kind of big. And a lot of traders that are looking for trending formations or momentum style formations, they're getting themselves on the wrong side because they're looking for things like 4-to-1 or 2-to-1 or some sort of measure that's been working for them in the past. As I was reading the messages on Market Kickoff last night, what I saw was, a number of folks saying, hey, I was used to this, but now I'm holding trades for 20 minutes and they seem to be, that's all they're giving me. And something to remember is when your wash, rinse, repeat, every single one of us has a strategy, right? And so we should be wash, rinse, repeat on that particular strategy. But when that stops working, the first thing you need to do is just zoom out. And zooming out will give you a much bigger understanding of the landscape. And everybody's waiting for the Santa Claus rally, but we've got the seasonality measures that put us in these super jagged spaces. And so just don't, for the trader that's for that Santa rally, just focus on where is support, where is resistance, get back to your basics. And, like we all say ad infinitum, just don't lever up so insanely. I was listening to the card that you guys were talking about, and legitimately, if that guy just cut back on 3 of those contracts, he'd probably, even if he kept the same stop area, he'd probably be doing way better in terms of, because the fact that he's holding water, it's really, he's picking basically the right spots, but it's hard to hold yourself to be exact in the market. It's just not gonna, even if you are exact, there's slippage for sure.
Oh, exactly. And you almost take it to its extreme. I think they do it because they can only trade 4 or 5 contracts, 5 contracts max in that account. But it's like, what amount of leverage would be too much? I mean, if you're going to take a 4-point stop, would you put on a 2-point stop for a 10 lot? Would you put a 1-point stop on for a 20
Yeah.
lot? You know,
Yeah.
or just do 80 with a 1-tick stop. I mean, at some point, everyone reaches the point, we all agree there's a spot at which you're just mathematically too levered. And
Mhm.
I think that card was definitely on that end of the curve.
For sure.
Anne
Do you
Marie,
stop out, Hoop?
roll
Yes.
over. Roll over. So on equities. So everybody talks about switch days. Switch days, like to me, and this goes back to the floor and always even from prop, the switch day is always kind of the day or two of it. And we're getting pretty close to it. And I don't know if it'll be on the open tonight or the next day. But what, you know, we always have these analogies. How do you look at roll, like right where we're at right now when we're getting ready to switch? Because I always used to say, you know, because I spend so much time in my career looking at boards that had prices on them, and even now I look at price, but now I'm going to look at the March contract, which is 60 points higher than where we're trading right now.
Yeah.
So I used to always say what it used to do to me, like, why am I talking about something so much higher than it once was? So what it used to do to me mentally was, why are we all of a sudden trading up here? So I'm just curious that, do you look at all of, and once again, you know, that's the equities, right? There's always that premium. But when you're so used to looking at one price and then you start looking at it at a new price, you're like, because now all of a sudden we'll start be talking about, you know, 6,900 or something like that. So I'm just curious what your take is on this kind of pivotal couple days in here. And of course, we're going to have an unemployment number too. Right in
Yeah,
it.
you know, the mix is pretty sticky, right? Because one, we are going to have the biggest OPEX this Friday that we've ever had. And interestingly enough, the week after that is also a huge OPEX event. So we've got all this options expiration stuff going on. We have the VIX contracts expiring after OPEX. And so whenever that happens, check your calendars. Whenever that happens, it normally gives us some kind of rotational flip. So although our focus is just now looking at the rollover, folks who are trading that forward contract way in the future already know the seasonality. We as futures traders, we lean into seasonality events pretty dramatically, much more than the equity traders do, right? In terms of the difference between the futures and equities. And so this very interesting space of the VIX expiring after the major expirations, which they already knew 6 months ago and began rolling whenever they really started rolling for those little bits, they are expecting that bump to throw us into the Santa Claus rally. And so sitting in that spot, we really are in between those hairs that go, wait a second, do I get a gap fill? Do I, right? Because when we've got that huge rollover, and this is a pretty substantial size in the rollover between December and March. And so are we going to fill half of that? Are we going to fill all of it? Are we going to fill none of it? I just think it makes the market more unstable. And so that's all I'm thinking. So all of my live accounts, it's one lots, just bare minimum, because I don't want to see a gigantic whiplash event. So it's definitely telling me we're going to have a rumble in the jungle.
The last
as it were.
couple hours of Friday, especially the last hour, will be pretty spicy, as we would say. It is triple witching.
Totally
I think we will. Quad witching's coming back, Hoop. I think the CME is developing single stock futures again. I don't know when those come out. That was the quad and quad witching that was removed for a while.
Why did they remove it?
There weren't enough people participating.
Oh, yeah, money.
If they can make a
of
buck
course.
off at Amory, I'm sure they'd keep doing it.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Well, and
I think they have a
options have
list.
strengthened so much over the last since COVID. I mean, Anne Marie, you know, you and Dee talked about. I mean, you know, Jack, options is such a bigger part of the trading community now over the last, I don't know, 3 to 5 years. So can't ignore it. I mean, it's there and it's a big deal. And you know, these call walls and put walls, traders are very aware of them, institutional or, you know,
Retail for
yeah,
sure.
just being
Yeah.
aware of them. Yep.
It's options. It's also the emergence of all these leveraged single stock ETFs.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Thank
So it'll be
goodness they did not approve those 5X ones.
Yeah, I heard there would be like an ETF liquidation every week if they did it.
Yeah.
Now futures, I mean, I have never seen the ladder for a single stock option. They weren't around that I know of when I was trading. It'll be interesting to see because I'm sure the margins they're single stocks are going to be way higher than
Yeah.
than
No,
indices,
thank
but
you.
like I wonder what they're going to be. Is it going to be like
Right.
40%, 50%? I mean, they're only going to offer them, I would presume, on a basket of the
ones.
biggest. Like it'll be like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Nvidia, Tesla, Apple, stuff like
Right. The
that.
big boys. Yeah.
It'll be interesting because with those ETFs being 4 or 5 leverage, I mean, we're used to futures where the leverage on the ES is probably, I haven't looked at the margin rates, but it's usually around like 20 or something like that. If you're holding overnight, 23, something in that
Something
zone.
like that.
It'll be interesting to see what the single stock futures leverage ends up being because it might give people then, you know, the 2+ times leverage they demand. Found a little temporary bottom there. Don't see anything too interesting in the SPX options at the moment. Hoop, how are we doing in nat gas?
Hanging around. You know, you're getting near. You're only about 10 minutes to the NYMEX close, so you'll probably get a little pop one direction or the other into the close here, but it's pretty close. In terms of, you know, the volume will start to dry up after the NYMEX close. One thing, you know, Jack, we don't get to be on air together that much too, and I'm curious. I mean, I really like to listen to. I heard you mention Jeffrey Gundlach today, and he was on. He's always on after the Fed meeting, and I'm really curious about the bonds in the long end, and it just looks like everybody's looking for the long end of the curve. It's just going to keep steepening, and everybody looks, you know, obviously they talk about housing, but it does not look like the long end's going to get any better anytime soon. Because every time I've tried to buy the 10-year or the 30, it just gives it right back on a regular basis. So, with 2 traders I have on me here, what's your feeling about going into 26 of now? Because your quantitative easily, you know, there's all these different dynamics that are. So I'm curious what your 2 guys' sentiment is going into the end of the year and into 26.
Well, let me summarize. I listened to a pretty recent interview. It was maybe like a week or 2 ago with Gundlach, and his big takeaways. Remember, he's a bond manager, so he's not on there as much talking about equities. Is basically buying the the 2s, the 5s, the short term stuff, staying away from the long end or selling, having access or exposure to things in currencies that aren't the dollar, bullish gold, and then
Silver.
interesting
To
one, the
reset.
stuff that he was most bearish on is private credit, right? And
Yeah.
private equity. Basically, there's this whole, and they're trying to make some of the private equity stuff offloaded to the public. For those of you that don't know, sort of the trick of private equity is because they're not sold on public markets. They get to market wherever they want. So if let's say the S&P fell 50%, well, they could look at their portfolio stuff and be like, well, we're marking it at 25% off. And if they both rebound and they're both zero again, it looks like the private equity can outperformed because it had lower volatility for the same returns. And so that's interesting. And the last point, what he says about private credit is that there's no way to short it. Same thing with junk bonds. It's incredibly expensive. The spreads between junk and treasuries has compressed quite a bit. For those of you unaware, it's incredibly hard to short high yield bonds because you got to pay that yield or pay the coupon or whatever else. So it's an interesting thought experiment. There's a lot of things out there that I would love to short, but there's not really a way to do it. It's hard to short private credit. It's very difficult to short, say you have a thesis, which I do, that like middle to lower sort of prestige, expensive private universities. No real way to short that. I don't know. Emery, any thoughts about 2026?
Well, Jack, I think you got to start building a new SIV, right? That's structured investment vehicle for those of us that don't know. And that's exactly what they started doing when they wanted to get on the other side of these trades. But, a lot of these big bond managers are talking about the problems with private equity because, you get on the phone with your whomever your guy is and managing your investments, and they say, oh no, we got this Carlyle fund for you. So years ago, I learned about the private equity business on the flip side in a very bad way. So we had this one guy go, I know, man, this is so great. So, and of course, I'm paraphrasing. I don't believe he used the 70s lingo that I'm using right now. But he did say, dude, it's really good. It's going to be great. Carlyle Group, da-da-da. They don't tell people that it's completely illiquid. And you can't go, hey, I'm done. Get me out of there. It's, well, you can't really do that until XYZ. And so it's totally geared to the holder of the investment itself rather than the participant like us. And so Howard Marks was banging the drum on this very same thing of, hey, you gotta watch out for private equity because, believe it or not, the things that make a market great are the things that make a market great, which is, there's a bid and an ask.
Price discovery.
That gets and price discovery gets sussed out and people realize where the price is. So definitely that's it. But as far as those bond things, did anybody, I know this is super nerdy, but the Kevin Hassett thing, everybody was like, yeah, he's the one going in. And then the new guy that's now is he a Kevin too? I can't remember.
Yeah, Kevin
The
Warsh.
other guy. Yes. Did you see that long form interview with him? It was really good. He's going to give that guy a run for his money, but it was really, really good. And one of the things he was talking about is the Fed's responsibilities to defend the dollar. And so when we watch these sorts of things and we go, okay, well, gold is moving up because, we're going to lower the rates. And then they're going to move some shenanigans around. It's going to be, I think the bond market is going to be crazy next year. I really, really do. I think it's going to be like explosive in all different kinds of ways because of what they need to do and because of what they want to do. But, for me, I'm just glad I'm a dumb futures girl and I can just sit back and watch and not touch any of that stuff because it scares me to death to just look at it because it's just so gigantic and they can move a lot of things tremendously fast.
Macros make great conversation, but as day traders, they're not. I mean, once
Forget
again, I
about
love
it.
macros, but people say, well, day to day, they don't affect us. But knowing about your market, I mean, I guess you could be Michael Burry and just call Goldman Sachs and have them make a market for it, right? I mean, that's what he did. Nobody had anything on for shorting the housing market. So I'm sure somebody could always, if you had enough money, could create a market for it. But ultimately, the market's in front of us. Once again, there's a lot of futures markets. I probably look at too many of them. But once again, futures, I mean, your risk. You can look at how much liquidity is there, right? So once again, that's what we trade in front of us every day as traders. Just trade the liquid ones, right?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And chat, let us know how you're doing. If you got any, I've been prompted to do this. I'm trying to get what I want out of it. If you have any accomplishments today in the markets or things we could learn from, let us know in the chat. Friend
I
Gabe
thought
would
it was super
appreciate it.
interesting. I thought it was super interesting that Ben said a lot of the live traders were more red than green. And even though there were some really good balances out there, you wonder what the general consensus was in the mind of the live trader today that maybe got them on the back foot. This pink line that I have up here is the anchored VWAP from the FOMC release. And so I'm sort of leaving it there until the next big event to see if we can get up or over it, or we keep rejecting it. But I wonder what the live traders were thinking in general. Any clue?
Well, let's look at the ES chart just because I've been around here for a while. I've seen a lot of cards. I see a few things off the bat that could lead to blowing out. 31 down to 19. I think there's probably some people that bought hard off the open, but too aggressively to even take care of that.
Mm-hmm.
If you were here long, you're golden. But I think this morning, this is the big one. We go to the 15-minute chart here. People have been rewarded for buying the dip. And this is a 71, that ain't a nothing sell-off. That's close
Yeah.
to 60 or 70 points in the ES. And I bet there was some dip buying at VWAP. There was some dip buying probably on all these candles, and that's what got them on the back foot. I think especially with strong downward trends is where people in the live accounts will get chopped up the most.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
You can really see them make money on directional days. And when we get in, once again, Anne Marie, you're always doing the opening. It's been amazing to watch the fade of the open. It goes one way the first, 15 to 30 minutes, and then boom, there goes the rally, typically down, then up. And I've watched it happen the last couple of Sundays. And then everybody gets loaded one way. And like you said, all the inventory gets taken out in the open. So that's kind of a sign of rollover too, if you ask me. It's retail. Jim Dalton was talking about a lot of retail around here right now. So retail traders.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll roll the contract soon. There'll be more volume in the March contract by the end of the day. I was a little surprised to see us so far in the positive this morning, given that Bitcoin was down over the weekend. What is Bitcoin's still about $1,000 off its low.
Yeah, there are some major movements inside of Bitcoin right now, and I can't remember which guy. He's got a pretty good record of calling Bitcoin. He said that he thought it would come back down to 63. It's the halfway point of the 120 something. He thinks it's going to move 50% off of that level. So he's calling a number like way down in 60s. I thought my number has been 78 for a really
Mhm.
long time, but him saying that 63, I thought, that's
Didn't some guys have 250 grand price targets for it at some point? I remember hearing a lot of guys come out of that
Anomaly.
woodwork. Yeah.
Remember, with targets, you always got to say the when, just because
exactly. Exactly.
you can't ever
2040.
be,
Yeah.
can't ever be
Mhm.
proven wrong unless I
Right.
don't know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Even if it
See,
goes
I
to
told
zero,
you.
you can't be proven wrong.
Yep.
That's the thing about Bitcoin, what's its utility? And this is why I am naturally bearish on the instrument itself. How do you utilize something like this? Well, you don't. You convert it to dollars. You have to convert it to dollars for its utility because it's too volatile to say, hey, there's some NFL players that get paid in Bitcoin, right? So if all of a sudden, it's wherever early 2 weeks ago when you got your paycheck, you literally are sitting on a 30% haircut for your paycheck for, the last month or whatever. And it's just not, it's too volatile for utility.
Yeah.
And it's just a pure trading vehicle. I would love for the man not to win, but he always does. So,
The man owns Bitcoin though, too. Right? I mean, like,
Right.
largest holders
100%.
are BlackRock, Sailor,
exactly.
Some dead guy. I think it'll be a very important, the next 6 months, I think are going to kind of prove what Bitcoin's worth,
Exactly.
right? I think it will
Yep.
test 74,000. It's got to test the strategy break even point. But beyond that, with the ETFs and everything, everyone's had a chance at this point to buy
Position.
Bitcoin if they want it.
Yep.
Will they still if it takes a major haircut, or
Yeah.
if loans that are collateral, the collateral is Bitcoin? It'll be fun. And I think the thing that goes under the radar is I don't think people are afraid now that it has like all this recognition. Everybody knows what Bitcoin is, has a chance to. People aren't afraid to short it as much.
Right.
Yep.
Like this used to be something that I would never touch with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
I'm still not because I don't really have an opinion on it. But
SIBO, Chicago Board of Options Exchange, created options on it too, for the bigger players to hedge their bet too. So.
Yeah, that's an important point.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very, very
Well,
important
these
point.
equities are stuck.
What
there.
news do we have coming up on the horizon over the next day or so?
I mean, tomorrow we got non-farm payrolls for November.
Oh, okay.
And retail sales.
All right. So those are market moving.
I would think so. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. We got Fed speakers all week. We got a 20-year bond auction on Wednesday, could be interesting with the rates going up. It's a very small percentage of basically everything the government is selling is short duration stuff. The 10 and 30-year auctions are a very small percentage of what we're putting out there. I want to say like 1, 2, 3% or something.
The Japan news might move us too. I don't know, Anne-Marie, you and I were talking about that too. The BOJ's Thursday
About the carry trade.
Yeah, that boy, what a move that was. It really caught everybody in the summer just completely out of left field. So sometimes, what goes on over where you're at right now could be a mover. It was sneaky last time, I don't know. What's your thoughts on that one? You're right in the middle of it on this one on Thursday. So,
You know, I don't really have enough of an understanding. My suspicion is that this unwind, because it was so everybody's like, we're gonna do this, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. I think it's already baked in the cake. So what I really do not know. I'm gonna wager, I'm gonna guess that it's not gonna be a big deal, because everything's been, hey, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this, and they've been given time to unwind. And some of the bigger things that we might watch from the equities market, like, oh, I can't even remember the ones that have really said, hey, we need to unwind these sorts of things. We're already seeing that it's done. So I don't expect a jolt, but it's always what you don't expect that comes and gets you. So I think it'll be very interesting to watch. I'll be on Friday, which will be Saturday morning. So it'll be fun to look at that in hindsight and see what it did.
Well, we're middle of the range right now, as I'm still waiting. I would love to see us either
Died.
test the lows or get out of this
Good
range.
idea.
But in the meantime, because things have calmed down a little bit, Gabe's got a news story for us. What do we got, Gabe? More syrup shoes?
When it comes to music, many youngsters are going old school. Vinyl record sales have risen by an average of 18% per year over the past half decade, according to a report from Future Source Consulting's Audio Tech Lifestyles. Analysts there say Gen Z is largely to thank for the boost in sales. Nearly 60% of Gen Z music fans say they like the aesthetic of records, and 37% say they use vinyl to decorate their homes. One high-profile person who is helping with this boost in vinyl is Taylor Swift. 5 of her albums were listed in the U.S. top 10 list of best-selling vinyl albums in 2024.
Vinyl, baby.
Can I tell you, I was such crazy collector. I used to collect. I had every Who album on vinyl.
Oh, did
every
you?
single one. I was a huge fan of the Who, right? So huge fan. So I had every single Who album, and I think I had every single Genesis on vinyl. And so here's the storyboard. I'm moving, and I'm an idiot, and it's summertime, and I have literally, my trunk is filled with racks and racks of these things. And I'm thinking, all right, I'll go to work. After work, I'll get these in. And we had a day, it was like 120 in the car. And I unpacked these things, and for those of you that are young, you don't leave vinyl in the heat.
No.
It was, I literally cried. It was unreal. It destroyed 80% of them. 80% of them. It was like, yeah, it was really bad. It was really, really bad. I cried. But, that's what you get for being an idiot. Just so you know. And I heard Gabe go, they're decorating their homes with it. I'm like,
yeah.
What do you buy it and then staple it to the wall?
Like Pulp Fiction. Yeah.
Man, we are locked in a sideways patch that is literally, holy smokes, 1, 2, 3 hours, 3.5 hours long. It's awful.
Sorry, I was on mute there, Anne-Marie. I was
Sorry.
offering condolences for the vinyl records.
So sad.
Yeah, we are stuck here. Although I do want a clip of that. That's what you get when you're an idiot for being an idiot. so we can put it into the trading platform.
Is that like when you move your stop, that'll come out? You're moving it, you idiot. Yeah, something like that, right?
Well, we're pretty good and stuck here in
we
most of
really
the assets
are.
I'm looking at.
Let's see what we got.
Around 86,200 for a while in Bitcoin. Checking in on the stocks. Meta now up over 1%. Nvidia down, or sorry, up a little bit less than 1%. Tesla up 3.8, a little bit off its highs. Broadcom down 5, and that's kind of the story today. There's a couple of industries. So Broadcom down 5%, Oracle down 2.75. It's recovered a little bit, and CoreWeave is down 6.3%.
And Broadcom has been shellacked.
Oh, taken to the woodshed.
Shellacked.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did not read their earnings statement. I don't have any idea why. Did it guide poorly or?
That's kind of what I was hearing.
Yeah, but it's also just the market is. They hate when I say this, but it's kind of based on things come back to earth, right? I mean, Broadcom since I won't do the beginning of the year because they launched off. So we'll go 1 year back. So on Wednesday, the 11th, it was trading at 179. It got up to, I believe, 420 or thereabout. So like the stock has more than doubled in a year. And I think that their portion of the industry, along with Oracle and CoreWeave, is kind of tied to the worst fears. Like if you were saying like, well, if we're being overzealous in these capital expenditures, who's gonna get hurt the most? Well, Oracle, Broadcom, CoreWeave, the ones that got lots of debt, bill to pay. I don't know about the balance sheet of Broadcom, but I do know Oracle is a lot more levered.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that news between.
I was gonna say Nvidia can always go back to making, GPUs for your computer, for your games. CoreWeave and Broadcom, they need this to work.
Yeah, for sure. That article that came out with OpenAI and Gemini, I think that sort of put a big ripple of in people's chests, because Gemini came out and said, hey, we got a bunch of stuff that beats the pants off ChatGPT and OpenAI. Plus, we've got a real functioning business behind us that, we sell advertising, we do all kinds of stuff here at Google, and, we will be able to outlast you in terms of longevity. You just, ChatGPT has to make money doing its thing. And so far, every single query, the stats say every single query costs OpenAI versus them actually being able to make money. So that article that came out with Gemini is super interesting.
They're pulling the Uber model, right? Of just losing a bunch of money to make a bunch in the future. But the difference is they got to get public. They got to go because if they don't, and like the AI stuff becomes more commoditized, they're kind of up S creek. But I mean, like that's why I love Google. Is like
See how nice Jack was for me right there.
That was he censored himself. I like that.
Yeah,
Jack's so good to me.
Well, now I know why the Dow's rallying, because JP Morgan made all-time highs today. So Jamie Dimon Incorporated is pretty happy. That's why I'm looking at the Dow, and the Dow's holding up better than everything else. And I'm kind of looking at JP Morgan just made, I thought they just reported earnings and the stock got dumped, and I'm looking at 9th, it was trading at 300. Now it's trading at 320. That's a big move for that stock.
Oh,
So the
it
banking
is. I
business
got
must be okay again.
no. It was more insane than that, Hoop. I got J.P. Morgan up here. That was a great dip opportunity. It was like I think they just
Wow.
merely gave their opinion on the future. That's still
Mhm.
Ann or Hoop screen over there, and just got absolutely dumped, and then came right back. Don't mess with the diamond. There it is. I mean,
Yeah.
No. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
definitely the big man on
Yeah.
campus for sure. Look at the Dow.
Yeah, if you ever think those big guys are going to have trouble, just realize they're in charge. So if they ever have trouble, they're just going to change the rules so they don't have trouble.
that has been
That's
the-
just
Exactly.
what's going to
Right.
happen.
We're in trouble. That's right. We can take care of that. Very true.
But you hit
That
on a
looks
super
pretty good.
important thing there. That's why Google is in kind of a very advantageous situation. Is this could all fall apart and Google will be fine.
Exactly. Exactly.
And
Yeah. Plus,
probably oh, go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, and probably Facebook would be too. I think they're getting punished more because they have a track record of having done a similar thing
Spending a
with the
little too
metaverse,
much.
spending a little bit too much. But and Facebook's also the best. Like right here, right now, AI helps them quite a bit when their whole business model is feeding targeted ads to people. Like that's a very here
Yeah.
and now application of the AI stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah.
For sure. Definitely. Yeah. Have you guys seen the documentary called Deep Mind on the AGI that they're building inside that Google owns?
No.
I have not. Is it on streaming
Oh
or like
my
YouTube?
goodness. You gotta go see, you gotta watch that. It's called Deep Mind, and they're based in London, and Google owns them. And there's a documentary on them. What they're doing with Deep Mind is teaching. So AGI is augmented general intelligence. So literally, they're building a machine that can look at something and you can look at it and go, what is that? And it will tell you. It's absolutely fascinating. So the guy that's in charge he's such a sweet soul. Very smart, very, very smart guy, but he wants it to be used for good and not. So they have all these rules that say, hey, listen, you're not going to be able to use this for weapon enhancement. And it's all going to be about how can we solve cancers? How can we do all kinds of things? It is 95. It is going to be one of the best 95 minutes you've ever spent. And it is going to be jaw-dropping because literally they can take it and put it someplace and show it a picture and say, what is this a picture of? And it will be able to tell from its location whether it's an image of something, a copy of something. It's mind-blowing. And so they're pretty far away from actually being there, but the stuff they can do is extraordinary. It is truly extraordinary. And it's really great. It's really, really
My
great.
biggest concern is it going to affect it eventually? Does it creep into trading, or if it hasn't already? Right? I mean,
Oh, I'm sure it probably has,
Yeah.
but it's at a much higher level of I am certain elements of it have already crept into algorithms, but it is more of how does a small child come into a room and go, that is something I'm going to try to eat, versus that is something I want to play with. It's that level of cognition that's so basic to you and I that we don't even think about it, but it's an intrinsic part of being human. Coming into an environment and saying, where am I? Oh, this must be a hotel suite. Oh, this must be a garden park. You got to watch it. It's absolutely fantastic.
It's crazy.
We will check it out.
Yeah, so good.
And
please
these are
hit me. Just waiting for the short opener.
Yeah, the subjects. What do we got in as an order here?
Just get muted.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll see. A little bit of, what can be called life in this 1 o'clock hour is going right now. Checking back in, still in the same $100 handle for Bitcoin. Not seeing too much of note. 10-year yields, near the highs of the day.
Stuck. Yeah,
it's stuck. Not too much. The good news is that things should liven up for Power Hour, which will be here shortly. Any final words, Hoop? You still in that stuck trade?
Actually, no. I got stopped out and it went the other direction, it's fine. I'm having a decent day. Yeah. Once again, on a Monday, take a chunk or a little piece of the market. I think the fireworks are coming the next 3 days. So, yeah, I'm just keep my eyes on the equities here. And once again, I think you're right. We might roll. Looking at the volume, I would think we roll tonight, but I wouldn't bet totally on it. But we're close.
Anybody know what cumulative delta is right now? I don't have that machine up.
I don't have that either. We could ask.
I don't. This time of year, I get a little bit of wonky when they're rolling.
Oh, that's right.
It gets skewed, especially on roll like switch day. The switch days today or tomorrow.
Point.
It's
that's a great point. Not reliable. Yep.
You could sum the cumulative delta from the March contract and this contract, but that's a good point. Beware of just relying on cumulative delta here because it's going to get completely messed up by the future spread, especially if there were a one-way directional move, like using spreaders. They're probably getting it would probably lead to increased positive delta on it because that would be the leg you get hit on first. So just be careful. All right. With that, we are out of time. Anne-Marie, thank you for joining. Anne-Marie, I hope you get some sleep here. It's close to 5 in the morning now there?
5 in the morning now. Yeah.
Yes. I'm going on about 6 hours in the last 6 days. It's not been good.
No sleep for Anne-Marie. All right. Power Hour's coming up next. We got Dolby, Gabe, and Dakota in the house to close out this Monday. Hope you're all doing well. Stay safe out there. Mind the roll, the witching, the non-farm tomorrow. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Power Hour. We got Gabe, we got Dakota. Dakota's back for round 2 today, actually. It's pretty exciting. And then we got
We didn't hear no
Gabe.
bell.
Yeah, there ain't just no bell. No, it's just 24/7, just trading all the time, Dakota. That's how it is in your mind. And then
Yeah.
Gabe, last week you passed a trading combine on air. And now the story
Ooh.
continues because now you're in an XFA from that exact same account, going to be trading it live on TopstepTV. How's your heart rate, Gabe? You're in a fresh XFA. Feel good?
Good. I already got into a position. We're live. We're active.
You're going.
Shut up. Where we at? What do we got?
We're just we're nibbling on a long near last week's lows. So we're right back around the 25,000 kind of 118 level, which is Friday's low. We took it out, made a pretty larger move earlier in the session, right around the open. And I'm looking to see if that was the low of day, and if we're going to hold this kind of 1 minute range that we've been stuck in since 11 a.m. So I'm long one NQ from 122. I've got my stop set just underneath 100 at 25,097. Just one contract. We'll see if we can get back up to the north end of this range. I like Dakota's kind of thesis of maybe pushing back up towards settlement, 25,213. We've left kind of some of these lower highs from 11 a.m. all the way to about, I think the last lower high we made around, was this 105, 107. So we'll see. We'll see if this ends up popping or if we're going to go make new lows a day.
Yeah, that's a good trade location. I mean, I just see every bounce today has been met with sellers. It's not a breakout day. Dobie, this is your kind of day. I'll dip and
All
no chip,
ranges.
or I'll chip and no dip. Which
All
one is
chip.
it?
I think it's all chip, no dip. I mean, I got a nacho cheese flavor with these lines right now. Higher lows, lower highs, kind of stuck in the Dorito, the wedge, the pennant, whatever fun phrase you want to use. Dakota, you were saying this range was miserable. Man, come on. Not a
We're a
range trader,
breakout and a
Dakota?
momentum trader. Yeah, it's rollover. We got non-farm tomorrow. We had Nvidia had correct me if I'm wrong, a conference today, a summit this afternoon. So curious if that's going to play any role into the tech sector, talking about probably data center shortages. But Nvidia is off of its highs. Other than that, I mean, holding pattern. If we're going to do above below, I would say
yes, we are.
above or below 25,130. That would be my line in the sand, right in the middle of this.
25,130. Okay.
Right in the middle of
Dakota
this
has-
range.
That is the above below. Whoever's chat modding right now, there you go. 25,130 is going to be the above below chat. Once that poll is up, put it in there. What do you think? Closing above 130s or below 130s? For Gabe's sake, he's hoping probably 180s to 200s. If I had to guess.
Yeah, definitely not below.
If I had to guess, yeah.
Definitely not below.
Fantastic stuff. Dakota is on it. This range is ranging. Gabe is in his trade, 122s. Stop is under 100. You're trading a micro or an E-mini here, Gabe?
Just one mini.
1 mini. Nice.
First trade of the day. I'll take
Okay.
one. If this one gets stopped out, then I'm going to move down to micros to finish off the power hour.
Nice.
Okay.
I like it. I've been looking for the NASDAQ to push above these 200s, and market's trying its best to hold it down.
Yeah, we will we will see. Gabe, what's your target for this? Do you have an upside target?
I'm going to start looking to manage if we can get above 150. So once we break above and hold above 150, I'll look for some shorter time frame, higher lows and start trying to reduce my risk. But ultimately, I'm looking for the north end of this 1 minute range, which I think that high to the tick is 25,194 quarter. I don't have any way to take partials here at this moment, so I'm probably just going to be all in, all out at 194. We're going to get up there, and then I'll look to revisit a new opportunity, depending on what kind of reaction we see above that.
That's some good risk reward there.
Yeah, it's looking just a little under a 3-to-1.
You got a good price. I mean, it V-bounced right there.
Yeah, I like the response there for sure. I was just trying to avoid trying to be a buyer closer to the middle of the range. So trying to get a little bit more of what I would consider a discounted region of that
Mhm.
range, even though I didn't quite snag the lows. I think
Okay.
it's still reasonable. And the cut, the invalidation, in my opinion, would have been momentum to continue below those 105s, below that little pivot we made
Okay.
about 15, 20 minutes
Would you say with this V bounce, your profits would be V bucks?
Oh boy.
You a Fortnite guy?
Oh
Do,
boy.
I, do we open that can of worms here?
My goodness. We know we're getting Dakota for his Christmas stocking. Everyone can
No.
send him V-Buck gift cards.
I haven't played that game since like 3 years ago. I'm like a season 1 OG skin.
The only game you play is NASDAQ, Dakota. Let's be honest. That's your only game you're playing right now.
This keeps me enough. Yeah, the NASDAQ, these future markets is that's enough for me.
It's all you need. Chat, if you have any questions for either Gabe or Dakota, or myself, I guess, feel free to put it in chat. I will ask the boys on air. Some fun comments already from Derivative J. Could not care less. These polls are beyond pointless. Thank you, Derivative J. I don't know. I'm kind of a fan of above below. I think it's an interesting little mind game. I mean, half the time we can't even get the direction right, let alone the price. So, I mean, trading's pretty tough. You try guessing the price in 52 minutes. I mean, it's pretty tricky.
It's difficult. Yeah, there's a few times we
confident.
came really, really close.
Really
but,
close.
It's like 5, maybe 10% of the time we get close.
It's
and it's
low.
usually on a day like today where we're just going sideways. It's a little bit more consistent. But look at this trade.
This is going great.
Get,
This range is ranging.
Yeah, top of this range. What do you have? I see these 180s, 190s as the top of the range.
Would
Yeah,
agree.
194 quarter be the top of the 1 minute. That wick from 1055. I don't know how deep we're going to get up into the 200s, but I do think there's a realistic opportunity to get a push even back into touching 200. Question is, what will we find above that?
Well,
yeah, this is exciting stuff.
We
This
looked
is a
at-
great trade so far.
We looked one time and we did not find much.
Yeah, but it's power hour, Dakota. Things can get squirrely in the final
It's-
hour of the day. Maybe we do get this breakout to the upside.
Maybe Santa comes out of hibernation. Is that what it's
Hmm.
called? Hibernation? Or
Yes, not for the Chicago Bears though. They are clearly awake. Doing very
let's
well.
not talk about football. Okay.
Oh, football's not cool anymore. All right,
Yeah,
well, not
don't
sports.
even bring it up, man. I don't.
Oh,
my
that's true. You're a
Vikings
Viking.
are.
Oh well, I mean,
the fact that the Bears
We need to get a Michigan fan
are
in
up
here.
above the Vikings is not my favorite experience
hey,
right now. And the Packers.
Micah Parsons is out.
Yeah, that's sad.
My receiver's out, so it's a
Yeah,
sensitive
that's sad.
subject for me.
It is sensitive. It is
still
tough. Looking
think we
forward to the
could
game
beat-
next week, though. Ooh,
I still think we could beat the Bears.
Yeah, you might be able to. I don't think the Bears have broken out of that curse yet. I think they're still scared of the Packers.
Well,
Maybe that
let's break out
changes
of
though.
these 50s. Let's break
Let's
out
get
of these 50s first.
for Gabe.
Speaking
Let's
of
do it for
Anybody
breaking
Gabe.
out,
just see the absolute book that Anne Marie just sent us? I don't know about you, but I love you, Anne Marie, but I'm not reading that right now.
Pardon?
That's
It's
a
a
little
book?
bit. It's more than a book. It's.
Oh wow,
It's gonna take me about an hour to read.
TLDR on that one. That's for the Slack channel. So Dakota, we got quite a bit of news this week. How do you prepare for your trading week? Do you look at like the big news events and then start thinking about what kind of day? Because especially as like a momentum trader, right? You're looking for reasons for the market to break out. When you see a big
yeah.
day on Wednesday,
It's gonna be one heck of a week, man. It's
Mm-hmm.
the last full week before the new year. It's the week before Christmas, right? And we have non-farm payroll just out of nowhere on a Tuesday. We have a lot. We have CPI. We have data coming out. We have the Fed chair talking. I mean, there's a little bit of everything. It's probably one of the bigger weeks. Obviously, going into the end of the year, quad witching or triple witching. Options expire, rollover on top of that. So we got a little bit of everything packed into this week. And honestly, all we could do is just trade the price that's in front of us. Not do what I did this morning, though. Be a little bit more patient and do what you're doing, Gabe. Just what's the market doing,
I don't know
react,
how patient I
and
was there, Dakota.
manage
This
risk.
is- I didn't really practice much patience getting into this trade, but I understand where you're coming
Hey, but
I
you
mean,
saw
we
your
got good
entry.
trade location and good
Yeah.
risk.
EG trader, what's Gabe's logic for trading 1 mini instead of 10 micros?
Cost.
Doesn't want to pay the extra commissions. It does cost more. I think it's about, you could have correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's like 3 to 4 micros equal about 1 e-mini as far as commissions go.
I mean, obviously,
Okay,
we don't pay commissions on combines and XFAs and TopStep X. We do pay clearing fees still.
Yep.
Dakota, on the other hand, on a live account or any live funded trader would still pay commissions and clearing fees. But
Correct.
the fees in general still, they add up. You're
Does add
scaling in
up.
and out of lots of trades per day. They can tally up pretty quickly.
There you go.
All right,
Save a
we're
couple
kinda
bucks.
failing at these 150s.
Yeah.
Not a huge
see, though.
fan. Didn't get a real closure above yet. So
Is there a world in which you scalp the tops and bottoms of this? So sell 150s, buy 120s, rinse and repeat until it doesn't work?
Possibly.
yeah, it's just, in my opinion, not the greatest location to try to continue to go through that 30, 20, 30 point range. At some point, we're going to break out of the middle here. I mean, we're pretty much just stuck between, I think Friday's value area low and Friday's low of 118. So you could play that until something happens, but preferably, I'd like to try to get the extremes.
I've done something similar. I'm especially trading the Asian session. It like outside of volatility, you get a lot of ranges. I see traders do this as well. Range trading could be really, really good, right? Like you said, sell at the top of the range, buy at the bottom, scalp these little quick scalps. The issue comes is when we do get a big breakout, can you manage the risk, right? And it's like, say you get 5 winning trades, 1 losing trade. A lot of times that 1 losing trade just wipes it out. And I think it just depends on how you get in. I like the way that Gabe's playing this, where you have what is that, 2-to-1 risk reward? And
about 2.8.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
Knowing the
and it's not like
rejection,
you're
though.
putting on 50 trades.
Yeah, definitely not. Knowing the rejection that we got, I'm a little bit more tempted to start to kind of shave off a little bit of that risk. Knowing I can't trim the position at all, knowing we did leave that higher low, I really don't want to see momentum shift back to the downside. So preferably, if this would, knowing we didn't get the kind of first trigger that I was looking for, which was a closure above, I think that it would be logical in my process at this point to try to at least shave off maybe 100, 150 bucks more of that risk and kind of keep it a little bit tighter to that previous low that was just established. Because I really don't want to see a flush down to 100s at this point. Like, we need to hold above Friday's lows for this trade
Let
thesis
me
to be
ask
valid.
you a question, Gabe. Now this is a little advanced, so this does not apply to 99.9% of traders here, and nor should I ever suggest it. But I'm debating even asking this question. Would you ever jump over to micros and sell some, like 3 or 4 micros?
Dude, funny that you were saying that. I was considering
delta.
Yeah, I was considering at those 150s selling a couple micros just to kind of practice that. But the problem is I'm in an account that I don't necessarily want to practice something that I haven't done before.
Good
Right?
answer.
So I like the idea of trying to implement that in the future, but I don't think I would do it in an XFA. Any funded level account, I would much rather do that in a combine where I have a little bit less exposure to cost.
Awesome answer.
A good. That is a advanced question there, Dakota. That is a
Yeah, and
advanced.
to anybody asking,
Next
you
question.
could do that. Yeah, as long as it's the same account, that's perfectly fine.
Hug
It's increase
actually
your
brings up
cost.
a good point in chat, though, Dakota. He says, how about building a position MNQ while you're still holding the NQ trade?
Yeah, there's so many different things you could do in these futures. Futures are a very beautiful tool that we use and can use as traders for things like that. Right? We got micros, we got minis, and for many different reasons.
All right. If we do see a push above 155, so the previous high that was established, I think it's actually 157. That would make another higher low. I think at that point I am going to trim the risk a little bit.
Okay.
And
how
if
would you trim
momentum,
the? Go ahead.
sorry, if momentum fails though, right now we close back below 130. I'm just going to bail. Try to get a better location. How would I trim though? Honestly, I would just use the lows that were established near the top of the hour.
Okay.
Which was like 109. So instead of 500 of risk, I mean, I have a pretty decent buffer right now. I think I have about a 9-10 point buffer between where my stop is and the previous swing low was left around 245 Eastern, 145 Central.
Someone did have a question in chat. What does the gray box represent on your chart?
It's just the recent 1 minute range. So I have the extreme high from 1055 and the extreme low from 1230. Those are the two extremes of this range that we've been building throughout the midday. So I've got that mapped out with the box, and then I have the midpoint enabled on the rectangle just to kind of show me where equilibrium or balance of that range would be. Any longs, ideally, I'd want to be long in the lower half of the range. Any shorts, I would want to be short in the higher half of the range. So think about it as more of a discounted or premium location of that range.
Okay.
Easier to manage risk. What Hogue would say, or JD might say, would be cheaper locations to short or long than trying to chase in the opposing location.
Yes, it gets cheaper. The longs get cheaper the closer you are to the bottom of a range, and then vice versa. And that's because you can set your stop on the outside of the range, and they're basically telling the market, "Hey, do this thing you haven't done yet," which is break a range. And so that's what they kind of call like a cheap trade. It's a way to figure out if you're wrong cheaply.
Hmm.
It also means you can get good risk rewards. Name of the game. So kind of back to these 130s here. This is Dakota's above below. Gabe, you're long with 122s. Let's kind of see how this plays out. Dakota, you had something to say?
I'm saying that the above below at 130.
Pretty good.
Who knows, man? This
All right, I
market
closed.
is just in a holding pattern with non-farm tomorrow and data. So I was kind of looking for a pushback and retest those 200s like you were, Gabe. If this market does start to break down lower, it wouldn't surprise me. Maybe we see session lows. Maybe we go up and push these 200s, or maybe we just go sideways. At this point, it's kind of just a wait and see market.
Right.
It is definitely a wait and see market. Maybe we'll get some momentum here one way or another, and Dakota can shine some light. As a momentum trader, is maybe what you would do. Hello, Gus. What you would do if a range did decide to break down. There was a question in chat, maybe more of a statement. I'm going long, low volume, and these gamblers still sitting here to talk. Well, the entire show goes until 3 p.m. So, yeah, we're covering it. This is Power Hour, man. And honestly, some people really like range-bound markets. Like, I mean, Dakota was bashing range-bound markets in the green room. Maybe not bashing, but one person's market is another person's, dumpster fire. Some people love range-bound markets. Some people love trending markets, but you can make some coin in a slow market. Dakota does it during his own show. Slow markets. Still making money. Yeah.
Still a lot better than this, though.
Well, I mean, I think it's a great range. I think it's
We've
amazing.
been trading some silver in slow markets.
How's that going? Any insights?
Actually, really good, man. I've done really good in slow markets and been giving too much back here during these NASDAQ.
What do? You just close your eyes, press the buy button in silver?
I mean, it would have worked, right?
It would have. It would have. Chad, are you starting to look at silver? Let us know. Have you noticed any personality differences between the two markets? Because you've been trading gold for quite a while, and now you're dipping your toes into silver. Have you seen anything of note?
Nothing too crazy. Price action's price action. Silver and gold can be very similar. Obviously, volatility is different. Tick value is different. Micro tick value is different. Every market will have its own unique thumbprint or fingerprint, as you will, personality. And it depends. I'd compare gold and silver right now to the NASDAQ and ES. They kind of move similar, each unique though.
Dakota, you need to get a brand deal from Depends.
I know. Huh.
I'm still waiting on
Not
one from
saying you're
Doritos.
like,
Doritos?
elderly or anything and need
Yeah, though we need
Depends,
the Dorito one.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. Anyone knows anyone at the Frito-Lay company? Hit us up at Topstep. Oh, Gabe, nice cover. You were along the 122s. Now we're dipping below, testing the bottom of this wedge Dorito pennant formation here. Can we get into
Yeah.
these 100s?
I think we're going to take out
Find
this
out.
low from 245 Eastern. I really just exactly what we were looking for, right? So I said if we close below 130s, I think there's a likelihood that we're going to go a little bit deeper. Try to get a better location if I'm still looking at a long thesis and, close below 130. And here we are, and 20 points lower. Took a little green off that, so $112 to start off. So
nice.
As Robin Dane would say, getting a first trade to be green, not a bad thing. We'll see if we can get I'm sure more opportunities will present themselves. We have 40 minutes, so.
This market is just, it looks heavy. It just seems like it's been going down, obviously, with hindsight. It goes down a lot easier than it's been going up today.
Yeah. Dakota, I was asking this question earlier today. How many setups do you have in your toolbox that you could concretely point to and define?
When it comes to technicals, there's tons of them.
For example, 3-bar reversal would be one.
Yeah, there's just think of it like a sports team, right? How many plays do they really have? They have a ton, but then they have their go-to depending on who they're going against and the type of market. Yeah, and you have your favorite plays, right? We're just talking about the tush push. Every time you're, 1 yard on the goal line, you know what's going to happen.
Yep.
Can't stop it. Go-to.
Unless you're the Bears.
And look at this market. We're starting to pick up some momentum to the downside here.
Yep.
So the question is, can we break down going to the last 30 minutes of the day?
Yep. Long candle into the low with that higher low.
Yeah, I would love to see us take out not only these 105s, but I would love to see us take out those 80s from the lunch hour and then see if we can get buyers to come back in and close back above 80. Look for a real extreme location to try to get long. But if we see momentum continue through those 80s, we might be looking for session lows, which would be another 50 points deeper from that.
Which
Real
is
John Ross says 15 million in calls just purchased. What market and what?
Yeah. Do you have any more details?
That could easily be a
let us know.
hedge.
Please let us know.
I mean, there's 15 million calls just sold.
Derivative J, English or Western saddle, Dakota? Something that's horse related.
Depends.
Even for saddles, it depends, Dakota. My goodness. Well, a little bounce here. Let's see if this range ends up maintaining about 15 minutes until we get to MOC, which is market on close. We got a little bit of volatility as we get those numbers. See who's in chat. They can provide them for us. Yes, Dan Emmons. What strike, what expiration, and what product? Let us know. Real John Ross. In the meantime, this NASDAQ is happily bouncing about 20 to 30 points in this nice little range we got here.
Really tempted to take a scalp to try to get those 105s, but I just missed the opportunity.
Yeah.
Those 120s.
Game of ticks. It's a game of ticks. Is this
Problem
your first
trying to
day?
short right now is terrible location.
Ooh. Who's trying to short
This is
right
my
now?
first day. No. I was saying the problem about shorting is the fact that it's terrible location.
Yeah, I guess it depends. If you're Dakota, maybe you like sub 100s for momentum trade. If you're a range trader,
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
probably
just
not buying
where
it
would your
selling
risk
at all.
be? Are you risking the 155 highs that were just left, or are you risking middle of the range?
Yeah.
And
Probably middle
potentially
of range.
expose yourself to noise.
I mean, it looks like it's going to break down. Like if I was just going to say based off of pure what I'm seeing, it looks like it's going to break down. But
agreed.
It's
Stone looks
also
pretty
looked
thin,
like it
too.
was breaking up a few times,
Stone
and
looks
this
very
market
thin.
is difficult for
So,
breakouts,
twosies.
and breakdowns.
20-minute pool party. That's right, Zane. That is right. Whole lot of chop here. Dome is thin. The ladder, pretty thin. Nothing sizable. Lots of onesie, twosie, threesies, all up and down here. So thin market. No large orders. 20 is like the largest. We'll see if we can get a bounce here. You have jab, jab, jab coming up. That is going to be exciting. Ooh, a question here from Mo. Dolby, when institutions hedge, are they simply making from the difference? And if they're long biased, is the long position slightly larger than the hedged short? You'd have to ask the institutions who are hedging. Dakota, do you have any insights on that? Because if you're for hedging, yeah, ideally you probably want to be 1-to-1. But I don't hedge.
Let me think about that. So when institutions hedge, are they simply making
Series 3 question.
the difference? And if they're long, it depends. Honestly,
There it is.
It's true though. It's true. Any question you ask, I could just hit you with it, because we don't really know why, right? Are they hedging risk? Are they looking to take advantage of something? You truly don't know what the reason is, unless you just ask them. It's too hard to tell, in my opinion.
Yeah, you'd have to ask. You'd have to ask them what their strategy is.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit of a bounce here. Back at Gabe's entry. Shocker. Gabe, how many setups are in your toolbox?
Well, I'd say this year my focus was trying to incorporate ranges. So now trending conditions are usually where I have a little bit better edge. Ranges now I've found a little bit more of familiarity with and feel more comfortable trading. I'd really just say two primary types of involvement. Extreme locations of ranges, obviously for best location. But other than that, if it's a trending environment, I'm just looking for simple pullbacks within the trend to quality demand in an uptrend or quality supply in a downtrend. Pretty simple.
Nice.
I'd say two main, yeah.
Nice. That seems to be about the average. We pulled chat a while ago. It was like 1 to 3, which makes sense.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I have a feeling that if I added more, I would end up just overload.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty simple guy. Less is more.
Yeah, there's beauty in simplicity.
Mm-hmm.
A lot less to think about.
Also, it comes down to execution accuracy. If you have like a really complicated sort of setup, but you don't have the skill to execute it, then is it even a good setup in the first place? If you're just botching it all the time, I mean, probably not.
Okay. Bottom of the hour is in. Last 30 minutes of the day.
Let's go.
Let's go. We got that above below at 130.
Yep. Yes, we do. Hanging out at the bottom. We have a quintuple bottom on the 5-minute chart at these 106s, 107s. See if that can maintain. This Dorito pattern has been pretty well established since about 9 o'clock this morning. A lot of wiggle, but it all kind of ended up coalescing around these 120s or 130s.
Coalescing.
I think we're about to take out these lows.
That's a good word.
Just tested those 125s and immediate 10 points.
Yeah. It's having a very hard time going up and a much easier time.
Getting a little wicky.
Going down. It is getting a little wiggly in the ladder, yeah. This is good stuff here. I mean, if you shorted the highs of this range, look at what 150s, you got about 40 points. It's not shabby. That's not nothing. That is a market you can make some coin in. It doesn't always have to be fast moving.
All right, let's see if we could break down here.
Yep.
Starting to see sellers stepping in. Go test these 80s. 250 80s.
Can we hit the 80s? Got a couple points. to look at. We got those, let's say, 25,040s, 25,080s, and these 110s right here, right now. Okay, NASDAQ trading 25,104. 4 points off the 100s. Big round number, bottom of the Dorito. Let's see if we get a breakdown. Buyers come back in and support this thing. Currently testing the lows of this range we got right now.
Dare I say this?
Hmm.
25,000 is a big round number to finish
Yeah,
off
it
a
is.
rollover.
And it is not that far away. Only about, 96
Go get
points?
25,000 even before we roll it over.
I mean, why not? I mean, that'd be a
Why
pretty
not?
easy stop run. That'd be a pretty easy stop run.
There's the closure beneath 106. Got one bar underneath now. If we do reject and close back above 120, I am going to go.
I was about to ask, Gabe, what's going to take for you to maybe look for a short here? Do you want to say that again?
Yeah, so for my long thesis, it would be kind of right here and now. I would need to see buyers come immediately back in and close above 120. To get a body above 120, I'd be looking to put my risk underneath the low that we just made around the 90s. But if we see sustained selling underneath 100 here, then I think that 80s are very likely, and then if not, lows of session.
Yeah.
If this was just a little run on some stops here, for anybody that got long earlier in the hour, the back end of last hour, then I want to see buyers come back in and take us back above 120.
All right,
If you're
so we got
range bound
two-
trader, it's a buying opportunity, like you said.
100%. Yeah, you're probably limit order like 100s. And then, like Gabe would say, try to reduce risk relatively quickly if possible. Because if you're range trading the bottom of this, you want to see some pretty quick price action to confirm.
Yeah.
Confirm
Definitely
your
don't want it
idea.
to hang around.
Hell no. No. And typically, if you're range trading in general, you don't like the hang around. You want to get filled and have momentum come in right away to confirm that that is indeed the bottom or top of the range you were trying to either buy or sell. No one looking at gold. Gabe, you're in this trade. Actually, let me sign out of
I'm
this.
not in a
real
trade,
quick.
but I'll look at gold real quick.
Gold's at 329.
Get a,
We're at
Yeah,
settlement
there's
here on gold.
Definitely some
gold is
volume
closed.
for the fact that we're in electronic hours now. But
Yep, pit session is closed.
Bitcoin just chilling at 50 or 86,000, just under 86,000 spot. Markets are just quiet. It's a nice
So
quiet
much
day, I guess.
I mean, gold is down, but the daily chart of gold looks so strong. Nice little range over range over range. Just higher highs, higher lows. Maybe these like 4,300s can act as support on a pullback, maybe in the overnight session. And it can continue to all-time highs. It's entirely possible. But good eyes on the gold. I will make sure I keep that in the rotation, even though
Trump is speaking, right?
Really?
So, yeah.
Right now.
Latest headlines
Is he?
is Trump is talking about fentanyl coming in.
Okay.
A drop of fentanyl coming in, and then China's helping.
Okay.
US
Making it
spoke with
happen.
Putin. Oh, he's been speaking for a good 20 minutes now. I didn't even see that.
Okay.
I mean, is it
Things
on
seem
YouTube?
to be going
I got
well in
YouTube open
Ukraine.
right now. It's not
I'm on
even-
the juice right now.
You got the juice? Okay.
Got the juice.
The juice is
The market
up.
needs some juice to it.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, we're hanging around these 100s. Like Gabe and I said, if you're trying to range trade, you're looking for some speedy action at the bottom of your range, and this is not speedy. So we
Oh,
are
kinda
still kind of
failing.
hanging around
I'm-
these
I'm
102s.
tempted to take a little bite here on a short, knowing we're not seeing a whole lot of continuation back above through the 110s. I'm going to give it a little bit more time, though.
Well,
Not jump in quite yet.
You gotta do
Yeah,
is
we
say
got-
NASDAQ 3 times. Don't do something completely different. And here we go. Maybe some momentum coming in the NASDAQ at the bottom of this range. Dakota, do you have any advice for traders who start off with a losing trade on the day?
Don't let it get to you. It's hard to do, man. It's very hard to do. You let a trade affect your future trade. Like you place a trade, the result of that trade is going to affect, you know, your mentality and then your future trade. I let it get to me sometimes, especially being on air. And it's a very difficult thing to do. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, like many things in trading.
It's
Just
just like
follow your daily loss limit. It's not that hard. It's like, okay.
yeah, it's there for a reason. Daily loss limit's there for a reason. Trying to have a short-term memory, like, oh, okay, well, that just happened. Move on to the next. I mean, could you imagine if any professional athlete, let's say Michael Jordan for you guys, if he missed a shot and you let them affect, like that shot affect him for the rest of the game, he wouldn't be at the level he's at.
No, there's no way.
On to the
There's no
next.
way. You have to.
On to the next.
It is tough though. I mean, if you only give yourself, like 2 to 3 trades a day, and the first one's a loser, it can be tough. It can be tough to dig yourself out of that that kind of mental capital debt. I know some traders in chat said after the first losing trade, they just lock it up. They don't even want to bother. And like that kind of makes sense too. There's one trade, loser, go on to the next. It works for you. It works for you. Chat, let us know how you feel about starting off the day with a losing trade. What's your next step after that? NASDAQ still is not getting the bounce quite yet.
These
Not
80s
quite
might
yet.
be in sight here.
So Gabe,
You're really
when
just
do you-
chilling though.
Yeah, we are chilling. You're straight chilling. 12 minutes to MOC, maybe the time of unchill, depending on how much buy or sell comes in. Anything $1 billion and over is pretty good. Probably get some action. Anything $1 billion under, pretty chill. We will see what it ends up being. Gabe, when do you go from being a range trader to looking for a momentum trade out of the range?
So, like when I would deem it to be actual trending conditions versus just
Yeah, like for example, we're in this range right now, right? We're in a neutral pennant Dorito flag formation. When in your eyes does this become a momentum trade to the downside, for example?
I would probably need to get out of the 1 minute time frame. That would be the first
Mm.
thing. So go to at least a minimum of a 5 minute and look for clear structure. Like if we right now we on a 5 minute time frame, we made a lower high around 30 minutes ago, the previous 5 minute high. So now if there was going to be a potential segment to come in that creates some clear continuous momentum beneath this previous low and we had a closure below that prior low, then I'd have more of a sequence that I'd be comfortable confirming as leaning more towards a trend. And then I'd look for a continuation of that to the downside. But right now we haven't got at a 5 minute closure beneath that prior low. All we've gotten was 1 minute candles beneath and we're right back above. But here's that 120 closure, by the way. So I'm going to go ahead and enter long.
Okay.
I like it. My
what's
favorite
the
comment so far today says, "Who walks out of a casino after their first loss?"
There's people that
hard
do
to
it, man. I've never been one of them.
Even though it's probably the smart thing to do, it's hard to do. The hardest things in trading is what you say, Dobie. Easy to walk away from a good winning day. Easy or hard, like have to walk away of a really bad losing day. But one of the hardest things in trading is walking away down just a little bit.
It's true. It's easy to make a lot of money, easy to lose a lot of money. Very difficult to lose a little bit of money. Probably one of the hardest things to do in trading is just lose a little bit and just leave, even if you have extra trades to take for the day. Good luck trying to do that. That's when you're a real boss. It's when you can walk away when you're just not feeling it. You're not bothered by it. Well,
boys, that is
20-point
not the
pool party,
rejection I wanted to see.
still in effect.
Rejection of these 20s.
That was not the rejection I wanted to see. I also literally think I got a little antsy on that. We closed literally at like 20.5.
Did you preempt?
Really didn't get much follow through. I could have waited. I could have been a little bit more patient there, reflecting on it now. I think I'm about to take the stop out. If we take this low that we just made.
One for the journal.
Every bounce has been sold off. Every bounce today has been just hammered.
I think we're going for those 80s. All right, so there's the
Sure
tag.
feels like it.
Minus 385. We'll see if we can get a better location.
Last
Could have been a bit more patient there.
18 minutes left in the day.
Yep. 8 minutes, MOC. Is it
Can we
unconditional
finish at
love?
these lows?
Oh, that's a great question. Do we actually
Can we
finish
finish
on
at
lows?
these-
We're down 0.4%.
I mean,
could we
we're
get
still
down
below-
0.1%? Why not? The
Possible.
dome is so thin right now. Like really anything
We are
could happen.
holding below Friday's low.
Okay. We'll see how this pans out. So, Gabe, what were you? You're saying you maybe got in a little bit too early. So you're looking at the momentum there at those 120s and looking for continuation.
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't really get. I may get I got a closer back into the 120s, but it was literally by a half a point. And on top of that, we didn't get a closer above the high of 126. So that was. I could have waited for a little bit more structure, but I did like the momentum that we saw off those lows finally. But just got faked out.
It happens. Well, we have stop
Yep.
losses. Human
Moving on to the
Peyote
next
says,
trade.
Gabe, why'd you close it? Why did you close it, Gabe? Because that was point of invalidation. I think that's a term you use.
I had my stop a little bit tighter. I was essentially not wanting to see a new low, but I had my stop a little closer than I probably could have. I didn't want to be too generous with my risk on this one, though.
Well, that's the thing, right? If we go down, then you're happy you closed it. If we go up, then why'd you close it?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. That's the hindsight capital there, right?
Now, if we can take these 80s and see the same type of response, then I will be more than happy to try again. But I might just be wrong. I'm trying to be a buyer in the lower end of this range right now. And if I am, I just need to have something in place to tell me when it's time to stop trying to be a buyer.
Or that I like Pete Tompkins. These ranges are a scalper's bat signal. Told you, someone likes this. Someone does like trading ranges. There are traders out there.
Well, we're
who just
holding
wait
below
until
100.
lunchtime. Yeah,
We're
this is
holding
gonna be
below
very
100, Dobie.
We are.
See, can we push us? Can this push us to new session
minutes.
lows? This is,
I think those 25,000 20s, therefore 25,000 evens, look pretty enticing for a potential stop run, especially with how thin the dome is right now. I have to imagine that would be fairly easy to achieve. It could get real wicky. So yeah, why not? Why not 25,000 evens?
5 minutes till MOC.
Yep. Market on close. If you have not stuck around for power hour before, market on close is a order type. A bunch of orders come in to be filled or executed at 2:50 p.m. Central. If you're a longtime viewer, this was actually Peter Tuchman's specialty. He operates almost entirely around the MOC. So that's pretty cool. I mean, that's why the markets are so amazing, Dakota, is that you could literally just specialize in like one thing and one thing only and have that be your entire career. You could just be like, I'm only trading ranges
Easily.
for half an hour during lunch. And like, hey, if you become an expert at that half hour, yeah, you are going to be making some bank.
That's all that matters.
Yep. That could be all you need. Okay.
Trying to hold the
100.
hundreds.
Hello. Now, see so this is kind of why the reversal challenge is a fun exercise because, if you like that momentum at 100s, now you get short. It's like, oh, shit, well, how do I get out of this thing? Because now you're down, almost 70 points. It is a fun exercise.
MOT could change everything too. Like we could bounce or sell off 50, 100 points real quick the last 10 minutes of the trading day.
Oh yeah, this whole vibe could change. It really depends on how
especially
big
in
that
this
number.
low volume.
Mhm.
Yeah. But all
That's
these
exactly
all these
right.
bounces still getting sold off. Like a bounce up to 110, sold.
Dakota, are you looking at like your 100 tick chart for any sort of confirmation on this, or are you just looking at the dome just based off of how it's moving?
I watched the 5-minute and the 100 tick.
100 tick. Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing nothing on either of them. Just range. We're at the bottom of the range right now.
Mm-hmm. It is very true.
And we did get a 5-minute closure beneath the prior low from at 145, 245. Yeah, 245. About an hour ago.
There used to be there's been a few times where we get like 100+ point rally the last 5 minutes and 100-point sell off the last 5 minutes. Curious if we could see that.
I think I was on air with you, Dakota, when we had I think 100-point trade in Power Hour after MOC.
We did, yeah.
It was months
In
ago.
the live account, in the house account. That was a good one.
It's a great trade.
You still have that
Power Hour
above
can
below at 130.
do a little bit of anything. Yeah, I think your above below looks pretty solid.
Yeah.
It is its own vibe. I think it's too bad not enough traders, I think, make it till 2 p.m. Probably because most want to trade the open or are at work or something. But 2 to 3 does have some very interesting opportunities. You don't have to trade the open. You don't have to trade lunch. Maybe the last hour of the day is your specialty. There's plenty of opportunity.
This is just a story. I don't know how true it is. I can't confirm it.
Okay.
But in 2011, I started this prop firm in, I think, South Korea or China, in the Asian session, or in the Asian South Asia, that there's a big room and there's like 50 or 100 traders and they're trading Forex. And they had a daily loss limit. If they hit their daily loss limit, they're forced to sit there for the rest of the day.
Ooh.
And at the end of the day, you could see who actually was, a decent trader, surviving or managing the risk, because they're the ones that were still active and open. And you can imagine, out of 100 traders, there's like only 10 or 5 of them just still able to trade, and the rest are just forced to sit there. It's interesting idea, interesting concept. I can imagine the same thing. How much torture that would be just to sit here and watch the markets all day after your daily loss limit the first 5 minutes.
It's a lot of thinking time.
As we got 193 contracts being offered at 122. NASDAQ.
There we go.
That just popped up out of nowhere. Still sitting there.
We got 45 seconds to MOC. Oh yeah, I see that. Good call, Gabe. There's two batches. There's 193 at 122.
And then 131.
131 has 190. Yeah.
Hey, here we go.
So definitely got some orders out there.
30 seconds.
Yep. Chat, we will get to your questions
as
soon as MOC is over with. Galley Power, if you want level 2 data, it is in your dashboard under add-ons. 15 seconds to MOC. I believe it is $39 a month. 10 seconds to MOC. 5 seconds.
It just seems like we're just going to dump here.
And look at the juice. Give juice a second to update. Someone in chat has it. Feel free to put it in there, and we will vet it. Is Hoop in chat? Oh, Hoop has it.
Hoop said mixed.
Hoop's our guy.
Sounds about right.
Yeah,
why not?
It feels mixed just based off how the dome's acting right now. So not a lot going on.
We are still here at 110.
Throw them in there. Yeah. That size is
Wicked
still
about
there,
20 points. 120s to 101s. By the way, I'm long 114.5.
There we go. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
MOC really didn't do a whole lot.
No, this feels very, very tepid here for MOC. 596 million. S&P, NASDAQ 100, 193. Buy side. This is all buy side. Let's say 350 in the Dow and Mag 7, 1.1 billion to the buy side. All buy side across the board so far, but these numbers can change. So let's see how this pans out.
This bounce feels like the rest of the day, man, or this MOC.
Yeah, as Dakota said, this is a heavy news week. So on Mondays, with heavy news weeks, this is not unusual behavior. This is a market waiting for news, waiting for action. Also December. Got what? 2 more trading weeks left. Things are going to get
This
weird,
is the last
chat.
full week. Yep, this is the
Things are going
last
to get weird.
full week.
You are correct. This is the last full week. Yep, because we got Christmas and we got New Year's.
Correct. And MOC, we are right back at these 106s, 105s.
Yep. At this point, it's just going to be, I think, stop runs for sport.
Yeah, I mean, look, market just sold off that push up to those 120s.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Gabe, you're probably pretty happy that your entries now become resistance and you are not in a trade right now.
I'm in a trade right now.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you are. Your old trade. Your old trade was 120s.
Yeah.
You're in a trade now.
120s, yeah. I mean, I got about an 8-point better price than I was earlier in the session.
Because you're long one NASDAQ 25, what, 25,113s?
114 half.
114.
Yeah.
Get that updated on the board.
I really want to see us hold these hundreds just in general. Closure back underneath 100, I'm probably going to be bagged.
Yeah, I mean, chat, has anyone taken off December or the last 2 weeks? How does chat approach the holidays? It's going to be tricky trading. You know, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, we had an absolutely bonkers trading session. I think the day after Christmas, if I recall correctly. But it could be very range bound the next 2 weeks. Probably a lot of megaphones, Dorito patterns, just torturing traders left and right. Hundreds still bouncing.
This is
painful.
You said you like Doritos, Dobie? You like this price action?
Uh-huh. I think it's great. It's amazing. I think it's absolutely amazing. You just have to know what you're looking for, right? If you're
What are you looking for in this? Teach me.
Buy hundreds, sell 20s. There's 20 points. You just keep on doing it. Sell 20s, buy hundreds. I mean, it adds up pretty quick. If you do it now, it's not going to work. Just so the first time you try it, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Okay, we just tapped 100.
Might be cooked.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, we tapped 100, and then you said sell 20.
Ideally. First time you try it, though, I feel like the first time you try anything in trading, it never works. Like today's the day I'm going to be the most disciplined trader ever, and the market's like, that's fine. Here's a loss. Come see me tomorrow. And let me know if you still have that resolve. Dakota, why are you cursing the range trade? What do you cast a spell on it? No, it's not good.
I mean, we tapped 100 and
It's rolling over.
What happened to this range trade? You said these 100s.
Damn this range trading. Whatever, it was legit a while ago. But this does happen.
Decide to finally look at the 100s.
Yeah. Market knows, man. The market knows. Liquidity injection at the 55s. Let's see what we get.
Going down.
These 80s are the last level that I'm looking for buyers to show up. Otherwise, I'm going to walk away.
Session lows?
Yep. Let's see. Chat, if you like Gabe trading, let us know. Gabe's trading journey.
Did that break the range? Did that break the range?
Well, I mean,
it
maybe.
hasn't yet. It hasn't yet.
That's what you're looking at.
Here's what you do. You buy 100, sell 20.
Yeah. I mean, ideally for range trading, you're trying to find the largest range you can and then buy and sell that. So technically, it'd be the 1 hour range, which has a triple bottom at 25,080s. So if these 80s hold, that's a 3 hour range bottom that's holding. So now if it fails, it's just a wick below. That could be pretty gnarly. But let's see if this ends up holding up. Gabe, would you ever have a VIP team? Coach, what would be your team name, Gabe?
Oh, that's a great question. Let me think on that. Let me get back to you next time
Gabe.
I'm on.
Or sorry, chat. Gabe's milkshake.
Yeah, let's get some suggestions. Cupcakes.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna join
Cupcakes?
my team, bro. Nobody's joining my team if we're naming
Cupcakes?
cupcakes.
I don't know. Remember when there was like gourmet cupcakes? That was a thing for like a summer. Good times.
Mm.
Good times. Shout out to Sprinkles.
All right, Dobie.
Oh my goodness, who? Lovely.
Raw milk monsters.
The raw milk monsters. There we go. There we go.
That's funny.
Let's go, chat. We have 4 minutes. 3 minutes, chat. Give us
The money milkers.
You slay me, chat. Absolutely slay.
Y'all are hilarious.
NASDAQ is holding below 100 ever since that range.
You call that range? Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're on the 1 hour, it was great though.
Yeah, zoom out. Zoom
This
out. It
is
looks
such
good.
a lame MOC though, man. We're getting no
It was chill.
direction.
Oh, we're right back at 100.
Yep. Here we go. Can the 1 hour range hold? The lovely 1 hour range, 25,080s. 25,080s. I mean, you
That
also could have
25
just
100 is now resistance, Dobie.
It is. Well, now we're stair stepping lower, right? So we got that
Yeah, we're
range,
stair-stepping lower.
under range. Yeah, are we in trouble now? Is
It
this
should have
gonna
been
be a new range?
sell
80s.
120s and buy lower.
Yeah, it could
Push
be.
these 80s and let's get long.
Well, apparently
It looks
Trump
like
is
we're
talking about a Santa rally. We got 2 minutes left. Are we gonna? I mean, there's got to be some stops down here. We're gonna run some stops.
There 100% are stops down here.
Oh yeah.
Anybody who bought the lows, who somehow snagged the lows at the open this morning?
Yeah, but Marcus is going to come down and just give you a little smooch on the cheek.
Or if
Go
you
into your
bought
stop and
25
get back up.
100 trying to range trade it.
Or that. I mean, what dumb would do that? Well, we'll see if the 1 hour holds.
Apparently, the team name would have to deal with milk, because that's like 99%
Common
of the
team,
chat
yeah.
has
Do a
something
word
to do
cloud.
with milk.
Mm-hmm.
All right, last 60
And then there's
seconds, Dobie.
This is
I'm not gonna
my
say
entire career is on the line, Dakota, if this holds or not.
Your
Everything
Dorito
right here.
depends on this.
Yep.
don't
Dorito
like
theory.
You
Dorito
don't like the
concepts is
broken Doritos.
That's right. Dolby trading
Well, gents, it's
concept.
been real.
Heads on the chopping block. 30 seconds. Are we getting a bounce? Will the range hold? Is range trading legit? Let's see. We have 20 seconds to determine if range trading is legit or not.
That above below is at 130, and
Ooh,
it's
that's
looking
what-
like it might be below.
Are you sure, Dakota? It might bid up. Who knows?
Mm,
10 seconds.
Doesn't look like
I'm
it.
not right. Heck with range trading.
Dakota would rather see the range fail than him be right on above below. That's how you know he's an OG.
And there are the 80s.
That's it.
There it
That
is.
is it.
There it is.
Above
GG's,
below
boys.
was 20,080s. Gabe, thank you so much for coming on and taking trades with us. Dakota, thank you so much for round two.
Round
Although
2.
you're a boxer, you're probably used to much longer rounds. This is probably pretty easy for you.
Yeah, NASDAQ hits harder.
It does, right in the
That's
feels
where it
every
hurts.
time.
The pocket.
Every time. Gabe, are you taking us out of this one? You on one up?
I
Is it
don't
me?
think so. I
Is it
think
James?
James is back.
Oh, we got James.
Then
All
we're
right,
tossing it
James,
to James.
James,
See
I'm
y'all
throwing you
tomorrow.
this thing. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you, Dolby. Thank you, Gabe. And thank you, Dakota, for a wonderful power hour. You know, guys, it's not always fireworks around here, but we always have a good time. And that's mostly in part because you guys are here with chat with us all day, bell to bell. We appreciate you. But now's the point of the show where we're going to go home for the day. And instead, we're going to bring back Coach Jay and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer. And that's right, At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to recap the entirety of today's trading session and make sure that you're feeling confident for that 5 p.m. reopen. And then once the market does reopen, you can be back here at 7:30 p.m. Central Time for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Then tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m., London Open with Aaron Trades. 3:30 a.m., Euro Trade with Deanna. And then you know what I'm going to say. We're going to be back here doing it all again tomorrow morning at 7:15. Today's only been Monday. We got 4 more trading sessions left in this week, so don't go anywhere. Stick with Topstep TV, bell to bell. Make sure you never trade alone. But for now, stay tuned. At the Buzzer's up next. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this is just day 1 of the new week on Topstep TV. Let's go.